Absolutely. So yes, the more technical engineering reason, which is a very fair and justified reason, because if you are immobilized, the 10-second countdown begins, and that could be the end of your fight.
It could be the end of your tournament if it's your second fight. Yeah, for the benefit of those listening to the stream, if there is anybody, has the stream not started yet?
I believe the stream is on.
Stream is on. Yeah, I just got a thumbs up from Steve.
Got a thumbs up.
Yeah, so for the benefit of those on the stream, the format of the competition is it's pretty standard at this point. There's going to be three-way fights initially. We got 48 robots. That's going to be 16 three-ways. The winner of each of those three-ways is going to go straight through to the knockout round of 32. The two losing robots will go through to a redemption round, where it's a 1v1 fight to get back into that round of 32. So every robot gets 2 chances to fight unless they get absolutely minced.
Which is quite likely with some of the robots that we're looking at on our cheat sheet. So
yeah, absolutely, definitely.
Stay tuned. The freeway fights are probably my most favorite elements.
Oh, definitely.
They are so chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, they're a nightmare to commentate on, but it's all brilliant. Absolutely good stuff.
So we're getting ready for the battles. We need Spenny, Jackhammer, and Talon, bite size, to come on up to the ready tables.
That'll be Speeny, not Spenny.
Spenny.
There's 2 E's.
Oh, Speeny.
Speeny.
Speeny, my apologies.
So there we go. Like, you're in the clear now because you pronounced the first robot's name wrong.
And we have got photographers around the arena. So yes, everyone watching who's not in the building, St. Michael's Centre, welcome to the live stream. And wherever you're watching, I hope you're safe, I hope you're well, and I hope you're ready. Choose your winners, put it in the chat, and let us know who you think is going to be the dominant robot at the end of the day.
Can we see the chat? Like, is that...
That is actually what I was just working on, so I'm not being rude, I'm not ignoring you.
No, absolutely not, no. I mean, it's fine, you can be rude to me. I've had worse.
I was going to play the game of who is your least favorite and favorite co-commentator, but let's wait to the end of the day, and I want to see if I'm on that list.
As it happens, you are my only co-commentator. This is I think this is the first time I've formally been co-commentating.
Well, the team of Bob and Gav.
Yeah.
We are in your ear for the whole evening. We will whole day, and the evening.
Into the evening, maybe.
Into the evening.
Depends how many fires we get.
And just quickly, I want to talk about the arena, because every time I come to one of these events, David has done something to enhance it and make it better. We have the pit, we have the outer zone, we have the button for the pit. The new addition
is the red and blue corners.
Well, no. The red
okay.
and blue corners I've seen before. The new addition for me is the extractor fan.
That is useful. You know, we obviously don't want anybody's robot to go on fire, but if they do, it's nice to be able to, you know.
And it has happened, you know, LiPo batteries, it can be, with the weapons that we have on show today, it can be quite easy to puncture one of those batteries and cause an instant fire. The procedure is well established. David will, well, the referees will bring an end to the match. David will then put on his safety mittens, his fire retardant mittens, pick up the robot and put it into a box, and I think we're ready for our first fight.
I think we absolutely are. So let's introduce our first round of robots. Oh no, they're just counting down, they're just going for it. They're going for it already. In the blue corner, so there with the red one with the spinner, I believe that is Revron. Currently attached to the arena wall that is Abracadabra. Immediately taking a hit off of Revron. I love the googly eyes on the top. There's a bit of something has already come off.
And Abracadabra there, very close to going into the outer zone. The spinner's firing up and lifting it into the air. Your first robot you mentioned, the robot difficult to pronounce, Abracadabra. Absolutely
they're not making it easy for us off the start. We also have Firebolt, is the yellow wedge bot there, coming up on the side of Abracadabra. And we have picked up Revron. The pit is now available if someone pushes the pit, but Revron has been flipped over by Abracadabra. Is that Revron going to be counted out? It's going to be a battle of the flippers now between Abracadabra and Firebolt.
And the referee has started the count on the count out, so now it has turned into a flipper battle.
I love a flipper battle. This could be considered an upset, because that spinner of Revron was looking to do some big damage earlier on.
And a big flip there. I can't quite see Abracadabra because of the screen.
Abracadabra stuck on the arena wall. We do have 2 screens. We can look on the stream here. I think Abracadabra is stuck. I think Firebolt's going to take this.
2, 1, the end of the fight.
That is fantastic performance from Firebolt. Sitting there, they sort of sat back for a bit, I think. Let Revron and Abracadabra go for it at each other, get a couple of hits, couple of lifts, and then once Revron was out of there, Firebolt just took control of that fight.
Quite a systematic fight, actually, almost like the flippers working together to deal with the bigger prey, and then they... inevitably, one of them has to win, so they're then fighting each other.
Chris Sowery's just giving me a face that suggests that there was nothing gentlemanly about that at all.
Well, it looked it from the outside. Roboteers, just to say, please make sure you head over to Craig after your battle, because we want to see if any damage has been done. We have a close-up cam, and seeing Craig's face on the stream is always a pleasure. Oh, look at Craig. So a little bit of downtime now as we get ready.
So who's on next? We've got... no, that's next. We've got current battle at the bottom. So I think in the next fight we're going to have Speeny versus Jackhammer versus Talon Bite Size. I'm going to just, apologize to Simon now. It's just going to be referred to as Talon. If you're going to put things in parenthesis in your robot's name, it's not going to get mentioned.
So I'll do the professional robot call out. So head for the exit, Blast Furnace, Digestive. Please make your way up to the ready tables. You are battle 4. Battle number 5, New York Slice versus Babrog versus Bonkers. Again, please make your way up to the ready tables. And then last one to show up on my cheat sheet, Antithesis, Faminome, and Reptile Dysfunction.
Reptile Dysfunction, you gotta love it.
I had to pause as I read that name out. Please make your way up to the ready tables. You are battle number 6.
I do appreciate that out of all of we've been given lots of pictures of all of the robots so that we have a prayer of identifying them in the arena. All of them are shown being in workshops on workbenches, with the exception of Reptile Dysfunction, which is pictured in some grass. So I love that.
Hey guys.
A little bit of nature. And over to Craig.
I'm over here with Jordan, with Revron. This is a beautiful design. Is this your first Beetleweight?
First Beetle, yeah. First Beetle. So it's a scaled-up version of an Antweight that I built, and pretty direct scale, actually.
It's a beautiful design. What happened to it in there?
I ate a wheel and then got upside down, and it needs the spinner to flip itself back over, so I was high-centered on the wheel I'd eaten, and then I think it burned an ESC because I didn't have the throttle all down for the weapon motor.
Have you got some spares to fix it up with?
Yes, it might be a busy next 20 minutes or so.
A busy next 20 minutes. I'll let you crack on. We'll see you in the Redemptions. Revron, everyone. Can we get a certain Mr. Chris Sowery in here? Bring everyone in.
I can't find it.
Because both of these robots are wonderful. So we've got Chris with Firebolt. We've got Becca with Abracadabra. Was that fight exactly what you guys were expecting?
Yes. Avoid big spinny thing because they are never good for any of us non-spinny people. Flip them over and win.
Excellent. One person that didn't necessarily avoid the spinner so much, Becca. How was that for you?
I mean, it went pretty well after I lost the wheel, weirdly, because he ate it, which meant he was less dangerous. So great. And then I could just get in and flip him over.
That was such an awesome fight to see. Chris, you, an event or two ago, told me you were bored of other people beating up your robots, so you built a spinner. And now you're back with this and you're winning fights!
This isn't technically my robot, it's my son's, Oliver's. He couldn't make it, so I'm now driving it. So on the condition that if I actually win a trophy, he wants the trophy, but I've told him, no. I built it, it's mine.
Well, you are absolutely doing him justice today. Can we have a massive round of applause for Abracadabra and Firebolt?
So thank you, Craig. I have now got the live stream chat open, so thank you everyone who's been talking in the chat. Love to see the conversation happening in there. Someone shouting out, nice shirt. I'm not actually sure who that was aimed at.
It's obviously me.
Okay, Bob, you can claim that one for yourself. Tom, please feel free to clarify whose shirt you were talking about. We don't want it to go to Bob's ego.
Oh no, I need it. Please, I need this one.
And then gotta love the flame decals. I absolutely adore when the robot is dressed to a T, when it has been decorated and given a theme.
We do now, yeah, so that is, you know, victory 1 for flame decals over googly eyes in that first fight. So, yeah.
So I've just heard that we are pushing this fight to the next one, which means we are always jumbling up who's going to be in the arena.
Yeah, it's as much of a game for us to remember who's fighting when.
And now it's a challenge for us to try and identify who it is that's going in. So I believe we now need Head for the Exit, Blast Furnace, and Digestive to make their way into the arena.
Yeah, so Greg Catalina is the only roboteer I have spoken to on my way in, so he's got the ultimate commentator's curse at this point. Like, not only is like he got a hug from me, so he's immediately going out first round.
It's always nice to dream and think, do you know what? We're shines of light. We're beacons of luck and hope, but we are just a curse.
We never are. It's never how it goes.
So
somebody's
again,
saying here that I'm dressed like a 90s darts player, and
I mean,
unfortunately that is accurate.
there won't be any 180s. Well, actually, there will be when robots do backflips. So whenever you see a backflip now, you can shout out 180.
Just call me Bob the Power Horton. Thank you, whoever that was up in the gallery.
So we are in St. Michael's Centre. The arena is filling up with spectators. We do have seats up above as well, so you can get a bird's eye view down onto the arena. For those who don't like loud noises, when the spin-ups start happening, when the loud bangs happen.
Or when that pit siren happens.
When the
That's
pit
the
siren
loudest
happens,
noise in here.
Feel free to make your way up to the top. It's a little bit further away, better protection for the ears.
Definitely.
And
Just quickly, sorry. Can we get to the ready table, please? So Lancerflog, Bloodshot, Titan, Paradigm Spin, Motherloader, and Bop to the ready table, please. Thank you.
Nicely interrupted, Joe. That was very, very professionally done. I was just going to say, for any children in the audience, we're quite young children, please make sure you protect your hearing, cover your ears when you start hearing the loud whines of some spinners.
Yes, and you know, there is a chance that you may hear some words on this commentary that your parents wouldn't want you to repeat, but as long as you don't repeat them, then that's fine.
I do think an addition needed for us is a beeper buzzer. Just something that I can constantly monitor
And
for you.
lightning quick reactions. Yeah, I need a swear jar.
Have we shown off the acrylic
These are delightful.
trophies?
So yeah, we got that one here. So this is the trophy that our roboteers are competing for. Move my bottle of water out of the way. Look at this. It's very shiny. I mean, I would gladly have. Oh, it's got actual handles. Look at this. Yes.
Lovingly put together.
And it will stand up for now.
Yes, for now. I'm a little cautious putting it up like that. I'm going to put it back down so we don't break them. They are just acrylic, so they are quite brittle and fragile. And knowing our luck, we will be doing some damage to them. So currently in the arena, looks like heading to the red zone is Head for the Exit, I believe.
Yeah, Head for the Exit is currently next to the red corner. Who's this in blue? That looks like... who is that in blue? They're not on our list. This is unacceptable. We can't work in these conditions. I think that's Digestive, because Blast Furnace has that yellow axe on the top, very identifiable.
So Head for the Exit,
Right,
already starting
decide,
a bit of a battle.
Yeah, decide which corners you're going. Come on, come on.
So
Right,
Head
so
for the
over in the
Exit.
red corner, we have Head for the Exit with its overhead saw. In the blue corner, we have Blast Furnace with its axe. And the spinner over by the pit release button, that's Digestive.
So we are ready when the Roboteers, when the referee, and most importantly, when David is ready.
Yeah, we've got no say in any of this. We're just you know, freewheeling it.
3.
Bit of a threatening spin up from Head for the Exit there before everything begins.
And a very slow start to the battle.
Tentative as Digestive spins up, comes away into the near corner.
And Head for the Exit, taking him to the exit.
Absolutely. Oh! You say that, I think it was Head for the Exit just hit the ceiling, courtesy of Digestive spinner. Something has come off. Blast Furnace.
So Head for the Exit is stuck, and the countdown, I think, has started for both of them.
Digestive may have taken this in double quick time here. I don't think Head for the Exit can reverse.
Is Digestive going to let them free?
I don't know. Nope, that's counted out. That's game over.
That was such an explosive end to the fight.
That was, we almost didn't have time to catch our breath. The sort of initially head for the exit, getting Blast Furnace pinned in the corner, just leaving its back end exposed to that spinner on Digestive, which looks a pretty fearsome weapon.
And that is the risk of your robot design. If you have those forks that run along the arena floor, that arena wall is absolutely ready to catch you and make you stuck, really. And that's exactly what happened. We have a replay in front of us, so let's watch this. Everyone darting around with no real direction, but then head for the exit gets in charge, and up into the air it goes.
You see, like, yeah, head for the exit doing the, you know, the good strategic play to make best use of its weapon, getting Blast Furnace pinned in the
Look at
corner,
him
bringing the sword out.
twitching.
And it's heartbreaking. But I did hug Greg when I came in, so head for the exit is immediately cursed.
Immediately cursed. And Digestive there thought about releasing head for the exit. They wanted more of a fight out of this, but it was already at 2 seconds at that point. There was no time left for them to make them a part of this fight.
So we have one spinner in the round of 32 even. We have a flipper in the round of 32. So much for the centralized meta.
And I'm not sure we'd call that an upset because, you know, that was very much
I'm
a
calling
fight
it an
of equal
upset.
battles.
Digestive's not even on our list of robots.
I can verify, yeah, that is very true.
So you know, Digestive's going to take the whole thing now at this point, making a mockery of the whole lineup.
And going by the chat, engaging once again with the chat. Live by the forks, die by the forks. Let's head over to Craig to talk to Digestive.
So talking of the person who managed to, you know, make the most of that statement, live by the forks, die by the forks. Rob, you weren't competing until about 20 minutes ago.
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. A bit of a surprise, but that's why you have reserves, I guess.
Digestive's been an interesting robot over the last year or two. It hasn't necessarily lived up to your expectations. Was that a little bit better?
Just a bit. Just a tad. Yeah, no, it's been an absolute nightmare. But that's because I made the wedge 2 ground scraping, and that's on me. So it's quite nice to see it, you know, actually hit something at speed.
It was wonderful. It was just a bit of a shame that it had to be such a beautiful robot in the shape of head for the exit.
Feel like a monster.
You are a monster. Now leave. We'll see you in the next round, Rob. Bye. Let's bring someone else in. Blast Furnace. Back again. I love this robot. It just keeps coming back again and again.
Yeah, it doesn't die, does it? Like, well, it did that time because that fell out, I think.
Oh, well, that. So it doesn't die until it does die.
Yeah, stays in one piece at least because he built it reasonably well. So,
Well, happy days. At least it's going to be a quick repair time for the redemption fights.
yeah, we hope so. Just put the forks back on the lift a bit, but I think that was all that.
Fantastic. Well, we will see you guys very shortly. Blast Furnace, everyone. And finally, can we get a certain Mr. Greg Catalina over here? We need to get a close-up on this thing because what a beautiful machine. Look, you can even see it there.
Oh, look at that.
It's such a beautiful machine, Greg.
Not like I've taken thousands of pictures of it already, but it's always good to see it again.
I'm looking forward to the inevitable event report video already.
Yeah, no, exactly. As is tradition.
So was it just a case of the forks getting stuck under the wall?
I think so, but it already started. And one of the magnets is too low, I think. It wasn't driving the way it should be. So, you know, those are things. Whenever it gets to the champs, it always tends to misbehave. My robot is fine, going to be one event, and then it gets to the champs, and it can't be bothered.
Well, better luck in the redemptions. I hope to see it cutting through some stuff. I'm going to pass back to Gavin Bob.
Thank you, Craig. Beautifully timed, and we are ready to hit the button.
Robot is.
In the red corner, we've got Babrog, all the way from Ireland. In the blue corner, we've got New York Slice, all the way from not New York. And over by the pit is the spinner of Bonkers with its lovely orange decor on the front. The two spinners seem to be interlocked initially in the far corner.
And now starts the bouncing phase of New York Slice. That spinner is out of control.
Babrog's been inverted by the spinner of Bonkers and now pushed up against the wall. This it's managed to free itself. What is New York Slice doing here?
So Babrog is stuck on the side there, and it's now a battle of the spinners. Once again, up into the air all over. Is it close to the outer zone?
New York Slice looks to be cooked here.
And like a piece of bread, Babrog landing right on his base again, up in the air, straight back down.
Yeah, you needed to butter the top of it. It's not worked when it's that way. It's done more damage to the arena than to anything else.
And up into the air, on his
Bonkers
side.
dominating this fight here so far. Got all the meaningful hits. New York Slice looks to be out of there. And Babrog also by the pit is beached up against the arena wall, doesn't look to be moving.
That is the worst thing for a flipper, when your flipper is no longer useful. And the end of the fight.
Bonkers takes it. Wow, that was quite fearsome actually.
Incredibly fearsome. I mean, New York Slice really flying all over the place, and that's what happens when your gyro of the spinner gets up on its side and out of control.
It's a fight, not a gymnastics competition.
And so close to the outer zone. We're watching the replay now, as you can start to see when the two spinners engage. New York Slice out of control. Look how close they were to going over that wall.
But they stayed in. Not that it really mattered in the end, because they kept bouncing all around the arena. And in the end, it's almost like Bonkers sat back and let New York Slice deal with itself.
And very annoying there, I think, for Babrog, was that it was not just once put up against the arena wall, but twice it got caught. Really frustrating. Look at that, right down on its base again. New York Slice doing what it does.
I think the first time Babrog ended up against the arena wall, it was actually freed by the bouncing New York Slice, took it away from the wall.
Absolutely. So that chaotic damage really saved it there. Just again, to remind Roboteers, please go over to Craig once you have finished your robots, and we should start to announce the next robots to come up onto the ready table. So Lancer Frog, Bloodshot, and Titan, you're due to come up next. Paradenium, Spin versus Mother Loader, and Bop, you need to be up on the ready tables. Mr. Pointy Nitro Fueled versus Bad Daddy, and Delta 5, please make your way up. Delta V, I apologize for assuming that was a Roman numeral. I am very sorry.
No, it's a physics reference, not a ancient Rome reference.
I see, Delta V. Anyway,
you see.
Gizmo, Stronghold, and Impulse, please make your way up. And then Gold Dust, Percussive, Maintenance, XL, and Ray, you are round 11. Please make your way up to the ready tables. Over to Craig with Babrog.
Thanks, Gav. Got a Babrog here, Owen. It's a beautiful robot. What happened?
I think a lot of it was just the matchup. I have a config for horizontals and I have a config for vertical spinners. I couldn't really choose between the two of them. I went for the horizontal, which worked great against New York Slice, but it meant I couldn't really get underneath Bonkers, and it also meant that self-riding is a lot harder for me in this config. It was still a good fight. Everything still works, but it's just, it's getting stuck. You never want to go out like that. But sure, it's only the first fight. There's redemption still to come.
Yeah, with a 1v1 still to come, at least it'll make your choice for config a little bit easier for the next one, right?
Yeah, hopefully. That's the plan anyway. Unless there's a cluster, I don't know.
I don't think we've got any clusters today, so you should be safe. Actually, maybe one. Either way, beautiful robot Babrog. We will see you in the redemptions. Thank you, Aaron. Rob. I'm pretty sure New York Slice travelled further in that fight than all of the other robots have combined today so far.
Right, that looks like Antithesis.
Yeah, it's the first time it's ever done that. I can't exactly say that stability has been paramount so far this competition, but I'll just see what I can do about that.
Why did it become sad?
The link came out. It's taken some hits from Bonkers on the top there, so there's a massive gash there, which actually is really impressive. That's billet HDPE, especially the positioning of it. But yeah, the link is gone. It's in the arena somewhere. I'll have to make a new one.
So let's have a little look at that. If you look on there, there is a gash down by the wheel there, over there, where Bonkers is.
I'm not sure.
Sorry. So we're not sure if that's when the link came out, but something definitely happened there. Got your wedge config, didn't really come into use.
No, forks aren't really very useful when you're kind of, halfway off the ground.
Well, I look forward to seeing the chaos of New York Slice in the redemptions, Rob. We'll see you very soon.
All right, thank you very much, Craig.
Back to the boys. Bad Daddy and Delta V, if you could get to the ready table, that'd be great. Thank you.
So, into the arena, and already it takes your eye, doesn't it? Reptile Dysfunction. Look, it's such a unique robot.
Win the blue corner. I'm loving the sort of the 3 stages sort of articulated. It's almost like a caterpillar type thing. Over in the red corner is Antithesis with its yellow front and the crusher grabber weapon. And Tanam over by the pit button with a mini-bot, our first mini-bot of the competition. Reptile Dysfunction spinning up, going for the mini-bot, but missing initially. I think the mini-bot might be too low to get the spinner to contact it.
And you can really see that the maneuverability of Reptile is actually quite challenging, and Tamanome right on the side of it, not letting it get to where the damage end is of Reptile.
Yeah, Reptile Dysfunction kind of pinned in between Tanam and the mini-bot. Yeah, I wouldn't want to learn how to drive a robot like Reptile Dysfunction.
And I can hear a countdown has started, so I'm not quite sure.
That's a count up, so when a robot is grabbing another robot, they can do so for 10 seconds, and the referees will count up. So we will just be hearing numbers from our position.
Antithesis here is really struggling up on their end. I think they're out of this fight. Tamanome and Reptile just doing a little bit of damage to it. And look at Reptile just slivering its way around the arena. Is it stuck on something? Maybe the mini-ball.
Pinned in the corner. It's trapped in some way. Antithesis hasn't really worked so far. That's disappointing. Tanam rescuing the mini-bot with its own flipper. That's cute. I like the little cat eyes on the front of Tanam. And the tail. It's a delightful robot up against the bright green of Reptile Dysfunction.
So Antithesis is out of this fight. It's now just a battle between Reptile Dysfunction and Tamanome. The pit button has been hit. So we're finally, for the first time today, going to see the pit enabled.
There we go. The question is, does Tanam have the pushing power to get Reptile Dysfunction into the pit?
And they're making their way to the left, to the right, slowly pushing on the side, but Reptile Dysfunction, such a heavy robot and great purchase on the arena floor.
Yeah, it does seem to be having difficulty moving though. I'm not convinced it's not being counted out here.
And it's so cute watching Tamanome and the mini-bot work together to try and shunt it over to the arena wall. It's just not making its way there, but a countdown has begun. Are we seeing an immobilized robot?
It doesn't look very mobile to me.
1.
Tanam is going to take that fight. Brilliant coordination between the main robot and the mini-bot. Yeah, a disappointing performance from Antithesis. I don't think it seemed to get a bit of stage fright, I think.
I was going to say that from the very beginning, it looked stuck on the arena floor, and we'll have a look at the replay in a minute, but it wasn't really mobilized. It wasn't powering around the arena like we see so many other robots do. And Reptile Dysfunction, for me, a little bit of a sleeper. You know, it was definitely a powerful weapon, but it wasn't able to get it to engage with its competitors.
It was just outmaneuvered by Tanam in the end. There we see the action in the corner. Yeah, see that it almost has like that kind of the way Reptile Dysfunction curves around. It's quite ominous. You know, a bit like when you see a crocodile on David Attenborough.
Definitely gives me that snake vibe slithering around the arena. But Tamanome and the mini-bot working together greatly. Bob, just quickly, do you know, is that separate roboteers working together on the same entry?
Yes, I think it is. I think you've got be both driving the same. Well, they can't. Well, I don't know. Can you drive 2 robots with 1 transmitter?
David's giving us the nod, so it's possible.
The face that Dave, the arena marshal, has just given me suggests it's not a good idea. I mean, that's a level of dexterity required to do that I certainly don't possess.
No, I was going to say, but watching Tamanome and the mini-bot work together, you can really see the mini-bot there was constantly going up to the spinner, willing to take that damage to protect Tamanome, the actual entry.
Tamanome got the strategy absolutely spot on for that fight. That is how you deal with a robot that's shaped like Reptile Dysfunction. It's how you deal with a robot that's got a weapon like Reptile Dysfunction. That's just no perfect driving, really.
So that's enough from us. Over to Craig. Let's expect some damage.
There definitely is some damage as well. On the bottom of Reptile Dysfunction here, it seems to be not functioning so much at the moment, Ellie.
No, not much of, not very functional. I mean, the weapon span, it did things, and then it stopped. Yeah, the tire sort of peeled off because I can't be bothered to cast wheels, and I just bought some foam and stuck it to some TPU. And turns out that is not a good idea. But yeah, other than that, the belt fell off, and that's it, pretty much.
Still one of the most beautiful robots here. It's essentially two different robots, right? You've got the kind of back drive pod, the front spinner pod, and then the whole steering is done with a cable?
Yeah, it's two cables that run down the side, and the whole robot twists to turn. It's just a servo that turns it at the back, and it is really slow, and I really need to upgrade it. But it is one of the weirdest things I've ever driven. And it actually gyroed in that fight, which made it even harder to drive. But yeah, it's such a fun robot.
Yeah, it's by far one of the weirdest Beetleweights, probably in the world at this point. And I love it so much. Thank you for building it, and thank you for bringing it. It's Reptile Dysfunction, everyone.
Thank you very much for allowing me to come and fight with this thing.
How are we doing? Who should we bring in? Jed, very quickly. Tell me why it was sad.
The motor has eaten one of the wires, so it's just jammed up, so I've lost one side of drive. And then Ellie gave me a nice little hit on the back, which has bent the self-righter, jammed it on the chassis, so it can't self-right past about 2/3, which is not enough to get it back over. So I could sort of crawl my way across the floor into the corner, at which point can't do anything from there.
The corner was the end.
Stand by.
We're going to move over to our next fight. We'll see you soon, Tamamo.
Sorry to say, Craig, the fight's about to start, so we're actually going to have to jump out.
Yeah, the blue corner is Lancer Frog going up against Bloodshot is the robot with the big wheels on the side. Titan is the egg beater spinner, which doesn't appear
Titan
to be moving.
instantly looks immobilized. They spun up, but then they absolutely just died.
There's that terrifying spinner underneath the base of Bloodshot, doing a lot of damage to the top of Lancer Frog, but Lancer Frog, famously one of the most durable robots on the scene at the moment. It takes a lot to take that robot down.
But it does look slightly damaged here, and well, everyone's very close to the Uta zone, so I'm wondering why they're staying over there. I think that works in Lancer Frog's favour.
I think, yeah, the pit's been released now. Can Lancer Frog get Bloodshot into it? Bloodshot's weapon is still spinning and thus is a threat, but those wheels don't look to have as much control.
So watch out as we get close to the pit.
Here we come into the pit, and into it goes Bloodshot. So Lancer Frog takes the win, raises his visor in celebration. Another spinner out. Well, not out, but into the redemption fight.
Is that the first robot into the pit today?
I believe so. It's our second time we've seen the pit open. And duly, Lancer Frog gave the crowd their wish and stuck Bloodshot in it. But that weapon on Bloodshot, it looks pretty fearsome.
It's fearsome, but it's such a challenging thing because it makes the robot really, really difficult to move. That, again, it's a gyro at the end of the day, and that's a heavy gyro on that robot. And that just really limits your maneuverability. And as soon as you get up into the air, you're bouncing all over the arena.
Yeah, and I think we'll see how they get on in the next one, because it's unlikely that Bloodshot will have taken too much damage, I think, unless it's done damage to itself.
But I'm especially interested, what happened to Titan there? Because from the beginning, it powered up and then powered down.
Yeah, sometimes robots do get stage fright. I think that's what we call it, isn't it? Where just something doesn't quite work, or the transmitter just doesn't connect, and it's a real shame when it does happen. Because you work so long on these robots to get them fighting fit, and then just all of a sudden everything can go wrong, and it is one of the worst feelings. I imagine. I've not built a robot myself.
Neither have I, but they're not just out yet. They still have a redemption chance to get back into the tournament.
Yeah, definitely, and that will be against one opponent, so maybe a little easier to control. Maybe you know exactly where to direct your energies, rather than having to deal with a frog racing around everywhere and Bloodshot bouncing around.
Everyone adores Lancer Frog. So Craig has grown and has now turned into Joe, a slightly taller interviewee, and we are going to hand over to Joe now to see some damage.
Oh, hello there, Felix. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you.
That fight, what would you say a good summary of it was for those who might have not seen that fight?
It was a pretty good fight. There was plenty going on. There was lots of noise. That was quite good.
Yeah, it's looking pretty potent. You dished out some damage, but what would you say was your downfall?
The drive wasn't particularly good. I think there was too much slack, so tighten stuff up.
Excellent.
Was spinning it too fast. It was really hard to drive.
So tying up the drive and you're good for another fight? Going to go mess up some other robots?
Hopefully.
Excellent. Good luck, Felix. Beautiful stuff. What a beautiful robot. David, do you want to come in with your robot? He's coming. So I didn't catch all of that, but I definitely saw your robot looking a little bit limp on the side there. What happened?
I actually have no idea. It powered up just fine and went over to the square, and then it was just dead. The LED died. I'm not sure if it's a fuse or something's died inside, but as soon as I hit the switch for the spinner to start, it just stopped.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sure you can fix it for the next round. Good luck with your repairs. We'll see you in the redemptions. Go smash up some stuff. Finally, while we're loading in the robots for the next fight, let's get in our victor, Sir Lance Frog Nick. Excellent first go. I believe this robot is from over 5 years ago. Is that correct?
Yeah, 5 years old. It did the first BBB Beetle event way back in 2018, a lifetime ago at this point. Yeah, very happy with how it performed here, though.
I think that's a good showing that you can, an old dog can still do new tricks, can take on the big spinners of now. I'm very excited to see where you go today. Keep up the good work, Nick.
Thank you very much. I'll go as far as I can go.
Excellent. Big round of applause for Nick and Sir Lance Frog. Excellent win there. You don't always need a scary spinner to win. Sometimes you just need a little frog. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to do your work for you and announce some more robots. So Gold Dust, Percussive Maintenance XL, and Ray. And then Battle 12, Stratus versus Sniper versus Autonomous Mouse. Please make your way to the ready tables.
I'm glad Gav's handling the admin because I'm not about that.
Well, please introduce the robots in the arena,
In
Bob.
the red corner, we've got Bop. With its delightful pink underglow. Over by the pit button, we have Mother Loader. Excellent sequel naming there. And in the blue corner, we have Paradigm Spin, which looks like it's going to be quite a fearsome body spinner. You don't tend to see those at this weight class, so I'm interested to see how it performs. Up against 2 axes.
2, 1. They're here.
Bop straight in there on Paradigm Spin, which seems to have just hit the wall and gone careening around the arena. Goodness, that thing's powerful. But how easy is it to control?
I was going to say, I don't think we've seen a robot so out of control so instantly before in this fight. Mother Loader having issues there with one of its tracks. One of their tracks have come out.
I think it's maybe got hit by Paradigm Spin while it was heading around the arena. There's bits of something. There's it looks like a bolt or something. Bob trying to get Paradigm Spin out of the arena.
I was going to say, the beautiful underglow of Bob and brilliant driving control there. Getting closer and closer to the Uta zone, but not quite. Bob now giving Mother Loader a bit of challenge.
Paradigm Spin seems to be in this kind of unfortunate limbo. Well, it's out of it now, where it was spinning on its top and could not get back onto its thing. The glow has gone from Bob. That might be the end of it. So we may be down to just Mother Loader and Paradigm Spin.
So both of these robots with mobility issues. Mother Loader with a track that's come loose, and, well, Paradigm Spin.
Whenever it hits anything, just loses all control.
It's just a general, absolutely chaotic force. More like a tornado in that arena.
Yeah, this could be one of these where one hit could decide it. Something else has come off of Mother Loader. I think it was from the track that was already damaged.
And you can see Paradigm Spin letting the weapon spin up before going in for a damaging hit. But that shield of Mother Loader is really protecting it.
Yeah, the wedge really successful at preventing that damage initially, but while Mother Loader is difficult to move, keeping that wedge pointing at Paradigm Spin will get increasingly difficult.
And I'm loving this. Mother Loader not giving up, getting the axe down, giving Paradigm Spin a little bit of a tap, a little bit of a hit.
Because if this fight does go to the full 2 minutes, then Mother Loader's going to want to be showing the control, the aggression that the judges are looking for, and the use of that weapon.
And we've got 10 seconds left in this fight. The judges might come into it. Paradigm Shift looking for a little bit more of a hit there as Mother Loader's desperately spinning.
And that's it. Our first fight to go the distance. That was very absorbing entertainment.
Absolutely. So right now I'm going to go to the live chat. I want to see in there who you think is the winner, Mother Loader or Paradigm Spin.
We are sat next to the judges, but they can't see the chat. They will not be influenced by what you say.
Absolutely not. So just having a little quick read of the tap now. Yeah, Bop absolutely looking gorgeous, but the link getting pulled out, I think that's what happened and that's what immobilized.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I guess that's the advantage of having a robot that glows from underneath. It makes our job as commentators much easier to tell when it's dead.
Also, the Roboteers as well. As soon as the lights went off, Craig put the controller on top of the arena, as you should do.
But look at its little grumpy face. It's not happy about losing. You've got to drive better next time, Craig. Got to make your robot happy.
And we're watching the replay now, and you're just watching Paradigm spin. Look at the control. They do have some element of control, but it's just not targeted.
Yeah, I think it's difficult when you're going up against a wedge-fronted robot with the horizontal spinner. That's going to cause you to go bouncing around the arena and I don't think Paradigm Spin's problem wasn't so much with the control, it was with regaining control after it had lost it.
So this is the first fight to go to the judges, the referees. Bob, do you have an insight as to what they're looking for?
So they are being judged on 3 categories. On control, which is how well the robot is driven. Do you, retain control of the robot, or control of your opponent, maybe? They are looking for aggression, so that is actually going in to attack your opponent. And weapon use is replaced damage. So damage used to be a category, but we kind of realized that the only weapons that really do sort of significant damage are spinners, and we don't want to make this just, only favor spinners. So it's use of that weapon. So when Motherloader was still bringing the axe down, if they were able to connect with Paradigm Spin, then they will still be counted good by the judges.
And I guess damage is a really difficult thing to get a gauge on, because you can do damage to yourself. As we've seen there, Paradigm Spin bouncing around the arena, very easy for it to damage itself.
But
I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but I'm here. I'm here with Craig from BOP. Hi, Craig from BBB. What happened in that fight, Craig from BOP? The battery disconnected itself. The one connector in the robot that wasn't cable tied. Ah! At least it's still working, everyone. Let's bring in Motherloader. Come, bring it around.
It's like watching Morecambe and Wise.
Now, weirdly, I don't really know what happened to your robot because I was a little bit focused elsewhere. Tell me what happened, Harry.
Bits keep falling off it.
So that was, this bolt was your track.
And then that's what drives the track. And that fell off. But it kept going.
It kept going and it took it to the distance. It took it the distance. We'll see what the judges have to say shortly. Let's bring Mark in as well. Mark with Paradigm Spin, one of our most unique robots in this tournament. The only, well, one of 2 shell spinners today. Very, very rare that we've got shell spinners.
Yeah, it's great to see Wazoo here again. I'm looking forward to getting a good look inside there. But yeah, performed all right.
It did exactly what, personally, I was expecting it to do, which was wonderful. We got a good couple of seconds of pinball in there.
Yeah, so last event, my objective was to pinball, and I achieved that, and I've done that again, so I'm happy with that. This event, the objective was don't kill myself while pinballing, and do some damage.
And success, there is damage done, so...
Absolute result. I'm so pleased. Yeah.
We'll see what the judges have to say about it. We'll take it over.
We do have a judge's decision. Can we get a drum roll in the room?
Robot
this is our first one.
Stand by.
Oh no, they're just going to start the next fight. Dave,
3,
2, oh no, we'll get the judge's decision after this fight because they're just starting it without us finding out the result of the last one.
You're a cruel man, Bob, leaving the suspense. But yes, we have a fight going on.
It's not me, it's Dave. I've not even had a chance to look who we've got fighting here.
No, actually, I was just doing the same thing.
We've got the Egg Beater robot is currently being pinned in the corner by that purple mini-bot. There doesn't seem to be a lot else happening elsewhere in the arena. The mini-bots here, I think we do... Is this a cluster bot deal we have going on here? Save me here, Gav. Tell me who these robots are.
I quite like watching you struggle, but I say that.
So do a lot of people.
So are the robots here in the arena are struggling as well. The mini-boss, the cluster bot, as you said, currently stuck over against the arena wall in the blue zone. Not much happening there. And the pit has been enabled, so we do have that as an option.
We've got the Egg Beater spinner hasn't really been seen it deployed yet. I believe that's Titan. No, it's Talon. That's the one. I think it's Jackhammer in yellow. And then
So Speedy is the drum, and we got a count up or a countdown happening in the pin. Is that a pin in the corner?
Yeah, I think that is pin. I don't think anyone looks immobilized yet. They have 10 seconds. So if you're pinning the robot into the wall with your robot, that's 10 seconds. If it's with your weapon, so if you've got like a grabber, you're allowed to do it for 20 seconds.
And now everyone looks to be challenging up. I think that's everyone's stuck in the middle. So Speedy there being pinned in by a clusterbot behind it.
The clusterbots are absolutely dominating this fight. No one seems to know how to deal with them. The coordination between the two of them is really impressive.
And they're so close to the pit button, but no one quite hitting it yet.
They're running out of time if they want to. They've only got 12 seconds left.
And as Robert said in the chat, teamwork is making the dream work, but this is going to go to the judges as well.
Well, hopefully they'll let us get a decision from them before we start the next fight. Right, can we have a round of applause for that fight there? The judges have got a lot of deliberating to do there because all three robots still standing by the end. But while they do that, let's announce the result of the previous fight.
So, can we recommence the drum roll from where we left off?
Sorry, audience. The winner by unanimous decision was Paradigm Spin. The judges did want to say they did give a lot of credit to Motherloader for the way they hung around in that fight, still refusing to give up, constantly giving it a go despite all the damage that they took, and remaining in control. But ultimately, it was the power of Paradigm Spin's weapon took it in the end. Is that a fair assessment, you say? Yeah, there we go. Judge Simon said he doesn't want to say anything on the mic today, so I'm just getting vibes from him. And now they've got a decision to make. Working out who's gonna win that. So let us know in the chat who's taken that.
But whilst you do that, a bit more administrative work.
Please.
So, Mr. Pointy Nitro Fueled versus Bad Daddy versus Delta V, not 5. You should be ready up on the tables behind us. Gizmo, Stronghold, Impulse, you should all be up and ready. Gold Dust, Percussive Maintenance XL, and Ray. Again, you should all be up and ready onto the tables. And then we're going to see Stratus versus Sniper versus Autonomouse. That's battle number 12. And number 13, Home Improvement versus Brug Deluxe and Luchador. You need to be making your way up onto the tables. I don't quite see anyone with Craig. So, Bob, what did you think of that fight? 2 fights back-to-back going to the judges.
Yeah, that one was a much more attritional affair. That was, not one for the purists, you might say. But the clusterbot very, very much proving difficult to deal with for the other two robots. I think Craig's got somebody now.
I didn't see the fight, so this is going to be fun. Okay. I'm here with Lou from Speeny. Lou, I did not see that fight. Please explain the fight to me.
A lot of Speeny getting pinned by basically everything, and the wheels just not wanting to grip the floor. Also, some trouble with the spinner. Something maybe to do with the ESC just not wanting to kind of cooperate properly. I could get it spun up, but again, with the wheel problems, couldn't get it to actually punch into anything. So.
Maybe worth getting it in the test box for a couple of checks before the next fight then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's give it up for Speeny, everyone. Beautiful beat bar robot. Who else was in that fight? Someone, come. Did it go to the judges? Yeah, I think. Who was it between? I don't know. Was it everyone? Did everyone stay in? So this is Talon, a small version of your featherweight. Tell me all about it.
Well, I built the Beetle first, actually, compared to the Feather. And, yeah, it's like we don't see many crushers anymore, so why not build a crusher? And, obviously, the help of Morgan, amazing mini-bot.
So Morgan holding them in place while you get in line for a good crush, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. Good team. Good team.
As always, an excellent team, Morgan and Simon. A well-established team within Beetleweight. So, hopefully, do you reckon you got it?
I think we won. Do you think? Yeah, I think we won.
We'll see what the judges have to say shortly. Lastly, thanks guys, we've got Jackhammer, the robot from Cardiff Uni.
Right, we have a judge's decision.
And there is a judge's decision.
Oh, well, Craig's going to get it live here. Live reaction. So it is a split decision from the judges, but they have gone for the winner of that last fight was Talon.
Talon
So there we
takes
go.
the win.
In bite-sized form.
How do you feel about that Jackhammer team?
Well, we're just happy that we've got something working, to be honest. it wasn't working till about 3 a.m. yesterday.
Robot
So the fact that we're
stand
even,
by.
able to spin it all up and hit people with it is
3.
Well, well
And
done,
the
guys.
fight-
We'll see you soon.
1. Begin.
All right, so in the red corner, there is Mr. Pointy with the giant googly eyes. Nobody seems to be really doing anything here. The spinners are spinning up. We got Bad Daddy, and Delta V is the one with the green wheels.
And Delta V taking the brunt of the damage there. They were sizing each other up, waiting to see what level of impact they were going to have. And now back over to do the job.
But Delta V has ended up the right way up. Bad Daddy is upside down. Mr. Pointy is, this seems a little bit knife to a gunfight here, but he's hanging on in there as the spinners deal with one another. Could this be complacency from the spinners? Maybe they don't see Mr. Pointy as a threat.
And Delta V there had its back up against the Outer Zone. That's always a scary place to be as a roboteer. Mr. Pointy still moving around.
Yeah, and flailing about. Delta V has Bad Daddy pinned in the corner. That spinner is doing some frightening damage here, but there is still the spinner working on Bad Daddy. While that spinner is up, it's still dangerous.
But you can see Delta V now only on one fork and Bad Daddy upside down, so lovely sparks flying off there.
Spinner on spinner contact. Mr. Pointy is kind of, it's hanging on in there. It looks a bit like a fish out of water, but it's still alive. That's the crucial part.
I mean, the thing with these spinners, it is just one damage, but now it's Bad Daddy with his back against the wall, and the pit button
pit's
has
dropping
been hit.
down. So Mr. Pointy's going to have to be careful where he's flailing. Bad Daddy still inverted. I think Delta V is like backing away because I think they might have this.
And we can see the controllers
Mr.
now
Pointy
up.
has now been counted out by the refs. The flailing was not enough proof of movement.
And there you can hear the arena floor getting slightly grinded by the weapons. As a countdown began, that is the end
Bad
of the
Daddy is
fight.
out of there. Delta V takes the win. It could have gone either way, that one. I think the crucial moment was Bad Daddy getting inverted. The spinner unable to really be as effective when it's upside down.
And again, the maneuverability was really hampered also. So once you are upside down, your wheels are not really where you want it to be. Your ground base is different. Your center of gravity is higher than you want. And yeah, it was a bit of back and forth. We saw at the start, both of the spinners sizing each other up, Bad Daddy and Delta V not really wanting to engage with each other, but inevitably the bulls do clash horns. And from there, look at that, Delta V almost getting Bad Daddy into the Outer Zone. Such a challenging fight for Mr. What was his last name?
Mr. Pointy.
Such a challenging fight for Mr. Pointy.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that Delta V took an enormous hit off of Bad Daddy's spinner at the start of that fight, but kept going, kept fighting, despite losing one of its defensive forks. So that was a really strong performance from me.
And this is where Delta V again shoving Bad Daddy into the corner, slowly getting that weapon more and more engaged.
Photographer Stuart keeps, if you're looking at the stream and see me sort of like making like excited expressions, it's because Stuart's showing me photos, and there's some particularly good ones there of the sparks flying in that fight. Where will we be able to see these photos? Stuart's gone away, he won't tell us.
Well, we'll find
secret photos.
We'll find that out, but now we're going to encourage the Roboteers to go over to Craig. We want to show the damage on the live stream.
Yes, please.
So
I need to make some
your
notes.
way over to Craig.
Show me your things. Please come over and show me your things. I will sing at you until you come over.
Did Craig just say what I thought he said?
Hi, Tom. How you doing?
Good, really good.
Been a while since you've done a Beetleweight.
Yes. 4 years? 5 years? Something like that?
4 years, and Dave, is this your first Beetleweight?
Yeah, I think so.
So, when I saw this draw come up, I was really excited because, you guys have been around a little bit with certain other robots. And then you're put up against the best of the new school in Delta V, the winner of our last tournament. And you were delivering some hits at the start of that, and then...
I think we had it at the beginning. We let up to go and fight the lifter, and I think that was the mistake. I think we should have just kept on him, because I think we would have had him otherwise. We couldn't drive upside down. So, yeah.
But going to be all sorted for next time?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're good.
Got some spares. Awesome. We will see Bad Daddy in the redemption fights. We'll see you very soon, guys. Mr. Pointy, my beloved, he's back again. And he seems to be less pointy. Can I just point that out? He seems to be less pointy.
Yeah, we needed the streamlinedness, get the aerodynamics right for this one.
You guys were well in that fight to start it off.
Yeah, to start off with, but it turns out robots aren't very good upside down.
There's usually a way for them to get back over.
Yeah, but if we did that, the server would pull itself off of itself or something. But the good news is we're not very damaged, so that's good.
So Mr. Pointy would have pulled himself off if you self-righted. Yeah. Excellent. Mr. Pointy, everyone. Delta V. How are you feeling about going into that fight?
I'm shaking.
It's not often I see someone shaking that much.
I mean, Dave Mould, obviously his legacy speaks for itself, and he's built the most beautiful looking Beetle I've ever seen. So, but it got the job done.
Delta V did indeed get the job done. Was there a bit at the start where you were a little bit worried?
It was terrible. I was like, it's over at that point. But yeah, I think having just one fork helped me to feed the fork into his wedge a bit better, and I wasn't losing the ground game to his hinged wedges on the side, so it might have helped me out.
Well, Delta V, do you reckon you can take it all the way? Like I say, winner of our last tournament, Subterranean Showdown. What's the chances?
Stratus.
Stratus is the one reply. We will see Stratus very soon. Thank you for coming over. Delta V, everyone.
Thank you very much, Craig. Doing a fantastic job, I will say, actually. You're doing a challenging job there. So currently we have Gizmo, Stronghold, and Impulse. Let's see where they get. And I think that Stronghold getting stuck on the pit floor there. So Stronghold in the blue corner. Gizmo probably making their way over to the button.
Well, they better do.
And that puts Impulse in the red corner.
I'm loving the color scheme of this fight. Blues and oranges everywhere. Very delightful.
Nice and easy for us to pick out who it is. Nice and easy to pick out the damage in the carnage at the end.
Yes, definitely. We know who belongs to what. Or rather, what belongs to whom.
2, 1, begin.
All right, so that's a very quick spin up there from Gizmo. Oh, Impulse has got to be careful straying too close to that spinner.
And both robots there going straight into Gizmo, so I don't know if that was a targeted plan, but it looked coordinated from here.
I mean, if I was grab a robot in with a spinner, I'd go for it before it could spin up too. So maybe they just both have the same good idea.
So Gizmo here is back against the Utah zone. Always a dangerous place to be, but they are the spinner. And that sounds like the spinner has stopped whirling, so is it now out of action?
This could very, very quickly turn the fight on its head if Gizmo's spinner has stopped.
And we've got a stack up of 3 robots.
It's like Buckaroo over there. Oh no, the spinner seems to be coming back to life. Maybe it was a conscious decision to turn it off.
I was going to say, but
is the pit dropping?
Impulse and Stronghold taking it in turns.
Oh no! That is the worst timing. You did not want to be there at that point. Impulse down in the pit, so it's Stronghold versus the spinner of Gizmo. Gizmo's not out of the woods yet. Can Stronghold maneuver it into the pit? Does it have the driving power to push it?
They are pushing against each other head to head. Dave threw his hands up in the air.
Oh, that's such delicate. I think I can see a drivetrain of some description hanging off of Gizmo.
But
So
Gizmo,
does Stronghold have the maneuverability advantage here?
But I think Gizmo, they're trying to lure him to the side, and then they have that pivot. I think they're looking to swirl around, and then that will put Stronghold into the corner. But Stronghold's stuck.
Is it stuck at the arena wall? Is Gizmo going to take this in the most... Oh, it's away. There we go. Stronghold back in. Yeah, I think Gizmo has just enough forward drive that Stronghold can't quite push it into the pit if they're going head-to-head. They're trying to get around the side.
They need a targeted pivot because Stronghold definitely has the stronghold on this match. Gizmo needs to get...
Back, though. Stronghold dancing very close to the pit. But that counts, I think, for control points with the judges, I believe. If you drive well near the pit, in and around it.
And we can hear the spinner. It is still engaged, so they're trying to get underneath Stronghold to do some damage.
But that wedge on the front of Stronghold currently holding firm. This is a good driving performance, but if that spinner can get onto the side of the bank, it can't. There is no time. A very intriguing fight, very tense.
But can we just have a moment of silence and reflection? Impulse, such bad timing.
Yeah, commiserations for Impulse. That was the worst time to be on the pit is when it drops. And Impulse was driving very, very well as well.
And I don't know if you saw it, but David, the arena controller, threw his hands up into the air and was like, I'm so sorry, that wasn't my fault, I'm just doing my job.
Yeah, it is an automated system. Once that button gets pressed, I think it's a few seconds before the pit drops. And, that is... It's unfortunate, but it was a strong performance from Impulse up to that point. I think yes, we have photographs of the stack. But yeah, I think I'm looking forward to seeing Impulse in the Redemption round. I think it stands a very good chance if they drive that way again.
I mean, the control that they had, Impulse in Stronghold, taking it in turns to grapple Gizmo, but Gizmo somehow surviving.
It's
through all
whether
of
that drivetrain hanging off of the side of Gizmo is that, well, it's because we don't, damage isn't a judging category anymore, so that won't count for anything.
And we're reading the chat there. It was a close fight, but some people saying Stronghold, so I'm very intrigued how it's going to go with the judges.
Yeah, I think the chat has been mostly unanimous so far with the judges' decisions, but we'll see.
Well, you say that, but there's people saying I wouldn't like to judge that fight.
Yeah, that was a really, really good fight. A strong performance from all three robots, you have to say. Whoever doesn't get the decision will feel pretty confident going into the Redemption round.
So, Impulse, Stronghold, and Gizmo, can we encourage you to make your way over to Craig for some lovely interviews?
I want to watch Craig talk to himself again.
Well, let's...
Please, no.
He's been spared. Gizmo and Craig, over to you.
Ellis, that was a different Gizmo.
Yeah, that wasn't very good, was it? Yeah, obviously, well, first thing was that before the fight even started, it was a bit questionable. So I put the closed arena door, it didn't work. That's great. But yeah, the main issue was I couldn't get underneath for some reason, despite having very shiny, brand new forks. Obviously, the thing you can see is, we keep that in shot, actually. This drive belt's come off, and that was just basically high centering this side. So this is the driven wheel, so that's fine. But because this side was like off the ground, I just couldn't get enough traction to do anything. So it's a really frustrating fight. I would be very surprised if I win that.
I think it's going to be a close one, and I think it's going to be a lot closer than people were expecting going into that fight. Impulse, I've got to say, amazing. They brought it.
Yeah, no, fair enough, and incredibly unlucky also for driving into the pit. I was on the pit and I just managed to get traction, so it was pure luck. But yeah, no, not the start that I wanted. It's not necessarily a feeling I'm familiar with, being the one that everyone expects to do well, because then when it doesn't go well, then it's extra painful. But yeah, I'll go figure it out and hopefully do okay.
Hopefully you'll be able to cook up some fixes for the Redemptions. Gizmo, everyone. One of the most feared robots here.
We have the judge's decision.
And there's a decision.
Okay, so the judges would like, so the decision is unanimous, but the judges want us to know that each of them individually were actually quite split. This is a much closer decision than the unanimous verdict would be, but the winner is...
Drum roll, please.
Stronghold!
Josh!
The judges would really like me to emphasize how tight that was, though. That was a brilliant performance from all the robots, but yeah, the two that made it to the end, there was not a lot between them.
And to back that up, the chat has also been incredibly split, but Stronghold seems to be the preferred robot here. For everyone watching in St. Michael's Centre today, please do share the live stream. Let the people at home know that they can join in and watch this. And before the fight gets started, I just want to do a quick call out. Stratus versus Sniper versus Tanam, you're up next. Home Improvement, Brug Deluxe and Luchador, make your way to the tables. EVO2, Waju and batteries not included.
That's
Please
Wyo.
get ready. Wyu?
Wyo.
Thank you, Wyo. Oh, not Wario.
No, not Wario.
Okay.
That's going to be me later.
And then, help me out with this one.
Robot
Axosaurus Rex.
Zeitgeist and Wheelie Big Lad, make your way to the tables. To the arena.
To the arena where we've got Ray over by the pit button. We've got Gold Dust in the blue corner and another robot.
And a wonderful dodge by Gold Dust there as they got targeted in the blue corner but just avoided it.
That drum spinner on the front, how much damage is that going to be able to do?
Well, so far quite a bit. A robot up into the air.
That's Percussive Maintenance is the white robot that I described as another robot. Ray has been inverted here. Doesn't look like they can self-right, but they can run upside down.
But that drum of Gold Dust there, not really able to do much on the underside. It's such a flat surface.
Yeah, like Percussive Maintenance looks to be struggling, having been flipped over though.
But that metal shield of the flipper going up against the drum of Gold Dust, there's a lot of damage there. Sparks could be flying.
Yeah, there's a lot of dust and various flotsam around the arena. I think Gold Dust might think they have this here. Ray manages to pull away though. It's a shame Ray's been inverted because it's got a lovely fox design on the top.
It's very pretty, but Gold Dust has to be careful that they don't bring back robots into this fight, as they're slowly doing now, getting on the underside, wearing away at the wheels.
Yeah, because I believe if you're being counted down and another robot comes in to attack you, then the countdown has to restart. You're considered part of the fight.
And we're slowly getting closer to the pit.
Gold Dust is looking to push Ray into it. Can Ray get out of there? The maneuverability does seem to be quite compromised by being inverted.
And there's that metal-on-metal contact that we were talking about flying across the arena. A lot of rubble on the floor, I'm seeing, Bob.
Yeah, that's going to make driving a nightmare. When you're already upside down and when the arena's covered in bits of robot. Gold Dust doesn't seem to be driving too smoothly, though. Maybe something's got trapped inside the wheels.
Well, they are struggling. You see that their drum spinner is up to speed, and that's really vibrating the robot. I think they're vibrating across the arena floor rather than driving.
Well, if it works, it works. And at the minute, as long as that spinner is going, they are a force to be reckoned with.
But Gold Dust getting into the internals there of the robot. That's going to do a lot of damage.
Percussive Maintenance has done really well to hang in there, considering it is just been upside down the entire time, unable to really affect the fight. I think it's fair to say the judges won't be going in its favor. But a great fight from everyone. Well done to all survive to the end. Particularly, yeah, 2 robots inverted, a dangerous weapon in there.
But a very, very difficult match to judge, I would say, from my side. I think the chat's probably going to lean one way. For me personally, maybe Gold Dust had it there purely as the majority of the aggressor in that fight.
Yeah, I think Ray, once it got inverted, was really struggling to affect the fight in any way. It's ditto Percussive Maintenance. I think Gold Dust was the one that remained in control the entire time.
Although a little bit wobbly across the arena floor. So we're
How much of that is down to the robot and down to the
rubble
mess? Yeah.
So we did see there that Gold Dust was grinding away at the rubber wheels, and that rubber just makes it so difficult to steer and control.
It's a bit like you get in Formula One, isn't it, where the rubber from the tyres sort of builds up.
I was going to say Formula One, but I wasn't sure how many people would get the reference. But
it's
yeah,
all right.
tyres,
Formula One's boring nowadays.
Well, there's a race on today. Anyway, calling up some more robots. Icebreaker, Sad Boy, and Propane. Please make your way up to the tables as we are getting ready for Battle 16. We're already getting up to 16.
16 battles.
So that was Battle 11.
Yeah, so we had our 16 three-ways to begin.
And now we're going over to what has been described as a Giga Chad, Gold Dust. Over to you, Craig.
A Giga Chad?
Obviously, yeah. Have you not seen that? The weapon on this. It's like Everton. Mostly useless.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Football.
Football. Now I know. Okay. For a robot that was in pieces in my living room at 11 o'clock last night, did all right there.
It did. Don't know what happened with the drive, though. It wasn't translating quite how I'd like it to. Normally it's a lot more fluid, but for whatever reason, just couldn't put the grip down. I might have to have a look and see what's happened, but it drove vaguely straight and the weapon worked, so stuff to go forward with, but happy with that.
Happy days. We will see you in the next round, Sam Elliott, 64. Who we got coming in? Percussive Maintenance XL. I love the way it was kind of waddling around on one wheel.
I didn't know it could do that.
It's a new party trick.
Yeah, the problem is that the weapon doesn't have enough power to self-right, so just trying not to get counted out.
Well, almost. Is it going to be repairable? I can see some damage to these beautiful Omni wheels. Have you got some spares?
Yeah, I've just got spare wheels. Just whack a new wheel and it'll be fine.
Fantastic. One of the most unique robots here, Percussive Maintenance XL. I look forward to seeing it in the Redemptions. Percussive Maintenance, everyone. And finally...
Craig, you can't just say see them in the Redemptions yet. They're not out yet.
Sorry, I didn't actually know it went to the judges.
It
I'll
did
be
go
honest.
to the judges.
Did it go to the judges?
We do have a judge's decision if you would like it.
I would love a judge's decision.
The judge's decision was unanimous in favor of Gold Dust. Of course it was Gold Dust.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Thomas. We'll see you in the
Giga
Redemptions.
Chad Gold Dust taking the judge's decision.
And finally, Ray. It's so delightful to see Ray back.
Can't get away from him. But there's been better fights.
There's been better fights. What kind of went wrong for you in there?
I got mulched. That's what went wrong. He's lost his ears. He's lost his paws. He's in a bad. He needs a vet.
He needs a vet.
Back in the Redemptions again. I won the Redemption last time, so fingers crossed that I can get it repaired for then.
There is hope for Ray, everyone. Let's hope for Ray. Ray.
I think Ray wins the outfit stakes as well. That is a really
wonderful
strong
outfit.
look. So loading up into the arena at the minute, we've got Stratus. You can't miss it with those mahoosive wheels. We also have Sniper with the bar spinner. That's the black robot that's just by the door. In the red corner already, we have Autonomouse, which I think that's my favorite name of the day. I think Autonomouse takes the name stakes.
It's always the punny ones that are a little bit different.
I love a good pun, and that is definitely a good one. I love bad puns as well. All right, I think we're about ready to go. In the blue corner is Stratus. In the red corner is Autonomouse. Over by the pit button is Sniper. I'm interested to see where this goes, because two robots that are quite low. Is Stratus going to be able to hit them?
3,
2, 1.
There we go, Stratus spinning up and careening over the arena. It's dangerous to go near that spinner, but Sniper's managed to get underneath it and have a bit of a go at those wheels. Something's caught on something. Is that a drive belt of some description? I don't know. Like, Stratus is just so floppy. I can't really tell what's robot and what's not important.
Because Stratus's wheels are so flimsy, they shred so easily, and that's what got tangled up there. But a big hit flying into the arena wall. They look immobilized.
Yeah, Autonomouse doesn't look like it's going to be doing much more. It's being counted down as Stratus and Sniper continue. Sniper's weapon is doing a number on Stratus's wheels, which that seems to be the play at this point. Although the wheels, yeah, it looks very pretty when they get smashed up, but is it actually going to compromise the maneuverability of Stratus?
Well, there's a rubber rim, what looks like a rubber rim around the outside of those wheels, so you start to get that away. It's just going to be a penny spinning on the metal. It's not going to be able to go anywhere. But look at the damage, the carnage in the arena.
This is definitely more effective weapon use from Sniper so far. Stratus, maybe it is just too high up to affect Sniper.
Well, I think Sniper is actually just fantastically targeting the wheels, so Stratus cannot get over. I mean, you can see that they are roughly the right size to fit underneath Stratus, but not with the way that Stratus is controlling the fight.
Is that a feature, do you reckon? Do people build robots specifically to be short enough to avoid Stratus's spinner? Has it developed that much of a reputation
I mean,
yet?
it is a smart thing to do, but look at the damage. Look at this. 30 seconds left of the fight. How much more can happen to Stratus's wheels?
But it's crucially, because those wheels are so big, the important bits of the robot that actually drive it, they're still perfectly right, fine and dandy.
And what I think might be happening here is as Stratus's wheels are getting slowly trimmed, Stratus is getting lower in height, and that's bringing them into attack.
Yeah.
Do damage on Sniper.
That is actually a very good point. The pit is going to, so there's a bit of Stratus in the pit, but not the bit that matters. And there we go. I think was that the end of the fight? That was the end of the fight.
Blink and you miss it. That was so much carnage.
That was, yeah, it was like watching cheese being grated.
And I'll just give Jevon a quick shout out. He's popped into our chat, so nice to see you join us here, Jevon. Sorry you're not here in person.
Hi, Jevon.
Hi, Jevon. So, is that going to the judges?
What? Wow, we did not get that. So not only does Autonomouse have the best name, it's also self-driving, we've just been informed, that's really cool.
How does that work? So a slightly...
Don't look at me, I definitely don't know.
Semi-autonomous was the word that we were used, but I have no idea what that actually means. We're watching the replay here, as you can see the countdown. We were completely oblivious that the end of the fight was coming.
I just couldn't get enough of it. It was so intriguing because, yeah, Sniper doing a lot of damage to Stratus's wheels, but that's not consequential damage. But remember, the category isn't damage anyway. The judges are looking for weapon use, like effective weapon use, and I'm not convinced Stratus got any consequential hits with its spinner.
I think that's the type of thing that you only really know once you look at the top of Sniper, because it was a very well-built robot. If there was any damage, it was really well held together and it didn't fly off, unlike Stratus's wheels. But let's see if any of our roboteers have gone over to Craig for an interview.
No, Craig's currently standing there like a lemon, so I think it's still us.
Standard affair.
The judges are currently inspecting Sniper.
Well, that's the reason why. So, Craig, unfortunately, you've been left alone because the judges want to look at the robots.
So, yeah, the judges unfortunately do get first priority to look at the damage, not you delightful people on the stream. Sorry.
Yep, sorry, you take second seat. But this is important because this decides who gets the automatic qualification through to the latter stages of the day.
Yeah, it's...
All right,
there
I'm
is a
going
lot
to
at
jump in,
stake here.
guys, because I'm here with one of the most interesting robots. Autonomous. John, tell me a little bit about this robot.
Well, it's autonomous, but it lasted like a good 20 seconds, I guess, until it ran into the spinner. And there's a certain amount of damage, as you can see. It's a good spinner.
Just a little bit of damage on there. Do you reckon it'll be repairable for the redemption fights?
Absolutely. Just minor stuff, really.
Heck yeah. I'm so excited to see this late.
Whole front knocked in, but hey.
Easy repair, easy repair. Autonomous, everyone. The only autonomous robot we have had at BBB ever, question mark? So amazing work. Thank you so much for bringing it.
Oh, you're welcome. It's fun. It's just great to be here.
It's good to see you, John. Let's bring in Sniper. Is there a Stratus somewhere as well? Let's get all of you in. These two robots are huge. Are they both going to fit on the table? Goodness me, this did go to the judges, didn't it?
It did.
How are you boys feeling about that?
Oh, it's a close one. It's a cracking fight. So when fighting a horizontal, generally I like to use a shorter blade, but I think it was just a little bit too short. I couldn't get those big hits that I was hoping for. So good fight, though.
Yeah, Sniper managed to evade most of those hits, sniping the wheels. How do you feel about that?
Well, it did its name, didn't it? But I think it would be good to see some weapon-on-weapon stuff. But I think it's going to be a really close decision. I'm still on tenterhooks as the response.
Have we got a decision?
We do have a decision. It's unanimous in favor of Sniper.
Sniper taking the victory. Stratus. Stratus on the back foot going into the redemptions, Tom.
Yeah, well, we'll see who's coming next. So, yeah, good times, good times.
Well, good luck, Tom. And Dylan, this thing is stunning. Like, how many tournaments has this done now? Is this its third tournament?
This is the third, yeah. We did. We've done a dojo with it, and then we brought it here.
And it's just taken out Stratus. So, congrats. Let's see what these two bots can do in the future. Two of the scariest robots here, Stratus and Sniper. Back to you guys.
I think as spectators of today, the fact that Stratus has to do an extra fight to continue, for me, is quite exciting.
Oh, I'm delighted, yeah. Don't get me wrong, that's all. In this next fight, who have we got?
It's a great question. So we have Home Improvement versus Brug Deluxe versus Luchador.
All right, so Luchador is the one with the overhead crusher that's just going over to, get acquainted in the blue corner with whoever that is in the blue corner. I will acquaint myself very shortly.
Robot ears, stand by.
That's Brug Deluxe in the blue corner with the purple front.
3.
Home Improvements with the red and white stripes on the front.
Begin.
This is an intriguing fight. A big spinner on the front of Home Improvements. That is a delightful lifter on the front of Brug Deluxe, but it's already lost a wheel. That's going to hamper it even later on.
But they still do have 3 wheels on their wagon, so not completely out of this fight. They have the opportunity to do some grappling and get in the fight, but look at Home Improvement jumping around the arena.
Being controlled very well by Luchador there, but all it takes is one hit, as we've seen with the spinners so far in the competition. And that's another big hit on I'll remember its name.
I think it's Luchador.
That was Luchador. Luchador was avoiding it. It was Brug Deluxe, I think, that took that hit then.
Well, I was going to say, so Brug Deluxe looks to be a little bit out of this fight.
It's lost both of its back wheels.
Very immobilized. And now Home Improvement and Luchador. Luchador trying to dart around and really avoid Home Improvement. That spinner is up to full speed now.
It's very quick across the floor as Luchador, but it seems to be stopped in his tracks briefly there. Has a hit from Home Improvement, had a telling impact.
And a little bit of sparks flying around. I like to see Brug, they're still in this.
Like it's Home Improvement's getting a hit on the back of Luchador and straight into the ceiling. Oh, this is getting messy, but Luchador is still kicking, as it's just like its namesake would, just never giving up.
I mean, Luchador looks to be a little bit stuck here on Brug Deluxe. I mean, now they're just hiding from each other, waiting
Home
in the corner.
Improvement seems to think it's done enough. Something's being counted out in the corner. The pit is available.
And Luchador slightly getting stuck on the pit there, so that actually lowering
Luchador
might
is
free
stuck
up.
on the pit, but is it going to get pushed in by Home Improvements? Brook Deluxe looks to be stuck on the edge of the pit as well.
This is
Home
dangerous.
Improvements
This
has
is
to
where,
be careful.
This is where an upset can happen. Look at Brook Deluxe and Luchador.
I think they're
both
being
fighting.
counted out because they are immobile.
7.
Admittedly, that is to avoid going on the pit. In the
And
pit
there's
even.
5 seconds left of the fight.
I think Home Improvements is going to take this. That was a count out for Luchador. Home Improvements did very well there.
So only just spared by the countdown there. The judges, 2 seconds was in it between the end of the fight and it going to you.
But I feel like Home Improvements did dominate that fight. You know, if we're being honest, a brilliant performance from Luchador to stick in there, and also, props to Brook Deluxe for hanging on in there after losing both of its back wheels. It was able to still drive around just about, and it was at the end when it got cornered by the pit. That was kind of the end of it, but it did manage to stick with it.
I would like to question what Brook Deluxe's wheels are made out of, because they flinged off instantly on contact with Home Improvement.
Is that as much to do with the wheel itself or how it's attached? Maybe.
It's an interesting question. I think the material may have an impact. From here, it looks almost like a corky wood material, but I'm not quite sure. We'll find out more as we go over to Craig.
Hello. I'm here with Home Improvement, which currently doesn't have a belt on it.
No, I know. Literally, the last hit, it came off, so I'm very, very lucky. I think I must have hit my own spinner pulley.
Who's
yeah.
reigning champion?
Because this is your first vert, right?
It is my first vert, yes, and it's the first time I've won a fight in the first round. So I'm very, very happy.
Yeah, congratulations. You had some big competition in there. Luchador, very scary machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I thought I was going to go down the pit.
Alas. And can we just have a shout out for this wonderful spinner blade on here? Designed as a literal saw. It's so cool.
Yeah, well, you've got to stick with the meta, haven't you? So
Got to stick with the meta and have a saw.
exactly, yeah, that's it.
Well, amazing. I can't wait to see how this does in the rest of the tournament. Get that belt back on and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Yeah. Home Improvement. How are we doing? Where are we at? Who wants to come in? Hello, Jack.
I'm not an interviewer, so I'm...
That was a little anemic.
Anemic?
It's all right.
How so?
I'm
I
actually
don't know, it was all
medicated this
wibbly.
year. I wasn't last
Yeah, well, what really happened is my base plate got ripped out and that high centered me. So
That'll do it.
yeah.
No, but
The weapon went the whole time, so I'm pretty happy with that. Took quite a lot of hits and just still went going. So that's where like the most recent changes are on this robot. So to know that's pretty reliable is good.
Awesome. Is it going to be a quick change out for that base plate? Have you got a spare?
Yeah, I got loads of spares. Swap things out. Let's go.
Jack Franklin has spares, everyone. Well, I look forward to seeing Luchador in the Redemptions. Hopefully we can get a good grab lift, the suplexes.
Some more, yeah, some more. We'll go.
Some more. We'll see you in a bit, Jack.
So this is
And finally, one of our last minute entries. Thank you so much.
The enormous one.
Brug Deluxe wasn't in the tournament until this morning. So I thought this had a saw on it earlier.
Yeah, but it sort of exploded. So I was very kindly lent this by Actosaurus Rex, so they helped me stay in, and well, for about 10 seconds.
Well, it made a beautiful grabber, even if it didn't make it to the end. So still another fight to go. Are we going to keep the Actosaurus Rex axe on there?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Glorious stuff. Brug Deluxe, everyone. We will see later on.
So, Craig, I'm just going to take a moment to interrupt in Ask for Resistance, Yam, and Aggro Wobber. Please make your way up to the tables, and then that is the end of round 1.
Only 2 fights to go. No, 3.
Maybe 4.
4.
I think 4 fights. So we should
I can
have...
count.
Oh, no, I say that. I am seeing robots being taken out of the arena, so we might have a shuffle up of the order. So please bear with us as we try and work out who is going to be in this next battle. Bob, how are you enjoying the day so far?
Oh, I'm delighted. This has been brilliant. Every now and again you do get some bad fights every now and again. You know, sometimes robots don't work as well as they could. So far we've not had any like that. It's been all great fights so far.
There's always been a story, a narrative to what's gone on, and when it's gone to the judges, a lot of them have been really difficult. The chat have been split in some places. Just want to quickly shout out to Shane. End Boss, not here today, but is in the chat saying hello to everyone.
Yes, he's our reigning champion, technically. Not here to defend his crown.
Unable to defend the belt. That was such an exciting battle, the way he won that last year. But of course, this is a new year. A new champion will be claimed.
Yeah, and already, I mean, I don't envy anyone who's in the redemption round. Looking at some of the robots that have already dropped in there, you know, you've got Stratus has got down into the redemption round. Bad Daddy. You've got Gizmo in there as well. Lots of robots that would have been among the favorites going into today. They're not in the round of 32 yet.
But at least if they did progress and if they did win, they would be able to say that they earned it. They fought for it, going through every step of the round.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you've got to beat the best to be the best. So yeah, I look forward to seeing what happens going forward. I think we're getting to see Wheelie Big Lad in this next fight. He's definitely wheelie. He's definitely big. We'll find out his lad credentials once he's in the arena.
I was going to say, no longer a boring bot. Something a lot more exciting, more engaging. Although I will say, the control of Boring Bot was always what made it special.
No, Boring Bot was terrible, and I hate it, and I'm glad Shaky's gotten rid of it.
So we do have a little bit of peace and quiet almost in the arena. I just want to say, St. Michael's Centre, it's actually almost a packed out audience here today.
We are absolutely rammed. You can't see it on the stream, but we do have a very... Can we have a cheer from the balcony, please? I don't know if you'll have heard that on the stream, but yeah, we've got a fantastic audience here. Are you enjoying yourselves? Who's going to win the whole thing?
Silence!
Silence! Nobody wants to call it.
I think that's everyone's a winner.
Mr. Pointy, absolutely. I'm very much team Mr. Pointy.
I was going to say, we were in danger of starting a frog chant then. That was quite scary. Once that starts, it doesn't stop.
I would join the frog chant. You know me. Right, so in this fight, we've got, with the green wedge on the front, is Axosaurus Rex, another excellent name. We also have Zeitgeist, is the compact black spinner at the front, and then Wheelie Big Lad is identifiable by his wheels and bigness.
I have to say, if Wheelie Big Lad and Stratus get into a fight together, that is going to be such an interesting battle.
Yeah, definitely. Two, very tall robots, the two tallest in the competition, if I'm not mistaken, with those big wheels. I want to know if Stratus has got spares of those wheels, because they took a hammering from Sniper.
I'm sure they do. They must be relatively cheap to make and produce. So, here
Are
we
you
go.
suggesting this is not the pinnacle of engineering?
Everything is held together with duct tape, and if you can't fix it with duct tape, you're not using enough duct tape.
Correct. All right, I think we're about ready to go. In the blue corner is Wheelie Big Lad. In the red corner, we have Axosaurus Rex. Over by the pit button is Zeitgeist. This I can't call this. This is going to be a tight one, I think. Two big spinners and an axe, but that looks like a very solid wedge on the front of Axosaurus Rex.
Again.
And away we go. The spinner's spinning up. Ooh, and immediately Zeitgeist getting in underneath Wheelie Big Lad, but then Axosaurus Rex getting underneath Zeitgeist. Uh-oh, is Zeitgeist stuck on one of its forks? I think it might be.
It's folded underneath itself, and that's going to be really awkward for them to control. Wheelie Big Boy staying out of it for the beginning, but now starting to do some damage on Rex.
Yeah, but Axosaurus Rex taking it like a champ, bringing that axe in itself. We haven't seen the axe, I don't think, too much, but getting underneath Zeitgeist. That's the thing that Axosaurus Rex is going to have to do.
And Wheelie Big Boy coming down on top of Axosaurus Rex. They've disengaged their defensive plastics, and now the internals are exposed.
This could get messy. The pit is open. Is that Axosaurus Rex immobilized?
The countdown
somebody
has
was being
begun.
counted down, or counted up maybe. Maybe they were being pinned. Axosaurus Rex doesn't look to be moving too much. This might be spinner on spinner now. Something's just come off of Zeitgeist. A big hit from Wheelie Big Lad.
And Axosaurus Rex has put the controller down, so they're definitely out. It's a two-robot fight now. Ooh, and look at the carnage!
Straight underneath Wheelie Big Lad there, and that may have taken Zeitgeist out of this. Wheelie Big Lad, I don't think it took any damage in that fight. That was very impressive. Zeitgeist looked very strong initially, but once it got the fork trapped underneath, it just lost all of its ability to control itself.
And interestingly, in the chat, they were saying, interestingly, Zeitgeist can't gyro itself off of this fork. So just to say, gyro is when you get that spinning disc up to speed, and you end up getting the robot pivoting on one of its corners. Normally it's saved as a victory tactic, a taunt, if you will, but in that situation, it could have been useful to save it.
Oh, that's with more fantastic photographs coming in. Stuart, where will we be able to see the photographs? He's not listening again. He's a photographer. It's all about his eyes.
Persist on this one. See if you can find out.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, those on the stream. We will find out where you can get the photos afterwards because they are pretty spectacular.
So, I mean, we call him shaky, but Wheelie Big Boy there, coming down on top of Axosaurus Rex, dislodging that protective shield. I think
Absolutely
that's what immobilized
nothing shaky about the performance there. I think he's with Craig at the minute, so let's go get the opinion of the man himself.
So, Craig and Alex, over to you.
So, Shaky, the other day you were mentioning that you wanted to build something that was going to hurt things. I think you might have managed it.
Yeah, it's done damage before in fights, but nothing quite that severe, and that was mean, but also kind of fun.
Yeah, it looks like you've de-roofed both of those machines. It's a vicious spinner on here. Tell me about the design. Tell me about the wheels.
So it's a very unique design, completely ripped off from Starchild over in the US. But yeah, I took a lot of advice from the builder of that and have built this. It's sort of all... I got fed up playing the ground game, so I decided I'm going to go up there where there are no forks and things, and it's more fun. And it's fun having big wheels. Have to be a little careful because I can drive out the arena. But yeah, it's great fun.
The absolute opposite of the ground game, and we love to see it. These little TPU feats are so beautiful.
Every robot should have as many socks on as they can. It's superior. If Stratus had that, maybe he'd have won his last fight.
There we go, Tom. What you actually need on Stratus is socks. Wonderful times. It's Wheelie Big Lad, everyone. What a wonderful machine. Is anyone else around? I can see an Axosaurus Rex on its way over. A slightly de-lidded Axosaurus Rex. Goodness me. Let's have a look at that. Whew. Just tore it straight off.
Yeah, totally went straight through it. Maybe I haven't even got a spare of them, so I'm going to have to bodge that back on somehow. Don't know about that either. Gearbox is gone, gearbox is gone. Quite a bit there, quite a bit to repair.
So a lot of damage from Wheelie Big Lad there. At least this should, you know, a couple of wood screws straight through into the HDP should be all right, right?
Yeah, it should buff out. Should buff out.
Some thicker lids for next time.
Yeah.
Well, Axosaurus Rex, hopefully we will see you repaired up in the Redemptions. Well done for making it through in not too destroyed of a state. You know, it's repairable, it's workable.
It'll work.
It'll work. We'll see Axosaurus Rex later on in the tournament.
Thank you very much, Craig. So, I'm very, very excited for what we have in the arena right now. I think batteries not included. Is that a walker bot?
I believe it is. You can tell kind of by how big it is because walker robots are allowed to have more weight to them than the rest of the robots. And so, yeah, batteries not included, making full use of that. And almost in complete contrast to the very hyper compactness of Wyo, which is that frisbee-looking robot there.
This is going to be the likely thing that we're expecting is Wyo spins up, goes to attack, batteries not included, and then gets flung off because of the weight difference.
The fights that I've seen Wyo in previously, it has had the impression of being almost like a game of air hockey, and it's delightful to watch. It's not they're not the only two robots here. We also have Eva 02. Is that it, Eva 02? I don't know who I'm looking at. So yeah, some big spin. I can't see what the weapon is on batteries not included. We definitely have sort of an overhead spinner on Eva. Wyo is its own weapon.
And I love that, a shuffler with a wedge. Yes, I think that is all they have.
I think this is just built to be a tank, is batteries not included. So let's see if the two spinners can put a dent in it.
So Wyo in the blue corner, batteries not included in the red, and up against the button, Eva 02.
I'm looking forward to this one.
And the fight has begun, but no one has moved.
Wayo and Evo 2 getting on. So that walker, it's moving, but slowly.
Slow and steady wins the race, but Wayo there, interestingly, they got caught on the arena, on the pit floor. So
But
if
then
they get
getting
stuck there, then they will be in trouble.
Effectively into the back of Evo 2, then who looks to be stuck. Is that wedge stuck on the arena floor? Batteries not included is it's almost out of its corner. This is incredible speed. Wayo coming in on the wedge.
And amazingly, Wayo there not being the one that's flung off, batteries not included, was thrown into the wall.
Eva has recovered. Some sparks fly as the spinners collide.
But they're very much seesawing their way around the arena, so it does look like the drive is stuck on one side. And now we are seeing them stuck on the pit area. Batteries not included across the arena.
It's going to be lots of other parts not included if it's not too careful. And the pit's about to go down. I think Eva's going to go with it. There goes Eva. Batteries not included. Now what is Wayo doing here? Batteries not included is tapped out.
That is the end.
I think that's it. I think Wayo's going to take that. Wow, that was. I know. Before the fight, we were saying. Yeah, I think we were expecting Wayo to go bouncing around the arena. Didn't happen. It stayed remarkably solid.
That was
well
incredibly
grounded.
planted. It was almost as if the spinning disc created a suction effect on the arena floor and just held it planted because it didn't move at all.
I wonder if that's how it works. If it
Absolutely.
is, that's incredibly good. Also, big shout out to Wayo who've come over from the Netherlands. That's, I think, the longest trip anyone has made of the competitors.
Well, we have two competitors here from the Netherlands because you have Head for the Exit as well.
Yes, but I think he lives here.
Oh, really?
I don't think he's come over, or maybe he has.
Well,
I don't know.
they're representing, they've got the flag up in the centre.
Yeah.
So it's great to see some international
corner of the
competition.
pits.
Dutch corner over there. Let's see if they win today because they're likely going to win the F1.
That's why F1's boring.
So as the chat has said, deserved for Wayo there. They really did earn that fight. They took control, and it's always great seeing batteries not included, but as you said, they only just made it out of the red zone.
I mean, I think most of the movement they made across the arena was thanks to Wayo, as we've just seen on the replay there. A lot of the distance they covered was thanks to Wayo giving it a spin.
And another brilliant photography.
Right, Stuart, where will people be able to see these photos? They're going to be on the Beetleweight Robot Combat Facebook group. Yeah, somewhere like that. We'll make sure that people can see them because they are fantastic. We're going to go over to Craig and Wayo.
Wayo. Yeah, it's customary, you know. Tim, it's been so long since we've seen Wayo, and it's back, and it's doing the thing.
Exactly. Good to be back.
Has it changed much since we last saw Wayo?
It's even lower. So it used to be 23.5 millimeters high, and now it's just 20.
20 millimeters high, by far the lowest robot here. Is it running N20s for drive or something?
It's 12 millimeter planetary something China gearboxes.
All sorts of weirdness, but it seems to work. One of the most feared robots on the scene, even after years away. It's delightful to see it back. And you were kind of kind to the shuffler as well.
Sort of. Sorry. He said I could have four wheels, so four legs. So.
Well, I'm very excited to see how Wayo can do today. Can it make it to the top, do you reckon? It's made it up there before.
Exactly. So why not?
I'm very excited to see how this does. It's Wayo! We've got a little bit of time, so let's bring in batteries not included. Another one of our very, very unique robots here. Let's give it a rotate round to the side there. So you can see some of those wonderful legs, but also the slightly bent wedge.
It's fine. I can bend that back. I'm just glad the legs are still attached to it. That wasn't my expectation. But yeah, it's done. Apart from a bit of traction issue at the beginning, once it got going, it did get going. So I'm really happy to see it move.
Wayo is a very scary machine. So how did you feel going in with it?
Well, 50% of the fight is getting something into the arena, so I was just happy to be here, and it's good to fight the best. Really, it is really, really good.
3.
And we'll see you soon.
2. 1. Begin.
So the fight has started, and in this fight we have
In the blue
Icebreaker, Sadboy, and Propane.
Yeah, so Icebreaker is the blue one with the big spinner, Propane with the egg beater on the front, the white and green one, and Sadboy is the teeny tiny wedge on the front. Big bouncing around from the spinners at first. Sadboy perhaps wisely steering clear of the two big weapons, let them take the lumps out of each other first.
And so close to the Uta zone. We haven't seen that come into play yet today, but all it takes is one fly up into the air and you could be out.
Yeah, Sadboy, I can't tell if this is tentativeness or if they are struggling with the drive a bit. We shall see. I mean, those two spinners more than happy to go knock lumps out of each other.
And you mentioned Sadboy, you probably should have stayed quiet because that reminded the other robots there. They are in this fight and the damage was done.
Icebreaker going bouncing over towards Sadboy, but it is very much Propane and Icebreaker going head-to-head each other, and Icebreaker is out of there. Going down.
So I kept mentioning it, it finally came to pass.
It did, and now the pit is available and open.
And is Sadboy making their way? Are they going to take themselves out?
There they go. Well, that was a pretty consummate performance from Propane. So surviving some huge hits from Icebreaker, eventually getting Icebreaker out of the arena, and then, you know, it was almost like swatting a fly to get Sadboy into the pit.
I am so excited to try and watch this replay because everyone on the live chat got a massive jump scare as the robot went flying into the camera.
Oh, excellent. I want to see this. Meanwhile, admin.
Yes, some admin work whilst we watch. Look at that for the jump scare right into the camera. Fantastic stuff. So, Roboteers, can we please ask for New York... There, I will start again. New York Slice is versus Stratus. Two of the absolutely chaotic spinners. That's going to be a challenging fight. Reptile Dysfunction versus Ray. Bloodshot versus Gizmo. Bop versus Bad Daddy.
Oh no.
And then the last of the redemption rounds on my screen. Blast Furnace versus Luchador. Please make your way to the ready tables.
Yeah, if you heard your robot's name, get to the ready tables. That's New York Slice, Stratus, Reptile Dysfunction, Ray, Bloodshot, Gizmo, Bop, Bad Daddy, Blast Furnace, and Luchador to the ready table, please.
Over to Craig.
I'm here with Sadboy. Sadboy looked sad.
Yeah, a little bit.
I feel like that's the only way to sum up that fight for Sadboy.
Yeah, there's one major thing I've done to the robot. I've added magnets. They're a bit too strong, just a little bit. So,
did those holes have 2 magnets in before, or is that they didn't? Okay.
There was only 2 because there was about 6 kilos of downforce at that point. Bit too much for the little gears.
Little bit too much downforce, so taking them off for the redemptions.
Yeah.
Good choice. Good choice. Sadboy, everyone. Let's bring Icebreaker in real quick, because Icebreaker has been one of the most dominant bots in the Beetle scene for a little while, and that just happened. How did you feel going in, knowing that that was its first fight?
A bit more confident, but it looks so good, so I was still pretty nervous about it.
It's a fearsome-looking machine, but Icebreaker still super feared on the circuit. You got some spare wedges to repair all that kind of torn up TPU at the front?
Lots, yeah. I think that's the only bit that took damage, so we should be okay for the next fight.
Awesome. So we're going to see Icebreaker in the redemptions. These redemption battles are looking absolutely stacked. I look forward to seeing it in a little bit. And finally, can we bring in Propane?
I might send one of my emails.
So, I don't even want to talk about the fight, Andy. You clearly want it. I want you to tell me about Propane, because Propane's a little bit different compared to most bots on the scene.
A little bit. So it's got a counter kind of gyro flywheel. So I've taken inspiration from some other Beetleweights kind of across the world. But yeah, it's a bit of fun, really. It's an extra gimmick. I mainly built it, really, just to play with something a bit different like that. But yeah, good first fight. I didn't know if it was going to work or anything, but yeah, all good so far.
That extra flywheel seemed to really mitigate some of that gyro, so you were driving super smooth around the box.
Yeah, so it actually didn't gyro at all, which is actually kind of had more effect than I thought it would, actually. So yeah, so couldn't ask more from that at the moment.
It's first fight, and it was that dominant in its first fight. How do you think things are going to go? You made it to the final in February with Ion.
Yeah, so I think this is a much better robot than Ion, because I didn't actually, that was very good really. But this is a much harder competition, so I'm not too confident. But obviously a good start, so we'll see. Yeah.
We'll see you in a little while, Andy. What a wonderful robot. It's Propane, everyone. Going to be giving everyone Propane nightmares.
So just to let everyone in the center know, we do have a slight reset as David did get the angle grinder out to repair the floor. Potentially a good chance to get a cup of tea or some refreshments, but robots are being loaded, Bob. Who do we have in the arena?
Well, over in the red corner, that looks to me like Resistance, who it's a very feared pusher, forky control bot. We have Aggro Wobber, who I believe is on the near side to us with the delightful blue color scheme, which means we have Yam in the middle with the vertical spinner. I think Yam is a reserve who's come in because they're not on our list.
You seem to have a bugbear with those not on our list, joining the likes of Digestive.
Yeah, so, well, maybe well, it's more for the benefit of the paying audience here who don't have Yam in their program. Or maybe they do, I don't know.
Maybe they do. So, it seems that Resistance has taken claim of the red zone. I think we'll probably end up seeing...
Well, that's Yam over by the pit button, and so then Aggro Wobber with its axe in the blue corner. That is a fearsome drum spinner on the front of Yam. That's enormous.
Definitely a bit of a snowplow demolition derby.
We'll see how well the opponents hold up to it. Obviously, Resistance is called that for a reason. It handles punishment very, very well.
So the fight has begun in the light strong for Resistance as they chase down their competitors.
Yam spinning a bit slow across the ground, but that, oh my goodness. Does it articulate? Does it rotate?
And cover your ears, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. That is going to be a noisy weapon, and Resistance now shoving Aggro Wobber into the corner.
But then in comes Yam behind them. I don't think it actually managed to hit a robot in the process there. Aggro Wobber with that lovely blue wedge pushing Yam into the wall. That's how you deal with a spinner. You're not going to weapon yourself. You just let it exert its own energy on itself. Push it into the wall as Resistance is amply demonstrating now. Here comes the pit.
And Aggro Wobber pulling Yam right up against the wall. And so close to the pit there, but just getting over, as was Aggro Wobber. But Resistance staying well away, now pinned up against the side. Oh, getting so close.
Like basketball, but then just bouncing off the rim. Is Yam gone then? No, Yam's still
Yam
going.
is still there, but in a very precarious position. They don't have the control to get out of that corner. And Resistance and Aggro Wobber now going head to head.
Yeah, this is now a case of who's got the better drive, who's got the better driver. You never know.
And the problem for Resistance is that Aggro Wobber has the axe, so they're constantly getting improvement points there from the judges.
That is a very good point. That's the thing that Resistance has to overcome with its control, with its aggression. But Aggro Wobber evading the pit there.
Both of them teetering on the edge.
Perhaps wisely steering clear of the control robots here, but Aggro Wobber is teetering on the edge of the pit, and in it goes! Pushed in by Resistance.
Aggro Wobber and Resistance, the only two robots left. And
that'll be Yam. Aggro Wobber's in the pit.
It will be in the pit, I'm so sorry, but Yam desperately tried to not be on the wrong side.
It's taken a chunk off of Resistance. That looks like a wheel, actually.
It's a wheel or some kind of drive system, so that's going to really limit Resistance. Yam getting some damage in.
I think the fact that Yam's spinner is kind of projected forward, almost on like a proboscis, it can fit in between the forks of Resistance.
And there's 5 seconds left. Let's count it down. 3, 2, 1, the end.
Well, I do not envy the judges here. They've got to make a decision on that.
I mean, really difficult because Resistance, I think, was the one to put Aggro Wobber kind of into that pit area, but then Yam really came back with some proper damage.
Yeah, Yam, I think, was ineffective in the first half of the fight, but definitely came back stronger in the second half.
And I don't really know what was the real cause behind that. I think Yam just struggling to get to grips with their controls. As you were saying, that spinner was gyrating around.
I think that seems to be a feature, not a bug. It's like it's built to articulate, to maybe counteract those gyroscopic forces.
So let's watch the replay here as everyone ends up over to the pit button, and very close. I thought Yam was going to get flung up That was where the brilliant control only just missing the pit.
And then there was the incident later when Yam was bouncing around the arena. I think we're seeing it there, just missing the pit again.
And this is where I really feared for Yam, because they're struggling with control, and that is so narrow to get out of there. But look at them, tentatively trying to find their way out. Meanwhile, this is where Aggro Wobber and Resistance were battling against each other.
Yeah, it's brilliant strategic awareness from Yam there, actually, to see that Resistance and Aggro Wobber aren't going to come near them when they're near the pit. They don't want to be in the pit themselves, so they would be more than happy to just let Yam come out from behind the pit. And yeah, there were times then when it could have gone either way. It could have been Resistance going in. It could have been Aggro Wobber going in. But is that Will Thomas's experience showing?
And you can see there the forks of Resistance getting caught almost on the pit.
Not Will Thomas, Gareth Anstey, the other one.
The beautiful nudge, Aggro Wobber getting thrown into the pit. And now it's Yam coming in with a bit of damage. We can see the forks getting underneath Yam, pinning up against the pit wall. But somewhere here, right there, is where the damage comes in. Resistance just accidentally backs into that spinner.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tight one. The judges are going to have their work cut out here. I think we go over to Craig, who has definitely Gareth. His name's not Will. I apologize.
I'm over here with Resistance, and you've said recently that this model of Resistance is going to be retired very soon. Does this help?
Probably not. All the problems that are in there before, I've already known about them, and the drive was going throughout the fight. It's entered a bit like that, so trying to deal with its gremlins and so on, it's been like that for the last few years. That's why there's a new one coming. Unfortunately, my uni had a fire, so they had to shut down during the summer, so I wasn't quite as prepared as I thought I was. So.
But have you got a spare motor to swap in there? Because that shaft is completely sheared on there. Have you got a spare one to swap in for the Redemptions? If it goes, like, I don't know.
Well, either way, I've got another fight after this. So I do have a spare motor laying around. It's just going to be a bit of time to get that out and get a new one in.
Oh, very exciting. We'll see what the judges have to say about it in a little bit. Let's bring in Yam.
Well, keep them both there, because we do have the judges' decision.
Come in, Morgan. Come in.
So we got them both on camera. So the judges, it was a split decision. And it has gone in favor of... Can we have a drum roll, please? Yam. But the head judge, Ryan, would like to say that it's a good thing for both of you that Aggro Wobber went in the pit, because that was the unanimous choice to win otherwise.
So Yam taking the victory. It says the potato that mashes back. And I think it did that, right, Morgan?
Yeah, it's, mashed its drum as well, and the floor, and the walls. And
I think that's just par for the course for Yam at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Look forward to seeing it very soon in the future. I think we're about to load in for another fight.
The chat are not letting me get away with the Will Thomas slay. The chat are not letting me get away with the Will Thomas slay.
So a bit of administrative call-out. Reptile Dysfunction versus Ray. Your redemption round 6, and Impulse versus Titan. Please make your way to the ready tables, as in the arena we have Pizza Slice in the blue corner, Stratus in the red.
This is going to be bonkers. And away they go, both spinning up, but New York Slice is kind of caught in the ring, and it's landed on top of the spinner of Stratus. That's the last place you want to be. Is Stratus going to come in for the kill now, or is it going to let New York Slice do its damage to itself? Oh my goodness, I don't even want to watch. No, that's a lie, I very much do.
And New York Slice is now stuck at the side there, and I don't actually think Stratus can get close enough because of the width.
It doesn't matter. New York Slice is being counted out because it is fully beached. And that is it. Stratus goes back into the main tournament, and that's the last we've seen of New York Slice in a competitive sense.
Because we do have potentially some whiteboards later on today.
Yeah, we might see him again. But yeah, it's maximum jeopardy now from here on in. These are the redemption fights. So anyone who loses from here on in is out of the competition, and that applies to New York Slice.
So we say goodbye to the first robot of today. They are no longer in a competitive sense. A fantastic robot with a lot of spectacle, though.
He should have brought Dreadbin. You know, he's lost because he didn't bring Dreadbin, the actual best robot that I have ever seen.
Well, apparently Aggro Wobber is the people's champ. I'm just reading what's on the chat.
Who's Aggro Wobber got in the redemption fight? Can we see yet?
That has not come up just yet, so we'll have to wait tentatively.
We're going to be kept in suspense. Apparently it's Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist is apparently who Aggro Wobber's got in the redemption round.
But they've got a while before they need to get ready, so they can be
Well, I
continuing,
hope so.
continuing with some.
They've only just got out the arena. The bot's not cold yet.
Continuing with some repairs. So, Bob, how much can they fix and repair on these robots?
Well, as much as they have time for. And that can be a factor. If you do get absolutely wrecked in a fight, it's entirely plausible that you won't be ready for your next fight. And nobody likes to see it, and we do try to shuffle around the running order to make sure everyone does get to fight. But if you don't get your robot fixed in time, it's not going to fight again, and it's a real shame when that happens.
And that's really where the engineering challenge comes into it. We're looking for an interviewee to interview our roboteers. And I've just nominated Felix to go in and talk to... my mind got lost.
He's going to go talk to
Stratus.
Hello, Tom. Talk me through that fight. How did you think that fight went?
Well, I think it was quite good fun, really. I think Rob could have started either way up. So that was a fun fight. I think a couple of nice big hits, so that was good times, yeah. So for that one also, I used my longer blade. In that last fight, I used my short blade, which was too short, so got to go long.
I hate being caught short in a competitive situation. Anyway, how do you think for the rest of the competition?
I think I'm happy, yeah. It's spinning fine, it's driving fine. I just need to stay out the pit and stay out of the Uta zone. Might be fine. I mean, long seems to be the way, so longer might be better in this case.
Longer might be better indeed, Mr. Brewster. Thank you very much. Can we have a big round of applause for Stratus?
Thank you, sir. Pretty simple.
Bring your pizza in, Rob. Now, Rob, how do you feel that fight went?
Wasn't exactly cheesy. I'd imagine there wasn't a lot of pepperoni either. There wasn't much pizza, really, action at all.
You managed to keep most of your toppings, and the robot still looks pretty good. What were your tactics going into it?
So initially I set it up to maybe try and run upside down and try and hit Stratus in the middle, but I thought maybe that was a little bit unsporting, so I went back into undercutter mode. Probably the wrong decision, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think there's some repairs to be done. One of the drive feels like it's very loose now, and my blade guard has kind of ripped itself out. It did its job, but just a little bit of repairing.
Well, it held up pretty well, and it was still a good show. You still got a little bit of airtime in there, so thank you very much. Can we get a big round of applause for Pizza Time?
You're a natural, Felix.
New York
That was
Slice.
brilliant. Shout-outs from the chat. I want to give a shout-out to Ellie Harrington's dad. So there we go. That's a personal request. Put requests in the chat. We'll do things within reason. I will. Maybe Gav won't, but...
Let's get back to the chat before we promise too much.
Meanwhile, Mr. Pointy is going up against Mother Loader in our second redemption fight.
1. Begin.
So, no spinners on play here. This is going to be all about driving, all about control and aggression. Mr. Pointy with its delightful googly eyes, and they might be a target for the axe of Mother Loader here, you think?
And I think Mr. Pointy is really going to struggle to get underneath Mother Loader. Mother Loader with the axe hitting down. So there are some weapons in play, but mostly a control fight is what we're about to see.
And looking at it, Mr. Pointy is very, very quick along the ground. He didn't really get a chance to be in his last fight because he just got flipped over almost immediately.
And equally, Mother Loader lost one of their tracks partway into the fight, so hopefully they'll be able to maintain that drive system and keep their control.
Oh no, a wheel's fallen off! Has that been actually axed off? So there comes the pit.
Going down.
Now then, will we see Mr. Pointy's pushing power? Is Mr. Pointy going to be able to push Mother Loader into the pit?
Well, if it comes down to a pushing fight, you have to say Mother Loader with those tracks and that better grip. Surely they have the better drive. But Mr. Pointy is driving all around Mother Loader. Mother Loader struggling on this arena floor.
Yeah, trying to just catch Mr. Pointy. Mr. Pointy's just too nippy. And then now the wedge is underneath Mother Loader. Is this going to be the kill shot? The axe coming in backwards. That's a good improvisation from Mother Loader.
And the pushing match had begun there, but they disengaged from that. Mr. Pointy now almost flipping him up, kind of going for a grab almost there.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely got some power on that flipper, and he's got up underneath Mother Loader, but now the flipper is hanging off. Oh my goodness!
Mr. Pointy's falling apart, losing a wheel, and now the flipper, it is purely down as a ramming machine.
And then comes the axe of of Mother Loader. Could you maybe use it as a lasso, the bit that's hanging off?
And the problem now for Mr. Pointy is that they're quite back heavy. That scoop is going underneath, but now they've lifted Mr. Mother Loader up.
Managed to get underneath Mother Loader. Mother Loader does seem to be having drive trouble. This is by no means a gimme.
And it's going to go to the judges as we have 5 seconds left.
And an effective push at the end from Mr. Pointy. That was a very close fight in the end.
So, I mean, from the outside looking in, Mr. Pointy just falling apart during that fight, but some of it of its own accord.
But yeah, exactly. Damage is not a judging category, so unless the judges determined that it was the axe of Mother Loader that took the top off of Mr. Pointy, that's not going to count for anything.
Well, just from my perspective, Mr. Pointy, for me, they engaged their flipper a lot more in that fight than the axe of Mother Loader. So, for me, the weapon, probably leaning towards Mr. Pointy. Would love to see what the chat is saying on the live stream because they are sometimes more of an expert than us.
Yeah, I enjoyed the improvisation from Mother Loader when Mr. Pointy was behind it. They were bringing the axe backwards into almost its loaded position and using it to hit Mr. Pointy that way. I thought that was quite clever use of the weapon.
Yeah, something it wasn't necessarily designed for, but responding to the moment, responding to the situation. We'll get the Roboteers over to Craig, and maybe we'll see some of that damage on Mr. Pointy. How much of that robot is still in one tact?
Yeah, it's just, at the minute it's going home in a carrier bag, but we'll
And I guess
see.
that's when we come back to how much can you repair? It depends how much time you have. So, over to Craig and Mother Loader.
Hi, Harry. How are you doing?
Good.
That was a good Mother Loader fight.
Yes, but a good Mother Loader fight is a terrible fight for anyone else.
I don't know. It was doing the things. It was like pecking away.
Pecking, yes. Driving, no.
Either way, Mr. Pointy lost his head, so maybe that'll help.
That's not a sentence you can say every day of the week, is it?
I'm going to try it at work over the next week and see how much I can get away with it.
Long before you get sectioned.
Good question. So, do you reckon you've got it?
No.
Interesting take. Let's bring Mr. Pointy in here as well then. Do you remember in the last interview we were talking about that servo and how it could just sort of behead itself?
Yeah, but it was tactical. That's all it was.
Oh, okay, so you like some sort of weird entanglement device?
No, it was his mustache was getting a bit scuffed. We need to protect it. We need to get out of the way.
That makes perfect sense. I mean, obviously, mustache and googly eyes are the most important part of any robot design, so I'm glad to see that's here. How do you feel it went? Do you reckon you've got it?
No, the wheel came off.
Both of you are so, negative about your chances.
The judge's decision is in.
Neither of them.
It is somewhere in between a unanimous and split decision, because one of the judges called it a draw.
Was it Si?
It was Simon, yeah. The other two judges, however, have given it to Mr. Pointy!
Mr. Pointy, a victory!
So there we go. That is Mother Loader out of the competition, but that was a good fight in the end. It goes to show you don't need to have big weapons to get a good fight out of these things.
And sometimes it's quite nice seeing a fight go the full distance. It's not just over in a 30-second mad explosion of components.
Yeah, there's more to this sport than just building the robot. There's driving the robot, and as we've been saying, there's repairing the robot. There's as much of the competition is going on off screen as it is on screen. Meanwhile, in the blue corner, we've got Reptile Dysfunction, and in the red corner, we've got Ray. It's reptile versus mammal here.
Roboteers, stand by.
Who is going to win from the Soria Clade?
2, 1, begin.
So Ray, for me, is probably going to get the quickest start, but Reptile Dysfunction actually coming out pretty quick and then putting the brakes on because Ray got around the side of him.
Now, we did see in Reptile Dysfunction's first fight with Tanam that if a robot can get around the side of it, it is vulnerable to being pushed from that direction. So is that what Ray's going to be looking to do here?
But Ray currently going head on with that spinner, and it's got a good shield on it. It's got a good protective weapon there that will counteract the spinner, as we say, and that's what's just happening. But it is being lifted up into the air, so Ray now re-evaluating his strategy.
Yeah, it's got to be careful because too many of those hits and Ray's going to be in trouble. But yeah, it's definitely the more maneuverable of the two, definitely the faster of the two. But there is that spinner on the front of Reptile Dysfunction.
But look at Reptile Dysfunction there, brilliantly, somehow expertly avoiding the driving impacts of Ray. Ray is now up on the side, Reptile Dysfunction getting flipped over, so that was fantastic stuff by Ray.
And going in again, because it's going to actually tell this time. We shall see.
And you can see there, Reptile Dysfunction, the way that they've curved round, Ray is fantastically getting into that curvature, and that's really supporting their driving power.
Yeah, I think Reptile Dysfunction, I love the shape of it, but its shape does make it vulnerable to being pushed around like this, and now it's been flipped over.
So the
Can
Reptile
it drive
is on its back.
inverted? That looks like a tap out from Reptile Dysfunction. That's going to be it. That's game over. Ray is going to take it. The Fox has taken it over the snake.
So there you go. If you've ever wondered, how do you beat a reptile? Just put it on its back.
There you go. That's usually beetles. I mean, these are beetle weights.
These are the... Let's not get confused with all the different insects and
this whole thing is a taxonomic nightmare. A great performance there from Ray in the end, though.
Yeah,
Fully controlled the fight.
As we can see in the chat there as well, the chat agreeing, Ray being absolutely controlled to a T, targeted. And I mentioned the curvature. We can see the replay now. That curvature of Reptile Dysfunction, Ray was on it. And that meant that Reptile Dysfunction couldn't seesaw to the left or the right and was really stuck on top of Ray.
And so a classic example there that it shows, like, have a game plan. If you come into a fight, have a game plan, work out what your opponent's weaknesses are and see if you can exploit them. Ray showing that expertly there.
So, didn't go to the judge's decision. That was a tap out win there for Ray.
Yeah, so there's multiple ways that our robots can be eliminated. If they go in the pit, obviously. If they get out of the arena zone in that corner, they're also out. If they are immobilized for 10 seconds, they will be counted out by the judges. They are also allowed to voluntarily tap out by, the driver will tap the side of the arena and put the controller on top of it to show that they're out. So even if the robot is still going, they can say, nope, no more of this.
So, talking of tap outs, Ellie, you tapped out of the competition now. How are you feeling?
I mean, I loved it. It worked so well. Like, it hit things, it did things, it's not dead. It's a lot. I can take this to another event. This is perfect.
Can we just have a massive cheer for that fight? Like, what an awesome combination of robots. I know you two really wanted to fight each other. So it's amazing that it came up in the draw. And also, Ellie, you may well be out, but I'd like to bestow upon you the distinct honor. Jodie Spencer said the words, "I like that snake robot," during that fight, which is, that's pretty big.
Big accomplishment there.
She doesn't like many of them, so, Amazing. I can't wait to see what you do with Snake in the future. Reptile Dysfunction, everyone.
Craig, we're going to have to yank the camera away from you because we've got two robots in the arena ready to fight. We have Percussive Maintenance and Antithesis here. Battle of the axes / grabbers. Let's see, can Percussive Maintenance stay the right way up this time? They struggled in their last fight because they got flipped over. Antithesis we didn't really see much of. Have they cured the drive issues? Down comes that grabber. Is it able to pierce? Because if we can get a telling grip on the drive belt of the axe of Percussive Maintenance, that could be the weapon out.
Well, I don't think it's going to pierce, but it's definitely going to be a good grapple there, which is great points for the judges' decisions.
Yep, so they are allowed to hold on to Percussive Maintenance for 20 seconds with the weapon. If you're pitting them against the wall, it can only be 10 seconds. But that axe on Percussive Maintenance doesn't seem to be firing. Maybe it has done. Oh, no, there it is. It's back. And now trying to lift up Antithesis by the grabber weapon. The pit is dropping.
Being thrown into the pit button there, so now the pit has enabled, which is going to be an interesting battle now because there is two danger zones, the Uta zone
and into
the
one
pit.
of them goes Antithesis. That was almost more by their own driving. That was a very intense fight, actually. You got two very good drivers, like very quick robots. It's almost, how do you even navigate a fight like that when you're so fast and so is your opponent?
Well, I was really expecting there to be a grapple battle where one of the robots grappled the other and then dragged them over to the pit. But as you said, as soon as that pit was dropped, we could see both robots slowly making their way over. We'll watch it on the replay now. They are doing this pirouette between each other, and they're slowly making their way over to the pit area. I don't understand how that ended so quickly.
Yeah, it was a brilliant fight, and congratulations to Percussive Maintenance. We'll see you in the main competition. Unfortunately, Antithesis is about to get a big cross through them in my commentator's notes. I think some more admin is going to need to happen, if the technology will work.
Yeah, so we have quite a few matches being changed and interchanged. As you mentioned, the organisers here do a great job, don't you, Joe? Trying their best to give Roboteers as much time as possible to repair their robots. We want to see the fight take place. We want the best victor to win. And now Craig is ready to have an interview.
Oh, can you two stop flirting,
I am
please?
going
We
to
can
have an
pick you up
interview
on the
now.
mic.
I'm going to have an interview with Thomas, with Percussive Maintenance XL. That was a great fight. Like two so unmeta robots.
Yeah, I managed to stay upright this time.
Managed to stay upright. Can we sort out the talk of the axe and make sure it's going to self-right in future?
There is a version 2 in the works, and there is a much more powerful weapon motor going to be in there.
Amazing. I'm so happy to hear it, but it's not over for this version yet. You're through into the next round, into the round of 32. How are we feeling? One of the only kind of non-meta robots sticking it out.
I mean, it's always going to be an uphill struggle without the kinetic weapon, but we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. Percussive Maintenance XL, everyone. Yeah, come on, give a cheer. Jed, bring Antithesis in real quick. Hello. How was that?
I mean, like, it crushed. That's probably the most crush I've ever got out of it. Normally, it fails to grab anything at all. But went in, did the damage. It's good. The drive is sad. I knew that from the start. I was trying to upgrade it, and it seemed to have sort of downgraded it. Don't do belts, kids. It's not a good idea.
Don't do belts, everyone. Also, I mean, do crushers, though, because the crushers are wonderful, and this is such a great robot, and I want to see it in future. Please keep bringing Antithesis back, Jed. Antithesis, everyone. Yeah.
So just to get the Roboteers ready, Bloodshot versus Gizmo. I believe that's going to be our next fight. Very exciting. Roboteers to get ready. Blast Furnace versus Luchador. Bop versus Bad Daddy. Impulse versus Titan. Autonomouse versus Babrog. And I think we're waiting for Redemption 1. There's been a bit of issues with the robots, but potentially Revron versus Icebreaker. We'll see if that battle does take place. But Roboteers, if you heard your name, please make your way to the ready tables.
Yeah, so that's Blast Furnace, Luchador, Bop, Bad Daddy, Impulse, Titan, Autonomouse, and Babrog. To the ready table, please. So...
sorry, whilst I have Craig, I was going to ask you a question as you're one of the organisers. How do you decide which robot goes against who in the redemption round?
It's random, innit? It's random.
It better be.
Totally random.
In the redemption rounds, it is done by Rampage, the software Rampage, so it's all just random.
So there's no bias, there's nothing, because it was interesting, because we saw Savinity and, Stratus and New York Slice. It almost looked like a rematch because they're up against each other again, but completely random, completely by chance.
Completely random, completely by chance. If it was rigged, I wouldn't be fighting Bad Daddy in a minute.
Well, you heard it here first.
Insight.
Bop is scared of Bad Daddy, which is understandable because that is a devastating robot.
Speaking of devastating robots, look at who we've got in the arena now. We've got Gizmo and Bloodshot, who will have been, fancied before the tournament, you'd think. And one of them's going to be going out of the competition now.
Which is the nature of the game. We are now going to see some of the really competitive robots go into some tough battles, and we are going to see potential champions, potential favourites being knocked out of this battle.
Yeah, I mean, Gizmo having come out of that really, really close fight with Stronghold, and Stronghold even, and Bloodshot got frogged. So, this is Now a chance for some spinner on spinner action.
Robot is.
So in the red
stand
corner
by.
we have Gizmo, Bloodshot in the blue.
3,
2,
2,
1.
begin.
There we go, both spinning up as you would expect. And the first contact doesn't really come to much, but I see a couple of sparks. Bloodshot gets some air miles in. As Gizmo comes in on the wheels, that left wheel of Bloodshot is absolutely munched.
And that was straight up into the arena ceiling and then straight back down, getting ever closer, and you can hear the whirring of the spinners, so be careful when they hit that floor. That's going to be loud.
Yeah, well, they've hit the ceiling. Well, certainly Bloodshot has. They do seem to be kind of stuck against each other. Both robots lost drive. I wonder what happens then, because it did seem to be pretty simultaneous. Bloodshot is giving it a spin to prove some mobility. Has Gizmo gone?
I think that's a pause to the fight. I think that's a pause.
Yeah, the fight has been paused. So both Roboteers are having a discussion with Arena Marshal Dave and our referee. Going to see what has occurred there.
So what has occurred so far? Well, we can see the rubble, we can see the carnage in the arena floor.
I think most of that is Bloodshot's wheels. If they do make it out of this fight alive, they're going to need some new tires.
But I'm sure they got the spares to enable that. And for me, I think Bloodshot kind of was more tentative. They were really focusing on getting their spinner up to speed before engaging with Gizmo. Gizmo, though, was straight in there trying to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I mean, Gizmo definitely seemed to get more of the telling hits early on. We saw Bloodshot hit the ceiling a couple of times, as Stuart shows us some more delightful photos. Check them out in the Beetleweight Robot Combat Facebook group after the event.
Don't know how they manage it, but there always seems to be a picture of robots in the air. It's always mid-shot.
It's impeccable timing, it really is. The conflab is still ongoing. We're not sure what is occurring here yet.
But the referees are there to discuss, so Joe is also a part of the conversation. I'm sure this is friendly competition.
Yeah, no one's got any money on this. Or if they did, they didn't involve me. Yeah, this is. I'm not quite sure what will be being discussed here, because they did both seem to immobilize at around the same time.
Well, it's clear that the chat has their opinion on what they think went on. I can see some agreements there being a consensus being formed amongst the chat.
Robot is.
And I think we're about to recommence now, so the timer will stay where it was, but we're going to continue this fight.
2,
1. Begin.
All right, so can either of these robots move? That is the important question. Bloodshot is moving, kinda. The pit, and there's Gizmo has freed itself from whatever was trapped. This could be bad news for Bloodshot, because it's being pushed around now by Gizmo. The spinner on Bloodshot is over, and Bloodshot is out of the arena. Gizmo is back in. We'll have to get the perspective of the Roboteers to see what was being discussed there.
Well, someone put in the chat, hey Bob, can I take my bet on Gizmo? I think
you just lost it there,
Ian.
You just lost it there, Ian, because, Gizmo's just won, mate.
I think they were expecting Gizmo to win.
Well, they're saying to take it back.
Wow. Interesting there. So a little bit of discussion needed to be taking place. So talk me through what happened there. Both robots got stuck, and that's what caused the pause?
I mean, if I'm honest, I'm completely in the dark. We'll get some perspective, presumably, when we interview the Roboteers. There was a warm embrace between the drivers after the fight finished. Delightful sportsmanship on display. It did look like Gizmo was beached on something. It also looked like Bloodshot was struggling to move at all. They were both immobilized pretty much simultaneously, and so we'll get some clarity presumably from the Roboteers when they go and talk to Craig. It'll be Joe.
No,
Joe is awaiting.
Hello, I'm Craig.
So we've not upgraded because they're both equally as wonderful as each other, but we've now transitioned to Joe. So
Craig is about to fight. That's why he's right by the arena. To clarify what happened, as I was there with our very other hardworking ref Joe, brilliantly named Joe. The robots were paused to separate. However, at the same time, Ellis here was stuck on some foam, but when we resumed the fight, was able to free himself and then truly send the goods anyway. So well done. I know that was a very intense moment, but a very well-deserved win there.
Yeah, that was sketchy for a minute. It's a bit of a weird one because I was stuck legitimately on the floor, and then we were touching, but then the fight was paused when we were touching. unstick happened, but blah, 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 blah. Basically, we had to carry on. I thought I was done, and I was probably being not very nice to some people around me, so I apologise if that's the case. But yeah, managed to get free legitimately, so I think I can take away that I won that fight legit, like I would have got unstuck if the pause hadn't happened, which is what happened. But yeah, so after that, it went to plan. I've got this front armour that's clearly taken a bit of a bash. It's designed exactly for fighting Bloodshot, because I fought him like 3 months ago. So yeah, happy with that. Back in the tournament, that's what I care about.
Excellent. Well done. To confirm, you won that fight absolutely fair and square. The confusion was around separation. The separation happened. The fight was a fight, and you won that fight. Congratulations. You're back in the tournament. Well done. Very well done. And obviously the armor paid off. So good job, Felix. Currently over there pointing at a sad bit of robot. There's a lot of chunks out of the wheels. Before we stopped that fight, I did think Ellis was pretty much dominating that, which is, I did think you stood a very good chance. This robot can be very scary. It's beaten a lot of very scary robots. So how do you think that went?
That was a really good fight. It was really good. I say Ellis was knocking me around a lot at the start, so it was a good one to watch, definitely.
Yeah, man. And what would you say you might do differently in the future, having gone into that? Or would you just go in the same way, just send it and hope?
I need to change the drive transmission because it's not very reliable and it keeps going soggy on me, basically.
Soggy is an amazing word to describe.
You've got to stay mobile, definitely.
So that's the end of the Bloodshot's run there. So round of applause for Bloodshot. We'll see it in the whiteboards, hopefully, yeah? Excellent. We love that robot. He is the Kingslayer normally, but today was not his slaying opportunity, unfortunately. So we've now got a very exciting fight coming up. It's newcomers, Dave and Tom, with their new robot. They've never done robots before. You've definitely not seen them on TV or anything like that. And they're fighting a veteran of Robot Wars, Craig. So it's going to be a very spicy one.
So yes, so we have Bop and Bad Daddy. Roboteers, Sad Boy and Abracadabra, please make your way to the ready tables.
Sad Boy and Abracadabra, that's going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to this one. I'm not sure Craig's looking forward to this one. Bop going up against Bad Daddy. All the bees.
This is going to be a really interesting fight because Craig has always built more controlling robots, more maneuverability. He's a practice hand when it comes to controlling a robot.
Have you cable tied that bit, Craig, now? He's nodding at me. That's good.
But Bad Boy is so destructive. Or Bad Daddy, sorry.
Bad Daddy,
is
yeah.
so
He's not just a boy,
destructive.
he's the daddy.
He's grown up now. And I'm fearful for how Bop will look at the end of this fight. But, I mean, as long as the underglow is still there, as long as that pink underglow is still shining, it's going to look beautiful.
Yeah, this is a big test of Bop's resistance because, if it's, it's unstoppable force, immovable object, anything can happen.
And we're seeing some support in the chat there for Bad Daddy. So I think a bit of carnage is what all of the spectators are hoping for today. Bop is taking the red corner, Bad Daddy in the blue. We are getting ready to begin the start of this fight. And we can try and count down with the robot if we want.
I don't know, I'm terrible at it.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Away we go. Oh, no, we're stopping. We're stopping. False start. Did somebody jump the gun there?
I think someone's jumped the gun, but that gave us a chance to do it again. So everyone in the center, let's count down at the same time. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Activate. It's begin, isn't it? All right. Bad Daddy is spun up and immediately Bop catches some air miles. Is Bop going to be able to bring that hammer down?
And Bad Daddy taking him over to the Uta Zone. Their plan here, I think, is to take Boom into the Uta Zone and win it that way.
A good smack with the hammer of Bop, though. Bop onto the top of Bad Daddy. You can see there's a bit dislodged of the armor on the top of Bad Daddy. And now he's been flipped over. Suddenly has this fight swung in Bop's favor.
So now we're seeing Bad Daddy struggling to maneuver that as the spinner is up to full force. Bop is now getting them over to the bit zone. All they need to do is hit the button. The button has been enabled.
This could be it. Is Bad Daddy about to go down in the pit? I think he is. Oh, but he's escaping. It's a very dramatic one. Somebody play the Great Escape theme. Bob's just there waiting, saying, come on, come out and get me.
But this is scary now for Bob because they're going to have to go in and get Bad Daddy. It's a standoff. No one wants to go into that.
Well, it's Bob. Bob has got the whole arena to move around in to prove that they can move. Bad Daddy is being counted out because they're still not moving and now teetering on the edge of oblivion.
So it's their spinner there that knocked him away from the wall. That's what stops the count from the referee.
Bob's coming in. Is this going to be some kind of croquet shot with the hammer? So just, put Bad Daddy in the pit. This is so tense.
And they're right on the edge. There's 40 seconds left, so still a lot can happen.
Is Bad Daddy going to get out of this jam? Gets some air miles and rights itself. That's the last thing Bob will have wanted, but still coming in there with that hammer.
So Bob now really in the danger zone, but they're getting that axe fire again.
Well, it's clear if you can hear this on the stream who the favourite in the room is. But then has been launched over the pit by Bad Daddy, but survives.
They're still getting those air miles. 15 seconds left as Bob goes once again up into the air. Bad Daddy making up for lost time.
Yeah, because remember, Bad Daddy spent a long time in this fight not doing that, and he's been got out of the arena. Bad Daddy takes what was an exceptional fight.
I think that was literally the 5-second mark. Bob had 5 seconds left to withstand, but Bad Daddy threw him into the outer zone.
That was amazing. That was a phenomenal fight. Let us know in the chat who you would have given it to had that gone to a judge's decision.
But
because I don't want to call that because, oh my goodness, the comeback from Bad Daddy at the end. They looked down and out, completely gone.
I mean, everyone was chanting, everyone was cheering for Bob. Fantastic to hear the audience onside getting into the battle because Bad Daddy, very cowardly at points of that fight, hiding on the opposite side of the pit.
I mean, they were upside down and had to, maneuver their way around the pit. I'm not sure it's fair to call it cowardly.
Oh, I absolutely will, because they were taunting Bob to come and get them. They didn't want to move.
Well, why doesn't Bob come and get in then?
Well, you see, for
Is
me...
it not cowardly from Bob staying in the nice big bit of the arena?
I mean, I might have been taken away there by the crowd cheering for Bob, but honestly... Such a shame to see Bob out of this fight, but done in spectacular fashion.
But that was, a brilliant, take nothing away from Bad Daddy there. That was a brilliant comeback, a brilliant performance, because they very much did look down and out for a substantial portion of that fight.
Absolutely, absolutely. When they were overturned, it was difficult for them, but they came back. We're now going to go over to Sam.
It was like the ending. It was like the ending of a Game of Thrones episode. Suddenly, the coup de grace.
Well, Craig, I think... A round of applause, please, for Bob, who fought valiantly. How was that for you? I mean, as much as it must be gutting to go out in that way, I mean, no?
Nah, I'm happy with a 2 and done. Can I just say, all the non-spinners out there, we can still do this. We can still beat them. We can still face up to them. Come on, let's do it.
I mean, it was a spectacular fight. Any major damage, you reckon, or is it still quite happy at the end?
It's fine. It's all right. There's a little chunk out of the wedge at the bottom there somewhere. There. But honestly, he's good to go. Let's get him in some whiteboards.
Absolutely. So you'll be back in the arena later on for some whiteboards. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Bob! Gentlemen, new trousers?
They're booing us.
I don't think boos are necessary, but I mean, what a crazy fight. I mean, that must have been, heart must have been going a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. I'm very pleased. I'm pleased we won. We barely won. That was, we lost the public vote, I think, but no, very pleased that we won.
I mean, Dave, you were driving. I mean, were you not?
No, so Tom drove in that one, and I think he did really well, to be fair, so I'm really happy with the outcome there.
I never want to drive ever again. That was horrible, man.
I mean, it was a spectacular fight. I mean, one of the fights of the day so far. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Bad Daddy. Well done, gents. Really well done.
And straight into the next fight we go, as we have Blast Furnace versus Luchador, I believe.
3, 2, 1, begin.
So Blast Furnace in the blue, Luchador in the red, and immediately touching prongs. And we now have Blast Furnace under Luchador, pinning against the wall.
You can
only do that for 10 seconds. We got the bright yellow axe of Blast Furnace against the sort of black sort of scorpion tail of Luchador. I like it's very sleek, very snazzy.
And a wonderful suplex there from Luchador, so getting the grapples in, trying to go for it again, but Blast Furnace just escaping as they dance over the pit.
These are two very well-matched robots here. This is a great draw. Two very similar designs, both very nippy across the floor, both relying on control and good driving. This is very much going to be a tactical battle.
And both Roboteers being very careful not to get their forks stuck as Luchador lift Blast Furnace up into the air. Of course, those forks really dangerous for both Roboteers if they get stuck in the arena wall.
Could that be an advantage for Luchador, the fact that it has that lifter? That maybe be the difference factor between Blast Furnace?
Well, I think, as you said, two very evenly matched robots, but Luchador seems to be the more aggressive robot so far in this fight. Of course, that's not the end of the fight, and all it takes is one little pit for it to fall out,
and there
which
goes
has
the
now
pit.
been enabled.
Blast Furnace is in trouble here. The exact same situation of the last fight. So if you're Gav, then Blast Furnace is being a coward, and if you're me, then Luchador's being a coward.
Well, we can see there Blast
Furnace going teetering on the edge of the pit.
And will we see a slam dunk here and lifting it in?
Luchador puts Blast Furnace into the pit. That was very intriguing, but I think Blast Furnace ended up at the wrong end of the arena at the wrong time.
And as you said, well, as I said, Luchador much more the aggressor in that fight, and as you mentioned, that grabber, the ability to grab and lift, takes that robot to a different element than where Blast Furnace was.
Yeah, there were a couple of times in that fight where Blast Furnace got picked up by Luchador, and that was a huge. I think it was that may have been the difference between the two robots.
And ultimately, it came down to the pit, so it didn't need to go to the referees, didn't need to go to the judges. That was a very well-controlled fight for Luchador. They are now going to be through, and in the arena, can we please have Aggro Wobber versus Zeitgeist? Please make your way up to the ready tables. And Axosaurus Rex versus Resistance. You are due to make your way to the ready tables as we now get ready for the interviews with the Roboteers. But that was a very different type of fight, much more controlled, very different to the lethal spinners that we've seen.
You've caught me with my mouth full.
And now we're going to go over to Craig as they are ready for the Roboteer interviews.
Hi, Jack. I saw nothing of that fight. Tell me about that fight.
It was a robot fight that involved lots of driving and lots of flicking and probably a few suplexes.
Oh, wonderful. I'll have to watch it back. Did you win?
I did.
Oh, that's great. Luchador won, everyone. I'm really happy. So that means we'll see Luchador in the next round.
Yep.
No repairs. Ready to go.
Good to go.
Happy days. We'll see you later, Jack. Let's bring Blast Furnace in real quick. Blast Furnace, the robot that just keeps coming back and back and back.
Not this time. Not this time. The hammer wouldn't work. And it blew a fuse when we tried to put it in first time round. So, I don't know. We lost drive on one side, so I was stuck going backwards and forwards. There wasn't much I could do. And, yeah, there we go. Oh, well.
It's had a bit of a day, Blast Furnace. Is it time for a rebuild?
It is time for a new robot, I think.
It's time for a new one. Blast Furnace, the robot that keeps returning. There will be a new one. Delightful. I look forward to seeing it, guys. Blast Furnace, everyone. Little cheer for them.
All right, back here in the arena, we've got the clash of Autonomous in the blue corner and Impulse in the red corner. Impulse that was unlucky to go down in the pit in the first fight, and Autonomous, which is, remember, semi-autonomous. So, how's this one going to pan out? The spinner on the front of Autonomous. Is that Autonomous?
I think it's Titan.
It's Titan.
It's Titan in the blue.
I'm
and
reading
then we have
the wrong thing,
Impulse in the red.
So, the spinner on the front of Titan. It'd be interesting to see a bit more of Impulse. They were really in their first fight, went down the pit. It was a real shame. And holding up well to the initial hits from Titan's spinner.
So Titan, they powered down in that first fight. That's why they are now in these redemption rounds. But listen to the grinding along that arena floor. That weapon is lethal, and Impulse is doing a fantastic job to avoid it.
Yeah, absolutely. The pit is now available. Impulse may want to try and push the button, make it an option to deal with Titan, because obviously Impulse doesn't really have too much weapon itself. What has Titan managed here?
This is a unique situation here. Titan still kind of moving because of the vibrations from their spinner, but Titan making his way closer to the pit.
Impulse is almost tentative here. Doesn't know what to do. But then instinct kicks in and down goes Titan. Impulse is back in the main competition.
Have you ever seen that before in a Beetleweight competition?
I don't think I have. That was amazing.
And that's a very simple thing that Titan can rectify. All they need to do is put a slight curved edge on their back, and they would have rectified from that situation.
Well, that's easy for us to say from up here when we don't build robots.
Hindsight is a wonderful thing, but as that engineering challenge, you review what went wrong. Pretty obvious in this situation. Never seen that before, so beautifully balanced on his back.
Maybe because we've never seen it before, maybe that's why they hadn't considered it in designing the robot. You don't think, oh yeah, it's going to get perfectly balanced on its backside.
But now that means Titan is going to go away for the next competition. They'll make those improvements, and well, that'll probably never happen again, but we got to see it here today, and that was so exciting. Impulse, we have to say, brilliantly judged to get them straight into the pit.
Yeah, it was a really good control fight from Impulse. They took the hits when they needed to, and even before Titan was up on its back end, they were being pushed around by Impulse. So I think, yeah, a deserved win for Impulse in the end.
And Titan almost helping Impulse there by rotating round. They gave Impulse the flat edge to push them into the pit.
Yeah, painting a great big target on its side and saying, go on, push me in, go on, push me.
So we're now waiting for them to make their way to Craig for some interviews. And I think we are going to talk to, I'm just going to gauge who we're going to talk to first.
I think
over to Craig and he'll let us know.
I think we're getting to see
So
Icebreaker
we've got
next.
Impulse in. That was pretty good. I like the kind of posting it into the hole.
Oh, I couldn't have gone any better. That was insane. I'm on cloud 9 right now. It was brilliant. Absolutely loved it.
I'm glad. I mean, it's an amazing robot, you know. To have any non-spinner be taking it to the spinners is, you know, obviously that's exactly what we want to see. Amazing. Yeah, could it have gone any better? It's kind of the dream story.
Yeah, really couldn't have gone any better. Yeah.
Well, very excited to see where Impulse goes from here into the round of 32. Congrats. And Titan.
Hello.
I think it needs a little nub on the back or something.
Yeah, I'm going to make it curved on the back, I think. I mean, what were the chances? But it could still move while it was upright like that. I was quite impressed. But
it was windmilling wonderfully.
Yeah, it was great. But on the bright side, it actually worked this time rather than just sat there doing nothing. So that's a plus. But yeah, that was unfortunate. But well played to my opponent. Well done.
Yeah, and it was amazing to see. Back for some whiteboards later?
Yeah, hopefully.
Awesome. We'll see you there.
2, 1.
So in the blue corner we have Revan, in the red corner, Icebreaker.
Icebreaker was... I was about to say Icebreaker looked very threatening in its first fight, but the first thing it does in this fight is hit the ceiling.
Well, Revan coming in and getting that perfect purchase, diving right under Icebreaker there as Icebreaker goes up into the air.
Two absolutely massive weapons here. There will be sparks flying.
And a brilliant dodge by Revan as Icebreaker goes into the wall.
This is the challenge of, like, you've got the four-wheel drive of Reverend versus the two-wheel drive of Icebreaker. There's a lot that can happen here, driving-wise.
And Icebreaker with, as you say, the more threatening weapon. It is a bigger weapon, but Revan there absolutely doing damage. But now look at that, loads of shrapnel. I think that's from the top of Icebreaker, but it's hard to say.
I think it's white-coloured, so it might be from Reverend. I'm not sure. And I think, is that Reverend out?
It's Reverend stuck in the corner, but they're still rotating. They're up on the wrong side of their robot, so that's giving Icebreaker the opportunity to charge it them into the corner.
Reverend is tapped out. That's the game. Icebreaker goes back into the main competition. Reverend's out. That's a real shame for Reverend because that's a frightening robot.
And even the chat were hyping up Reverend. A lot of people excited to see Reverend.
Well, Reverend definitely came out of the block strongest there. Really, really good start to the fight, getting some big hits on Icebreaker. But ultimately, it was Icebreaker that got the telling hit.
I was going to say, as we saw there, so we saw on the replay, again, Icebreaker being flown up, and there's that second hit where Revan goes straight underneath, and the spinner catching Icebreaker, throwing it further. There's the dodge that I was talking about from Revan, as it is very much trying to hit into each other. Revan also charging into the wall.
Yeah, it's not just a case of two glass cannon robots. You have to try and protect your own robot. You have to try and keep yourself, working, because there's no good having a great big spinner on the front of a robot that doesn't work.
And this is where we see Icebreaker. That's where Icebreaker got in there, did a lot of damage there to Revan. Hard to see what happened because both robots seem to entangle and flip over each other. But we saw the shrapnel as a result. We got a wonderful picture of it. So look forward to that on the Facebook group. And that was the end of Revan. They are out of the competition.
That's a real shame because they look really good for the first portion of that fight. And so, it's a real shame. Maybe we'll see them back for a whiteboard fight. Because we're getting along these fights at quite a lick. We might actually have time. I don't want to say that we have time. What is that?
Well, before we get to that, over to Craig and Icebreaker.
That's more like the Icebreaker we're used to seeing.
Not at the start, but near the end, yeah, it did what it's supposed to do.
Is that the first time those two Beetles have fought?
Yeah.
Because they're both scaled up ant weights, right?
Well, this was, the Beetle was first, so we scaled it down, and we've got an ant version, but different weights. Yeah.
Well, Icebreaker absolutely took it to them. Looks like it's back on form. Is it going to take it?
Maybe. I'll see.
We'll see. Icebreaker, everyone. And Bertie!
Yes, chat, you are correct. It is a Roomba. We're trying to get AI to put Dave out of a job.
Dave's holding his brush. He will not go down without a fight. But it's nice seeing a Roomba being used in the arena. I don't think it would last very long at all with the robots we have here competing.
I don't know. No. Let's be honest. It would be a massacre.
It would be an absolute shame to see. So, we have been told by the Roboteer, Autonomouse is now fully automated.
Yeah, so the semi-autonomous part is that the weapon was controlled by a human. The weapon isn't working, so it's going to be fully autonomous. So this is it. No pressure, Owen. You and Babrog, this is the last stand for humanity against the robots. No pressure, yeah?
It's going to be quite intriguing, yeah. The autonomous nature of Autonomouse. Will it get lucky? But Babrog, with that full human control, I mean, we think we have an advantage here. We're in a human control, but sometimes
Owen's a very good driver. It has to be said.
But sometimes our decisions are the wrong ones, and sometimes the robot gets it right. I mean, I feel like we should put Autonomouse up against the Roomba and see who survives the longest.
Well, the chat is actually requesting that we put Dave in the arena against the Roomba. Are you up for that as a whiteboard, Dave? Dave versus the Roomba.
As long as David can take his broom, he's willing, he's happy.
Yeah. Does that count as an active weapon? Probably.
Absolutely. I mean, we need to close the doors and be very scared because that Roomba would not survive long. And just to give a warning, not a warning, but shout out to Icebreaker. Your transmitter is still up on the arena. So, Icebreaker, please come and collect your items from the roof of the arena.
Same to Reverend. There's two transmitters currently sitting on the arena without owners.
There is so much hype for the David versus Roomba fight.
I think, it's got to happen now. Whose Roomba is it? Because
it's poor Joe's.
I'm not sure Joe's going to sanction this.
No, I definitely wouldn't. What if Dave falls into the pit? Indeed, what happens then?
Here he is. Here's the star of the show. Does he have a name? This is Bertie. This is the Roomba. So how are you feeling about your fight against Dave later?
I don't think he's going to reply to you, but let's flip it over and look at these weapons. Look at these bad boys. That's going to do a lot of damage.
Absolutely ferocious. Look at this. I mean, that is like military grade plastic.
I could do some whipping motions on Dave. David would probably get a rash on his arm.
Yeah, will that count for damage points? Oh, that's a delightful, like, Stuart's really on it with the photography today, as he always is. Yeah, send me that. That is going, on my Tinder.
So whilst, just to break away from some of the madness, Roboteers, Brug Deluxe versus Head for the Exit. Your redemption round is due to take place. Batteries not included versus Jackhammer. Please make your way to the ready tables. And Speeny versus EVA 02. Please make your way to the ready tables.
All right, in the arena, we've got Babrog
Roboteers
and the
stand
fully
by.
autonomous.
3,
Nicely done.
2, 1.
In the red zone, autonomous. So,
for humanity!
Babrog
In
driving
comes
straight
Babrog
in.
immediately, getting the grab in on autonomous. It does have to be said, like, a fully autonomous robot is a real achievement. You know, there's very, very few robots that do that in any weight class. Do we think that might be the future of the sport right there?
Well, I think there may be opportunities for that as an autonomous and then a robotic element, but autonomous is currently being counted out. I am looking at the Roboteer. They're not touching their controller at all. It is fully autonomous, but it's not moving. And Babrog decided to keep it in the fight.
Babrog does look the nippier across the arena floor. The AI is being quite tentative, but it's the lack of a damaging weapon on Babrog could mean that autonomous is going to stay in for a bit longer. Oh, is Babrog stuck in the arena on the pit? No, he's
Well, they were
out.
a little bit, but they can reverse out. Those forks are really low down, which is doing them great favours against Autonomous because they are constantly grappling them. But when it comes to the arena floor in the pit, a very different story. Is Babrog going to go for the Uta zone?
Going to lift it up. Is it got quite enough lift? I don't think so. But now the pit is available.
And Autonomous
into it is going Autonomous. Babrog backs it in. Just a gentle little reverse. But kudos to Autonomous. A fully AI controlled robot. That's a substantial achievement. And so yeah, love to see more of that in the future. More engineering challenges for you lot.
And I do feel like that was maybe the first autonomous robot at one of these competitions, so it's always difficult being the first. You are the innovator. Who knows, maybe we'll see more of that AI taking over.
Yeah, Elon Musk, your boys took one hell of a beating.
But for now, humanity is very much safe.
Absolutely.
We don't have to worry about much for now.
So who's on next? Who are we going to have next? It looks like we're going to have Sad Boy against Abracadabra. So, I might need a drink of water before that one.
But now's your opportunity. Over to Sam with Autonomous.
Well, John, an exceptional piece of engineering, Autonomous. How did you feel about kind of letting it happen? Just letting the controls go and letting it run free?
Well, I wish I'd had time to program it to run a bit faster. It was a bit too slow in there, and he was all over me. But he was driving very well.
Owen is a very seasoned and very good driver as well. He's exceptional at driving. How did you, what's the kind of next step for Autonomous? Where you've got the amazing, fact that you can drive, you can just let it do what it needs to do by itself. But what's kind of the next step from there?
Next step is to make it, like you say, faster, but also smarter. It's not particularly, it's smart enough to stay off the walls, but it's not smart enough to push the other guys around. So next time it's going to be quite a bit smarter.
Amazing stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Autonomous. Owen, how was that for you?
It felt fun. It was a lot of fun. I realized how rusty I was. I haven't driven a Beetleweight properly in a few months. It was an interesting challenge. It's an engineering-wise, there's a lot that goes into Autonomous. It looks like a brick, but I've seen some of the AI stuff. It's something cool. I want to see what it'll be like in a few years, but I'm happy I got that one anyway.
Absolutely, a big dub for you. And through to the round of 32, ladies and gentlemen, Babrog.
Roboteers, stand by.
And straight back into the arena, where we've got Sad Boy in the red corner.
2,
and Grabber Wobber. Aggro Wobber. No, Abracadabra. Too many Abra-sounding robots. Gav's abandoned me, so I'm doing this on my own. This is Sad Boy coming in with Abracadabra. There's like the lovely Google eyes on the top of Abracadabra. But is Sad Boy going to be a bit too small, a bit too low to the ground for Abracadabra to get some telling thing? Gav's back with me.
You're never alone for long, Bob. But yes, those mini-bots, look at them. They're really taking control of Abracadabra. Abracadabra, you'd think would be great at grabbing, but actually, as I say that, they're now turning it back around.
Yeah, like Sad Boy is quite small, quite compact. I don't think we saw the Sad Boy mini-bot in its first fight. I think that was a conscious decision to not send it in with Propane and Icebreaker, because that was a ferocious fight.
But Sad Boy, really, they seem to have better grip on this arena floor. Look how nippy they are. Abracadabra getting stuck on the pit. That's something we see so often with these fork robots.
Yeah, those forks, they can, because obviously the arena floor isn't a completely smooth surface. We do our best to make it so. The pit is now available.
Going down.
This is where Abracadabra is going to want to make its superior size count, maybe, its extra bulk.
And you can see the grabbers there of Abracadabra coming down on top of Sad Boy, so they are controlling. I can hear a countdown or a count up for pinning against the arena wall.
Yeah, I don't think either robot's immobilized yet. Here we go. Abracadabra still pushing Sad Boy.
And that's actually a fantastic move from Abracadabra. They're lifting them up against the wall, and that is really immobilizing. Sad Boy looks to be stuck here. I'm not sure if they're moving.
And here we go towards the pit. Is that going to be the pit? Oh, Abracadabra's got to be careful because you don't want to end up going into the pit yourself, trying to push your opponent in. Sad Boy's now half over the pit. Is this it? The mini-bot is helping out. Treachery from the Sad Boy mini-bot helped Abracadabra pit the main robot. It's the EastEnders wouldn't have this kind of drama.
Well, I think when you know it's over, the best thing to do is switch sides and claim a minor victory there for yourself.
If you can't beat them, join them.
Absolutely. But it looks pretty over there from Sad Boy. They were stuck up against the arena wall, as we're seeing here on the replay. Abracadabra taking full control of the end of that fight.
Yeah, Sad Boy was doing really well initially, using the smaller size to its advantage to keep out of the way of Abracadabra's grabbing, but eventually, once they got into the corner, I think, the superior bulk did count in the end. And then, look at that. Just
the treason that you mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. Treachery.
I mean, the honourable thing to do there as a mini-bot is to throw yourself in the pit as well after your bigger... safer hideout in the pit rather than facing any more damage.
Yeah, take note, Josh Whedon. That's how you write a twist.
So we're now going to go over to Sam for some interviews with the Roboteers.
Absolutely. Thomas and Sad Boy. Is it a sad boy?
Very, very sad today.
I mean, what happened? I mean, I was expecting, big, grunty drive from it, but just nothing happened. I was expecting more. What happened in the arena?
I think Icebreaker has mangled my actual gears in the one hit he got on me on my right side. Yeah, you can actually see where it's mangled them.
On this side here. Yeah. It's unfortunate because, there's certainly a lot of potential in it. It is an absolute brick of a robot. We haven't really been able to see that today, but sometimes it goes that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I get for building it in about 3 days before the competition.
Absolutely mad, lad. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Sad Boy. Becca. Expertly driven.
That was a bit dicey at times.
I just want to clarify, it was your mini-bot, not Sad Boy's. Is that correct?
Yes, it was my mini-bot from Cat at Team Foxfire. Yeah.
I mean, you were on them from the second, the activate was called, basically. I did love, hold them in place, the mini-bot goes under, they sit on top, you drive away, and then you go back in. That was excellently choreographed between the pair of you, so that was amazing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time she's driven a mini-bot for someone else, and I think it worked really well. I mean, Sad Boy, a lot of power in that, and I was a little bit worried at the start, but just about got through it. So.
Fantastic stuff. Please, Abracadabra.
Yeah, apologies to the viewers. The mini-bot was actually with Abracadabra, but in our defense, it did line up in the same corner as Sad Boy, so it
was tactical.
We're not being told it didn't.
Yeah, Bob. Yeah, what are you on about?
Oh,
Robot here.
You
Anyway,
were in it the whole time, Gav.
in the blue corner, Aggro Wobber. In the
Three.
red, Zeitgeist.
This could be interesting.
1. Begin.
Aggro Wobber, the people's champion, of course, up against that spinner of Zeitgeist.
And immediately the axe is coming down, pinning him against the arena wall. The spinner, though, as Zeitgeist, is definitely up to speed.
Yeah, this could be, all it takes is one hit, as we saw in the previous fight with Icebreaker. However, Aggro Wobber does seem to be controlling this fight very well, using that wedge to their advantage, bringing that axe down.
And that scoop of Aggro Wobber there, keeping Zeitgeist far enough away, I think, at the moment, where that spinner can work. But I'm not sure if the spinner's still working.
I think the drive belt of the spinner has come away. Is that down to the axe's influence?
So Zeitgeist going immediately for that pit. They've decided that that's the way they're going to win this fight.
Yeah, it's now a straight up pushing match. So, who's got the better drive? Who's got the better driver?
And Aggro Wobber still getting some of those axe hits in, because every little bit of attack, every little bit of aggression is important when it goes to the judge's decision.
Yeah.
But Zeitgeist, I was going to say Zeitgeist better place, but now Aggro Wobber in a better position.
Yeah, Zeitgeist really probably needs to get Aggro Wobber in the pit here, because if this goes to the judges, then Aggro Wobber's still got a functioning weapon that it can keep using, and that's going to count hugely in its favor.
And those two robots pushing against each other, they were not moving at all, so I think their pushing power is pretty even. It's almost as if one of them's going to have to go onto the side, and just like Zeitgeist was there to push him into the pit.
Yeah, it's like watching two sumo wrestlers here. They were about equivalent in power, but it's all about the maneuvering. Got 30 seconds left in this fight, and it could go either way.
And that axe, once again, coming down on top of Zeitgeist. It's the only thing that they can really do. It's the only differentiator in this battle, now that Zeitgeist spinner is gone.
Yeah, so Zeitgeist is arguably not only up against Aggro Wobber here, up against the clock, because, Aggro Wobber is going to comfortably win the weapons category.
And there's only 10 seconds left.
7.
So the countdown has begun.
Zeitgeist is going to be pinned in the corner probably for the remainder of the fight here. 2 seconds left. Well then, to the judges it goes. The drive belt of Zeitgeist came off. That was the great equalizer, I think, in that fight. But I think it's even before the spinner was disabled, Aggro Wobber was taking the hits very well, keeping them at an arm's length.
And it's very interesting, as I was saying, I think that the scoop of Aggro Wobber really kept them at a safe distance, and that protective element of that robot design, saving them from Zeitgeist's destructive element.
Yeah, so we'll see what the judges make of that. It's going to be very tight.
And as the chat has said, it wasn't really a bashful, impactful hit with the axe, but gentle, aggressive tapping on the top of the robot, just letting them know they were there.
Yeah, I mean that's why the category has been changed from damage, is because the advances in the technology, the armor on these robots is now basically it's able to withstand things like axes, and so the judging categories needed to be changed up to reflect that.
So whilst the judges make their decisions, and they are deliberating together quite hard, we will go over to Sam with Aggro Wobber.
Well, David, he didn't drive it down the pit this time, which is a start.
I mean, it's better than nothing, right? I mean, I've passed part one of that.
You drove very well as well. Like you a lot of times you got in underneath, and you were able to use the weapon to kind of stop Zeitgeist from really getting a grip of you, and also you got underneath their forks as well, which is also quite handy.
Yeah, I was just trying to be careful. We actually looked, the pulley got sniped on there, which took out the weapon, so I'm happy that that works.
So the axe actually did meaningful damage.
The axe did stuff again.
You are the expert sniper with now 2 weapon belt kills in Beetleweight combat. We are just waiting for the decision. Do we have a decision yet, judges?
Let me double check for you, Sam. I have been told, but I don't want to get this wrong because it is important. And it is a unanimous decision, so the judges are all on the same boat. I've been looking at the chat as well. I think they're in agreement. The decision goes to Aggro Wobber.
And through to the round of 32. Big dub.
I mean, that's all I wanted today, really. I could just retire for the rest of the day.
Don't you dare. Ladies and gentlemen, Aggro Wobber.
So only a couple more redemption rounds left to go. Batteries not included versus Jackhammer. Speeny versus Eva 02. And then Axosaurus Rex versus Resistance. I believe that is the end of the redemption rounds. And then we go into the round of 32, the head-to-head knockout elimination. So making our way through the day, fingers crossed we'll have some time for some whiteboards. And for those who don't know what a whiteboard is, typically it is utter chaos where roboteers who want to fight each other put their robot in the ring, and we have sometimes had 4-way fights where it's 4 robots against each other. We've also done the utterly chaotic thing and put 15 robots in the arena at the same time, where it's impossible to work out who is who, what is what, and somehow a winner is determined from it. So whiteboards is really our opportunity to have a bit of fun, especially for those roboteers who got knocked out in the early stages. So currently entering into the arena, Head for the Exit is currently at the door, and Brug Deluxe, I think, will be taking the red zone. So Brug Deluxe in the red zone, Head for the Exit will be taking the blue. I'm just responding to the live stream that we have. If you're in the live stream, please say hello. Also, everyone in the center today, do share the live stream to those back at home or your family, friends. As much viewership as we can get, the better. And Ultraviolence, I don't think we've seen them today. I don't think they made an appearance.
I don't think they've made it. They were on the list. Unfortunately, I don't think they've made it for whatever reason. We hope that all is well.
Absolutely, and we are now ready for the fight. Head for the Exit in the blue zone. Brug Deluxe in the red. Do you have a favorite in this one?
2.
I'm going to keep quiet. I have no favorites. I'm a neutral commentator.
So
it's purple and white is the...
So you can hear there, Brug Deluxe, I think, was the quicker of the two out of the areas, but then Head for the Exit got a hold of Brug Deluxe, and we heard the saw ripping into one of the wheels. They're now going in again, but they're just dicing into a wheel.
Crucially, it's coming down on the wrong end of the robot. That is exactly where Brug Deluxe does not want that saw to be coming down on the back side of the robot, where there's no wedge to protect.
And I think Brug Deluxe, their fork is stuck in the arena wall, so this might be over before it's begun.
Oh, what a shame if that is the way it goes down, because that is such a shame for Brug Deluxe. Congratulations to Head for the Exit with a little help from the arena, but it was Head for the Exit did push Brug Deluxe into that corner. They created that situation.
So a very short-lived fight. Again, those forks, they really are live by the fork, you die by the fork. That's such a shame for Brug Deluxe, though. I mean, granted, Head for the Exit was coming in with the aggression. We saw that they got the saw cutting in twice, but Brug Deluxe didn't really have a chance to show their aggression in that fight. They didn't have the opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, which is such a shame, but it's really great to see them, and obviously we'll hope to see them back, and maybe in a whiteboard, maybe later, who knows?
Very hopeful for a whiteboard. It'd be great to see them back. And we have no one in the interview area, so I think we'll just continue on with the day.
Yeah, so we're going to have Batteries Not Included up against Jackhammer next.
Yeah. Greg, where are you?
And just quickly, yes, if the robots get entangled, the match will be paused. But if a robot is stuck under the or on top of the arena wall, then they are beginning their 10-second countdown and they will be knocked out. Now over to Sam with both of the roboteers.
Well, I mean, it's the forks, man, every time.
Every time. It happens so much to me, specifically.
It's unfortunate because obviously, both kind of similar styles of weapon with the kind of the forks at the front end and the, the overhead weapon. You weren't running the saw in this fight. What happened to the saw?
Well, in the test box, it blew up. So that's a lesson to everyone. Don't test spinners at home. So it's because that can happen to you and it'll get in your eyes and not be good.
Absolutely. Are we going to see Brooke later on for some more whiteboards? That's more important.
Hopefully, when I get the X wasn't working in that fight at all. So hopefully I'll get that operational and we'll have a few more rounds on the whiteboards.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Brug. And heading for the interview booth, Head for the Exit. That is much, much more like it.
Finally. It's the third time running in the champs, and finally it did something that it should be doing. So that's nice.
I mean, the control was exceptional. You know, you got behind Brug, you pushed them into the wall, made sure that they couldn't get away, and then you brought the saw down. You got that nice little wispy saw horribleness coming out of it as well.
Yeah, I still need to get some sparks though, so that's the one for the next fight, hopefully. We'll see.
That's the end for the round of 32 then. Ladies and gentlemen, head for the exits. Don't actually head for the exit. Stay here.
I was going to say, Sam, you almost exited the whole
Absolutely,
building.
I was going to run out the door.
Everyone, stay seated if you are happy to do so. Roboteers, just announcing the round of 32. Firebolt versus Mr. Pointy. Yam versus Impulse. Please make your way to the ready tables. Bob, who do we have in the arena right now?
Well, that looks like Batteries Not Included with its incredible heft up against Jackhammer, who we didn't really get to see much of, I think, in their first fight. So it'll be nice to see what they can do in the, later on.
I think
later on, I say later on,
well,
right now.
I think that's the same for Head for the Exit as well, because they only just made it out of their red zone before being fired across the arena floor.
Yeah, Batteries Not Included. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Have they made it a bit faster? Because, it's all well and good being bigger, but that's not the only thing that counts.
3, 2, 1. Begin.
So the fight has begun, and as you would expect, Jackhammer is the quicker of the two getting out to that side, and Jackhammer immediately to the side of Head for the Exit.
That's Batteries Not Included. Head for the Exit was the last fight. It's okay. Now, this is interesting because they seem to be kind of stuck on each other. Nope, Jackhammer reverses. Now then, those forks on the front, are they a lifter or is... No, it's got an overhead saw that I don't think has come into play.
They are purely there as a purchaser so that the Jackhammer can then do its work and hit on top of the robot.
I'd be interested to see Batteries Not Included come up against a lifter because it is heavier than the other robots. Those legs on the side of Batteries Not Included not proving very effective at the moment at getting across the arena floor. They look great, they look spectacular, but are they achieving a great deal? Not really.
But Batteries Not Included, they're facing the wrong way. I don't know if there is a reverse function there, if the walker can go backwards.
You would hope. It feels like something that you would want to have included. But it's like Batteries Not Included struggling at the minute in the corner. Jackhammer almost kind of sort of stalking its prey.
I think Jackhammer's at a loss of what to do here. How do you fight an immovable object?
Yeah. And there we go, Batteries Not Included has moved. They survived being counted out. Jackhammer comes, but all that is, it's just a cue for Jackhammer to come back in, give it another go.
And I think this is tactical by Jackhammer. I think they're purposely not going for the pit button because they are so aware that they could easily fall in that as the more movable robot.
Yeah, it's perfectly acceptable to allow your opponent to just be counted out if they can't move.
And it looks a little bit boring from our perspective. This is a competition, and it is a way to win. The referee has stopped the count, so Batteries Not Included are still in this, and there's 10 seconds left in the fight.
Okay, only 8 more seconds to endure, people.
The suffer is over soon.
Goodness me. Like, this is... Well, I don't think... Good luck, Stephen, finding some replays to show us, because I'm not convinced a huge amount happened in that fight.
Well, we are watching the replay now, and you can clearly see Jackhammer really unsure of what to do. Does it go for a hit? Does it just watch? The referee was counting down, and then Batteries Not Included will move enough to stop and break the count. But then, it was just really inevitable, the way it was going, that Batteries Not Included, they were not making any movements.
Yeah, it's such a shame because like the Walker robots, we have seen them work. We have seen them be effective. I'm not sure what the problem is, but we'll, love to see them again. If they can get that traction sorted out, it'd certainly be the biggest, beefiest robot on the lineup.
Well, we definitely want to hear from the Roboteers, so hopefully they will make their way over to Sam for a little interview. But coming up shortly will be Talon Bite Size versus Percussive Maintenance XL. Please make your way.
That's already been. Oh, no, that has, no. We're almost done with the redemption fights.
We're almost done. But for now, over to Sam with Jackhammer.
Well done, Gav. It is Jackhammer. Jackhammer without the spinning weapon. What has happened to that?
The motor blew up earlier, so our pitmate lent us a motor, but we couldn't fit it in time. So, now we've progressed through to the next round. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll have the weapon again.
There's every chance. You seem to have the control of the fight, but it's a very unusual Robot 2 fight without like a big damaging weapon, right? Because ultimately you can't really move it because it's so vast and big.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't do very much. We did get high centered on one of their feet that we ripped off. It's like a little piece of TPU about this big. And yeah, I mean, we were immobile, they were immobile. I don't really know what happened at the end of that.
One for the purists. One for the purists. Do you think you've done enough to go through?
I hope so. Yeah, we'll see.
See what the judges have to say. Have we got a decision, Bob and Gav? Bob and Gav? Do we have a decision?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes, we do have a judge's decision.
Lovely.
It is unanimous. The judges have decreed that the robot that moved more was Jackhammer.
It's a win. Get that weapon sorted in for the round of 32, I think.
We will try our very best.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackhammer.
No, don't applaud that. That wasn't a fight.
There was, as the chat said, it was definitely one of the fights of all time.
Oh, yeah, truly. It will live long in the memory.
And not to be too cruel, but other comments included, batteries not included, movement not included. So sorry, batteries not included. But we're now into the next fight.
Speeny and Eva02.
Begin.
Speeny in the blue corner, Eva02 in the red corner. Immediately the spinner's going, spinner to spinner, and up into the air goes Eva02, but now coming back in with the push. Can they bring that arm over? I don't think the spinner on Eva02 is working.
But Speeny currently up against the wall, so they're the ones currently being pinned at the moment. Great stuff there for Eva02.
It's very clear who's got the stronger drive here, I think. So if it does come down to a pushing match, if the pit comes into play, Eva's going to feel encouraged by these early exchanges.
And just as you say that, though, both robots were locked in a head-to-head, not really going anywhere. Speeny's drum not currently spinning up, and that's allowing Eva 0.2 to get some damage in.
Yeah, Evo2 using that. I think the spinner on the end of that arm isn't really working. It's being used as an improvised hammer, but it was flipped up and over by Speeny then. Able to self-right though, thanks to that arm.
And now the pit has been enabled, which is just scary for both of those robots. But it looks that Speeny is on the right side of that, as Eva's now currently going around, pushing him closer to the pit. Not quite though.
It's very tight. Eva looks to be the quicker of the two robots, so maybe able to maneuver around the side to get a better push in, but you've got to be wary of that spinner, because if it catches, Eva's going to go flying, and at that point, anything can happen.
Eva02 is such an interesting robot. They have moments of stagnation, and then they're so nippy out of the blocks as they get so close to pushing Speedy into the pits. We're doing a round circle. We're coming back, and into the pit they go!
Eva02 took 2 attempts, but Speeny is into the pit and out of the competition.
But the crowd getting fully behind that then. Thank you everyone for cheering and getting involved.
We all love to see a robot go in the pit. It's what we're here for.
I'll let him know.
So Sam's making his way to the interview area. Brilliant that we have the loud cheering here. This was almost a sold-out event. The tickets were so close to dwindling in the single digits.
It's rammed up there in the rafters. We all still hanging in there. And so, yeah, that was, well, in the end, despite the fact that their spinner wasn't really working, Eva made the superior speed tell, made the maneuverability tell.
And as I was saying, we have got a live chat. This is being streamed, so at the end of the day, any robot fights that you've seen, you can go back and you can rewatch them on YouTube. But the live stream chat are absolutely cheering for the people to cheer. So it's both ways. People are cheering on each other.
Yeah, our audience both in person and virtual. It's the new, post-Zoom world.
Yes, the virtual world that we all seem to be living in now, or the hybrid system that we now have operating.
That makes me sound like I'm at work.
I said the word hybrid working. I'm so sorry. So are there any Roboteers ready to go over and talk to Sam? Everyone, I think, have gone straight back to doing repairs.
So it's just you and me, Gav. We've got
I think they're scared to come and see me. It's very sad. Very sad.
Well, how are you feeling, Sam?
Well, I've just found out that my next opponent is Eva02, so I'm a bit apprehensive. It looks pretty scary, but, we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. Who's been your best interview so far?
Ooh, that's choosing favourites. I couldn't possibly do that.
Good answer. All right, that looks like Axosaurus Rex being put into the arena.
I was going to say, I'll just do some administrative call-outs. So, Talon, Bite Size, versus Percussive Maintenance XL. Digestive versus Babrog. Please make your way to the tables. And Bonkers versus Head for the Exit. Your round of 32 has been called. This is the last of the redemption rounds.
So, after this fight, we will know who our last 32 are. Is it going to be Axosaurus Rex, or is it going to be Resistance?
Well, shall we pick our robots to cheer for in this fight?
I don't know. I don't like picking favorites. I think we should be neutral. But let's get some clapometer going here. So, audience with us here in the St. Michael Centre, give us a cheer for Axosaurus Rex, and give us a cheer for Resistance. That's about even. The crowd don't want to call it.
It's about even. I think I'll be a bit braver and I'd say I think the crowd are leaning on Resistance to win this fight, but
Resistance does have the pedigree. It's got, you know, some big victories in its past, some very strong tournament performances. But Axosaurus Rex has a better name.
Well, I don't think you can really claim that to be much of a benefit when the arena door closes.
In my heart, that's the most important judging category.
As soon as that arena door closes, names, titles means nothing. It's all about what you've got. And I think Resistance is actually...
So Resistance, smoke was coming from it, and I think they may have pulled out. This could be a win by default for Axosaurus Rex.
Maybe the name is everything.
See, I told you.
But we're just getting some...
We'll get some ruling from the organizers on this, because this is the last redemption fight. So, you know, this is the last fight of the round. We can't really wait. Oh, that's such a shame for Resistance, because, you know, very, very good robot with a good performance in the first round, it has to be said.
A good performance, but still not enough to make its way automatically through. It did end up in the redemption fights.
Yeah, it was a good... I mean, it came up against a very strong robot in Yam, so that is such a shame for Resistance. Can we have a cheer for Resistance, please? I think they are going to have to pull out of this. That's such a crying shame. And congratulations to Axosaurus Rex that goes through to the round of 32.
But we have got Gareth and Sam going over, so we will find out from Resistance exactly what happened. Over to Sam.
Yeah, Gareth, if you want to come over. So, Resistance is kind of famed for being relatively competitive and very strong. What's happened today?
The main thing is this wasn't the Resistance I was meant to be fighting with this tournament. I've got the old one ready in a few days, effectively. It was meant to be retired. Something's happened in the last fight, and for whatever reason, when I turned the robot on, the flashing lights, which should be off by default because they're not the power lights, were on. I tested that on the bench, and it seemed fine, so it just seemed like maybe the circuit had got a bit hit or whatever. We turned it on, and as soon as I went to drive forwards, smoke started coming out of the link. So I immediately pulled the link, and I've called the fight.
It's unfortunate because, as I said, you know, Resistance is generally very competitive and tends to go quite far in the competitions. Is there any chance we're going to see it for some whiteboards later on? It is an absolute beast of a machine.
Honestly, given the safety concern now, I'd rather just have some fun at the event. It's a great event to be at and to watch. So, I say, given there is a safety concern, I think I need to spend time on it. And given there's a new one being made, maybe it's best I spend that time on the new one. Ready for Battle in the Borough, that's later on in the month.
Absolutely. Fair play to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Resistance. And well done to Axosaurus Rex. Go through.
All right, back in the arena. In the red corner, we've got Firebolt, who we've not seen since very early in the day, and Mr. Pointy in the blue corner, fought his way back through the redemption fight, and is back in the main competition. Motherload was the victim.
Robot ears.
How are we calling this? 2 flippers, 2 wedges. One is plastic, the other is metal.
2.
But
Not
only
a lot
one
between them. Only one winner.
Let's see, Firebolt almost tentative, like Mr. Pointy quicker out of the gates, but is it going to have the ground clearance to get underneath Firebolt? Yes, it is! I'm almost proven right immediately. And oh no, it's come off again! More duct tape! Firebolt getting in underside now, and now the the face is being used as a kind of like a sling whip type thing. That's
I was
a
going
great
to say,
strategy.
the flipping weapon now turns into a tail, and that is now a very different type of use from that type of weapon. But it's very interesting seeing Firebolt, such a strong angle, such a high inclination on that robot. Really difficult for it to get underneath Mr.
Pointy. Yeah, so if you're Firebolt here, what changes about your game plan? If the flipper has come off Mr. Pointy, it's now got that kind of sling weapon. Does Firebolt's game plan change at all, or do they just still keep trying to get it underneath and flip Mr. Pointy over?
Well, we see that the pit button's been activated, so
and there
that's part of it.
Mr. Pointy is pushing Firebolt into the pits! Mr. Pointy!
How did they do it?
To the last 16!
How did they do it?
I love it. I love it. That is the true spirit of combat robotics writ large there.
So let's watch the replay, because I think we're all a little bit shocked at that outcome. Mr. Pointy there, their tail whip flying around the arena, Firebolt getting hit in the face, going underneath. Firebolt really struggling a little bit to get underneath Mr. Pointy. As I mentioned, it's a steep incline on their flipper. And I think it was Firebolt who was the one that activated the pit button.
Okay, right, we need to do some admin in the meantime. We need Talon, Percussive Maintenance, Digestive, Babrog, Bonkers, Head for the Exit, Tanam, Jackhammer, Salancer Frog, and Axosaurus Rex to the ready table, please. If you heard your robot's name there, you got to get up here.
But now over to Sam with Firebolt.
Oh, Chris, what happened?
A robot is only as good as its driver. And this driver has been driving from Disneyland Paris 2 days ago, and I am very tired.
I mean, you drove so well in the first fight. I mean, and then in the end, just kind of got baited by Mr. Pointy.
Yeah, few issues with the flipper, ongoing issues, which will be addressed eventually, but I'm just too tired.
I completely understand that. It's not easy fixing and maintaining these things. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Firebolt. I think this might be a popular one. Mr. Pointy nitro-fueled into the round of 16. Thoughts?
It's amazing, yes.
It's just, I mean, excellently driven. Kept, rode over the top of him a few times, but, when you had the one opportunity, you took it.
Yeah, that's how that works, yes.
Got to be in it to win it, and you did win it. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Mr. Pointy.
Meanwhile, back in the arena, we have Babrog in the red corner and Digestive in the blue corner. This could be interesting. We have Spinner versus the wedge of Babrog. Babrog has already won for humanity, having taken out the AI-powered Autonomous.
1.
But how will it fare against the Spinner of Digestive?
Well, instantly Babrog getting out there and making it really difficult for Digestive. They're running circles, and now Babrog's up on his end, almost going into the Uta zone. You can see what Digestive's hoping to do.
Yeah, and sort of Babrog at this point, you can also see what they're going to do right there. Try and get behind Digestive, try and push them into the wall, get Digestive's Spinner to damage itself.
And I think that is a fantastic strategy from Babrog. Digestive, though, really struggling, it looks, to control the robot. They're now going on the offensive and flipping Babrog across the arena.
Yeah, it seems now Digestive managing to get a few big hits in on the sides of Babrog, but Babrog seems to be standing up to them quite well. It's very, very solidly built by the looks of it.
And I think Digestive there is struggling because of the sheer power of that spinner, the gyro effect making it hard to spin. Babrog taking as much advantage as they can, but getting flipped over. They just clipped the ramp there, and are they stuck against the arena wall?
I think they are. They thought about going for the pit button and then decided not to. Is Babrog now stuck? No, they managed to break free. But that just leans them back into more punishment from Digestive.
Well, all able to dish it out. As you said, the pit button is enabled, but no one yet pushing it. And Digestive flying into the corner. Both robots just missing each other. It's so difficult to control.
Digestive is just so quick across the floor that it's almost difficult for a control robot like Babrog to get a purchase on it. You have to catch the thing first.
And you can see the low force of Digestive made it difficult for Babrog there to get underneath. Both of them staying away from that pit.
Into the corner though, where by Babrog. This could still go either way, but Brock will be hoping to get Digestive in the pit, though, you think, because the big hits from Digestive Spinner will be counting favourably in the eyes of the judges.
Only 15 seconds left, so time is running out there for Babrog if they do want to get Digestive into the pit.
Big hit from Digestive and send Babrog to the edge of the pit. Can they finish it off? They cannot.
And in these dying seconds of the match, it's getting so close, skirting over the pit, and that is the end.
I'm glad you retained your ability to speak there, Gav, because I was hard in my mouth moment then, but Brock being blasted across the top of the pit, but staying out of it, crucially. It's gone to the judges.
And the Roboteers there, they did give each other an embrace. They absolutely love that fight, so it's always great to see the camaraderie.
Yeah, the camaraderie, the respect between two teams, like everyone understands that everyone has built these, or spent a lot of time building these things, and you're spending a long time to build something to watch it get destroyed over 2 minutes. And so, yeah, particularly if you've got a big weapon like there is on Digestive, to go the full 2 minutes against it is an impressive achievement. And so, worthy of respect.
And Babrog absolutely was aggressive in that fight, throwing Digestive up against the wall. That's going to be a difficult one for the judges. We can see the chat there, maybe giving us their opinion. So chat, please do say, as we go over to Sam, ready with, I believe, Digestive.
I think we're going to have Babrog as well come up as well, because this was a canny fight. We'll start with you, Rob. I mean, what were your thoughts going through that? What was kind of the main aim?
Oh bother, oh bother, oh bother, oh bother.
I mean, you gave him a good few licks. They kind of bent up the front end here quite nicely. You got the forks kind of stuck underneath Babrog a few times. But, I mean, he is a tough guy to shake off, isn't he?
He didn't stop. Yeah, no, it was... Yeah, that was... Sorry, I'm still kind of shaking here. It was tough kind of getting the steering right, because I changed the whole settings for drive. Was it Friday morning? But yeah, it was quite hard trying to make sure I was like coming in at the sides, because head to head, he's got forks, I've got forks, it wasn't going to end well. And especially once he opened the pit, that was very much a, oh no, now I have to really drive.
Robot ears, stand by.
Oh, we'll get a decision in a minute, but
we've
got a fight coming up.
3.
We've got Impulse in the red corner.
1.
Up against Yam in the blue corner. This could be a big fight. Two very impressive robots from the start. Yam survived that very, very tight fight with resistance early on. Impulse came through the redemption round. Yam spinner. I really like the articulating front on the Yam spinner. Don't worry, viewers, we will have the judge's decision from the last fight after this one's concluded.
I was going to say, if you are close to the arena, please feel free to cover your ears, because this is rocketing around the arena. And Yam deciding to push that button. They know exactly what they want.
Impulse is going to get Yam in the pit here. Yam's got to get a grip on themselves, and into they go! Yam, after spending the last fight flirting with the pit, staying around the edge of it, but they ended up in it this time, courtesy, well, more of their own power. I don't think Impulse actually pushed them in any way.
I was going to say, I got tongue-tied there, because Impulse was right next to the button. Yam had to be careful of the pits, and Impulse then tactically hit the button. Yam managed to avoid it, they got away from it, but then they found themselves being flung, as you said, from their own weapon into the pit. So,
which is the risk you run when you have a big weapon on the front, uncovered like that.
Fantastically done there by Impulse. That was absolutely brilliantly controlled.
And also for admin purposes, we have the judge's decision from the Digestive fight, Digestive and Babrog. It was unanimous in favor of Digestive. They did say, however, that they were very impressed with Babrog's durability and willingness to stick around. They made a great fight of it, but it was ultimately the weapon and the hits of Digestive that told.
So that is the final 32. We've just lost one more from those 32, so now only 31 robots left in the competition. Can I please ask for Talon Bite-Size Percussive Maintenance XL to come up to the ready tables? Bonkers versus Head for the Exit. Paradigm Spin versus Icebreaker Grab Ya. Gold Dust versus Eva 02. And Delta Phi versus Icebreaker. Please make your way up to the table as we head to Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. Impulse. I mean, going up against a weapon like Yam, it's kind of unique in the field because it's just so brutal and heavy. I mean, how did you find that fight?
Basically, just stay back. Like, you don't know what it's going to do. It's so sporadic. You don't know what it's going to hit. So just be careful, back up, and hope it does something to itself. And in that case, it did. So.
Absolutely. I mean, Impulse has kind of come a long way very quickly. It's kind of the new version of this robot. It looks fantastic. It looks very, very solid. What's the goal now? Obviously, you made it into the top 16. What's the target for you now?
Oh, we're just taking it how it comes. I think we're just going to see what happens. But yeah, it's going good so far. So no reason not to be optimistic. So yeah,
definitely not. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Impulse.
And so the day is starting to wind down a little bit. Robots are now being knocked out.
It's
Robots are
cranking
being
up. What
knocked
are you
out.
on about?
We're starting to see some more controlled fights, less chaotic with the freeways, and now we're actually seeing Roboteers having to fight their way through. As we just saw there, Impulse versus Yam. Not much of a weapon on Impulse, but yet it's still managed to get its way through tactical driving.
Yeah, there's a lot more at stake now. Any defeat sends you out of the competition. Right, here we go. Now for some fun here, we have got, that looks like Percussive Maintenance over in the red corner against Talon over in the blue corner. Clusterbot versus Axebot.
3, 2, 1.
And the fight has begun.
Here we go. Percussive Maintenance quicker out the blocks here, but who do you take on? You've got the two sort of pusher, lifter things on the Talon minibots. Oh, but one of them's flipped over.
They're both flipped over. I think Talon, well, the blue Talon is stuck on the arena wall, it looks like, and then the purple one's turned over. But because of Maintenance now being tactical, what does it choose? Does it even do anything?
Yeah, just waiting on moving sideways. This is impressive sort of move. And I think that's game over. Both of the Talon robots immobilized. And
So-
Percussive Maintenance is through to the last 16.
In that situation with a clusterbot, you have one of your clusterbots stuck against the arena wall. Are you able to use the other clusterbot to try and free yourself?
Well, I think there was one stuck on the arena wall and the other one was flipped over. So maybe it couldn't drive the other way up. Maybe it was just struggling. Who knows? But yeah, it's I'd say that's a pretty comfortable, easy win for Percussive Maintenance in the end. And it's a real shame. Talon looked very impressive in their earlier fights, but alas, it was not to be.
And as we can see there, David pulling Talon out of the arena. The wheel actually fell off of the larger blue clusterbot, so that probably hindered its ability to pull itself out of the pit wall, the arena wall. So really, really challenging for them. Difficult fight to go out. Obviously, you want more of a showing. You want to show what you can do. For them to kind of get stuck and out of their own accord, it's a real shame.
Yeah, it really is, but that's the way it goes. I'm sure they'll be back. Well, we know that Percussive Maintenance will be back in the last 16.
So hopefully we can encourage Percussive Maintenance. Please make your way over to Craig for some interviewing. And it's been a nice roster on the interview platform today.
Yeah, they get breaks.
We do indeed get breaks every now and again. I just thought I'd dip out, but come back for one of the most important robots, making it into the top 16 because of Maintenance. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, that ended a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be. He got stuck under the wall, so that was a bit lucky of me. Yeah.
It looked like it was going to be a big push and shove match for most of it, but I guess not.
I mean, I'll take the win.
Absolutely take the win. Through to the round of 16. That's a pretty good placement already. How are you feeling about it?
Nervous because there's a lot of big spinners there, so we'll see who I get.
I wish you only the very best of luck. Percussive Maintenance, everyone.
Woo. No, it's just me.
So yes, the chat has already found out the Frog, Sir Lancer Frog, is next to go up against Axosaurus Rex. It's a battle of animals.
It is yet another one. Well, we've already had Fox has beaten out Snake. It is time for Frog versus Dinosaur. I'm going to have to be Team Dinosaur here. It's dinosaurs.
Are frogs from the prehistoric age? I mean, they're not quite reptiles, they're amphibians.
No, they're amphibians. Yeah, I think frogs were around at the time of the dinosaurs, yeah. Somebody who knows more paleontology in the chat, let us know.
Yeah, chat, please help us out. Do a Google search or something. But potentially a battle of the prehistoric here.
Yeah, And you know, sort of, yeah, the best name in the game, you know, Axosaurus Rex, has already won a fight on its name alone. Is that going to intimidate Sir Lancer at all? Not a lot intimidates Sir Lancer, does it?
Not likely. Sir Lancer is a well-tried and tested robot.
That thing is hard as nails.
And a lovely handshake between Roboteers before the battle commences. As the button has been pushed.
Stand by.
In the red corner, it's Axosaurus Rex. In the blue corner, it's Sir Lancer Frog.
2, 1, begin.
There we go. Axosaurus Rex out of the box quick. And now, seems to have got the axe caught on the underside of Lancer Frog. This is interesting.
That was very much a quick entanglement, and you can see them pirouetting as Sir Lancer drove over the top of Rex, and the axe, as you quite rightly pointed out, stuck on the wheel structure. And the ref is doing a count, but they're still driving. I know the horse has been called.
So what happened there? Yeah, the axe of Axosaurus Rex is caught under the side of Sir Lancer Frog, and I don't think it has the power to lift Lancer Frog, and so because they're entangled, they have to be separated. All right, I think we're going to be ready to restart.
So I think the clock stopped at around 1:40, so 20 seconds of this fight gone, a lot left to go.
Yeah.
As we recommence in 3, 2, 1, and we're off.
All right, Axosaurus Rex veering away and getting underneath Sir Lancer Frog. This is really a tactical battle here. This is all about the driving.
And so far, I want to say that Axosaurus Rex has been the better robot again underneath Sir Lancer but Sir Lancer did get an opportunity there to get that flipper reactivated.
Yeah, there we go. You see when Sir Lancer gets up behind Axosaurus Rex, it's really vulnerable to that flipper. Still the right ways up though. The pit is down. Who's going to end up in it? Is anyone going to end up in it?
Well, they're both staying far away as they can, but Sir Lancer only just getting under Axosaurus Rex to slightly tease him towards the edge. Sir Lancer is that tempting fate? Are they trying to tempt Sir Axosaurus Rex over to them into that pit area?
Well, they're running the risk if they do. I think I saw them try to lift Axosaurus Rex out of the arena there.
And for a second there, I thought the axe was once again caught on Sir Lancer but both of them disentangling nicely. So far, Axosaurus Rex, they've been much more aggressive as we head into the pit corner.
Here we go. Now the fight has gone down to the mat. Let's see what happens here. And Axosaurus Rex has got to break out here somehow.
I think Axosaurus Rex is very aware that they need to reverse, but they don't want to reverse because that is right where the pit is. As the robot Tyr has just put down the controller.
That's it. Sir Lancer Frog progresses. Oh. That was a very delicate, intricate fight there because it could have gone either way, and then it was Axosaurus. It sort of, backed in between the wall and the pit. It's so difficult to drive out of there.
I think that was very much on a seesaw in terms of the aggression, in terms of who was in favor to win that fight. For me, Axosaurus Rex, they were the aggressor. They got underneath Sir Lancer Frog a lot more. They were driving around. If that was to go to the judge's decision, I think I'd be worried if I was Sir Lancer Frog. Ultimately getting lucky there with the pit, but Axosaurus Rex
you say, looking, as we've just seen on the replay there, Sir Lancer Frog did push Axosaurus into that position where they were between a rock and a hard place. You know, stay where they are, get counted out, or reverse into the pit. That's, very good driving in the end. It was, all it took was that one moment, that one killer blow.
And I was just getting a bit closer to the screen there because you can see the wheels or the motors twitching. Maybe they were immobilized, I'm not too sure. Very interested for Craig to find out and ask them some more questions.
Yeah, a great fight. We'll see Sir Lancer Frog in the round of 16.
Rex. Come on in. What the heck happened?
Gearboxes, once again gearboxes. Keep going. I think the wheels are too rigid, so all the shocks going into them and just blowing them up. So softer wheels, I think.
That's such a shame because there were points in that fight where it looked like you were going to have him. You were going to have the frog.
Yeah, it was going well, but it does this every time. You get to about 2/3 of the way through and the gearboxes go. So repair job underway.
He's just sleepy. I know the feeling. It's fine. Well, are we going to see Axosaurus Rex again in future?
Probably not. I want to do a different one. Bit more to it, a bit more animated, a bit more weapon. So,
heck yeah. Look forward to seeing it. Axosaurus Rex, everyone.
Thanks,
Nick. It's Froggy. He's back. He did a fight and he won.
did a fight. It wasn't a certain thing, though. I was very tense during that fight. Especially after the first unstick, I was like, I can't ride up the front of it. I know that risking another unstick was just going to be too much.
But he's doing well. This is the Frog chassis from 2018, am I right? So it's been through a lot of fights.
It's been through a lot, like everybody here, I think. But it's still, there's plenty of life in it. I like a well-seasoned robot. I know exactly what it's going to do, what it won't do. But I'm just glad it's doing the job right now.
I hear the French like a well-seasoned frog as well. Thanks. Thank you for that. Whoever's laughing, that was a terrible joke. You should not laugh at that. Lance a Frog, everyone. We will see you in the round of 16.
I just wanted to share some of the frog puns from the live stream chat. So we've had a frogging fantastic battle there between the two. It gets worse from there, I'm sorry to say. There was a frog moment stuck between a frog in a hard place.
That one's quite good, actually.
That one's quite good.
That's
I think
correct.
there's a lot of roboteers here who are fearful of being stuck between a frog in a hard place. That robot is a challenging competitor to go up
Especially
against.
when the frog is in itself quite a hard place. You know, that thing, I don't think I've ever seen it actually get knocked out.
Well, as in into the outer zone?
No, as in like disabled by its robot. As opponent, I think it's always been still going after every fight I've seen it. I'm not saying it's never happened. I've just never seen it.
Well, as you say that, the chat is saying it does look like Sir Lancerfrog has been in a war. It really has survived, been battered and bruised. But we now turn our attention back into the arena. And, well, prepare for carnage as Abracadabra takes to the red corner and Paradigm Spin takes to the blue. If you are close to the arena, be wary. This will go flying.
Yeah, so we'll see how Paradigm Spin handles
Robot
the
is
control here.
stand
Does
by.
Abracadabra try and control this fight? Because Paradigm Spin
3,
is more than happy to bounce around
2,
itself.
1.
And the fight has begun.
Abracadabra straight in, trying to stop Paradigm Spin from spinning up, pushing it against the arena wall and getting it inverted. That's important, I feel, if you're going to beat this spinning robot.
And Paradigm didn't shoot there, accidentally jumping over Abracadabra as Abracadabra goes flying underneath. Abracadabra, though, there goes the shield, just been fired off from that spinning disc of Paradigm Spin.
But it's not deterred at all, still going in on the attack. It's going to have to try and attack Paradigm Spin some way, but every time you go into attack Paradigm Spin, you're at risk of hurting yourself.
So more and more of that shield from Abracadabra being taken off. Once again, another piece there. Abracadabra, there's going to be nothing left but Paradigm Spin. So close to the pit, not quite flying in. Abracadabra there, very hopeful for a moment, but Paradigm Spin back under control.
That's what I think Abracadabra's got to hope for here. Try and get Paradigm Spin to bounce around into the pit, play it almost like a golf shot. 4
and a hole in one. But now we have a little bit of quiet here as a minute remains. Something's going on there in the corner. We can't quite see, but Paradigm Spin being a little bit stuck. Now once again spinning out of control. Abracadabra slowly nudging over to the pit area.
I mean, kudos to Abracadabra here, just not letting up. Despite the amount of damage that the spinner has done to it, it's coming in for attacks again and again. The spinner doesn't seem to be going. Is it struggling? Is the spinner maybe disabled in some way?
Well, I think we're now seeing from Abracadabra just a sheer pace. And Abracadabra wins!
Bloodied and bruised, but Abracadabra pulls through.
Barely a bolt, a robot of components hanging on by a thread. Abra.
Whew. That was close.
That was fantastic. As I said, there wasn't much left on the clock, maybe 30 seconds or so. But Abracadabra positioned themselves perfectly. Not quite sure what was going on with Paradigm Spin weapon. Maybe it was demobilized, but it was still a very nippy robot.
Okay, we've just been told it was a conscious decision from Paradigm Spin to bring the spinner down, to stop it spinning so that they weren't bouncing around. It's a good strategy to stop them bouncing into the pit. Unfortunately, they just got pushed in there anyway.
Well, it was interesting. I was literally about to say, Paradigm Spin, when it's not spinning, the control and pace of that robot is quick. It is very quick across the arena floor. We saw it there darting around, but Abracadabra, it grabbed you.
It did.
Well, the rest is history from there.
Into the last 16, but with a heck of a repair job on their hands.
They reached out and grabbed Paradigm Spin. I'm trying to get the song in here somehow.
It's not working.
It's not working. Craig, over to you. Spare me from this because I'm digging
Don't
myself a hole.
spare me. I will spare you both. This time and this time only. I'm here with Mark and Paradigm Spin. Was it a conscious decision?
Yeah, I thought the pit's got down. If I carry on pinballing, I'm going to send myself in the pit. So I throttled down.
I guess it makes sense. You've done all the damage already, right?
And I've got magnets. I've got quite a lot of traction. But the wedge got under. I lost traction. And I throttled up too late. I thought, oh, I can spin off. I'll spin up. And it was in the pit already.
So close. So close. It's so sad to see it go because it's such a unique robot in the field. I really hope to see it back here again soon. It's so nice to see a robot like this fighting in Bristol. Thank you for bringing it down, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you. As I said before, my objective was do some damage. I've done some damage, so it's a win, really.
Absolutely. Let's give it up for Paradigm Spin, everyone. Becca, did you just pull off the upset of the year?
I might have done, yeah. That was a scary spinner. That was a really scary spinner.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are some of the bits of my robot. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how I did that.
Were some of those bits sort of hastily attached upon hearing your opponent?
This is like her heaviest armor package, which I needed. But she survived. And yeah, but all credit to him, that is a terrifying robot, and yeah.
Well, you've made it. Top 16, Abracadabra. Give it up, everyone.
So I just want to say, Bob, I'm regretful for what we've started on the live stream. Continuing on some of the puns, Frog almost croaked that match away was one of the last ones I didn't quite read out. And
the frog of war.
More recently, Abracadabra, you pulled that one out of the hat like a rabbit.
Goodness me.
I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the interaction.
I can tell.
So,
oh no, it's great. Keep the puns coming. We love it. We love it, really. Meanwhile, in the arena now, look at this. We've got Head for the Exit up against Bonkers. I don't know where this one's going to go. Head for the Exit.
Stand by.
Got a very impressive knockout victory against Brugg in the last round, in the Redemption round.
2.
Bonkers has got a very powerful spinner on it. And there it is, spinning up. You can hear it. It's ominous. What does Head for the Exit do? It's got a fork kind of jammed into Bonkers' mouth there.
Somehow Head for the Exit winning this pushing battle despite the fact that it's lifted up.
But it's been immediately chucked up, and the Dutch flag has come off. I don't think that's going to hinder its ability to be a robot. But, you know, its national pride is lost. But now Head for the Exit giving Bonkers a push into the side, and down comes that saw.
Sword-to-sword action I think we're seeing here. This is quite aggressive, but Head for the Exit finally getting into the battle.
The thing is, gotta keep that spinner of Bonkers out of reach, and there we go. We see Head for the Exit up onto its back, and now up against the arena wall. Is it going to be pinned there? Can it get out? Has Bonkers just struck the killing blow? I think it may well have done. Yeah, Greg puts his transmitter down. That's it. It's all gone. So, the Netherlands, you are relying on Wyo. Bonkers goes through.
That was going to be a very tough battle there, I think, for Head for the Exit, because the very nature of Bonkers' spinning weapon, as soon as it got underneath, it could lift up Head for the Exit and do a lot of damage to that underneath. Head for the Exit is much more of a grapple bot with that saw coming down. It's fantastic to watch, and when he does get a grapple, it's so exciting, and the anticipation of the damage is going to be done by that saw.
Oh yeah, it was brilliant. I think that moment where Head for the Exit got Bonkers pressed up against the wall and was bringing the saw down, the spinner on Bonkers was just out of reach. It was able to just get that saw in, and yeah, that was the strategy. Didn't pan out though.
Didn't pan out, and I think we need to put a slight timeout on Chris because they've been doing overtime with these puns. Head for the Exit being shown the door.
Very good, very good.
Comment.
Yes, very good. Oh, we have presumably someone from the Dutch contingent in the chat saying, "I'm more than happy to rely on Wyo." We won't take that as a slight against Head for the Exit.
And we did see the little people there. Head for the Exit does sometimes have little minifigures on the robot as well, being a little bit scattered around the arena floor. So we'll see if they head over to Craig for some interviews.
Meanwhile, Gold Dust and Eva 02 are being loaded into the arena. Yeah, there goes Greg. Let's hear from Head for the Exit.
So yeah, here with Greg. You got such a good cut in, Greg.
I know. Finally, once again, it's doing the thing. It's doing a good thing, not a bad thing. But got some slices in. I guess the second hit did something to the servo, because I couldn't move the arm, otherwise I would have been free. But it went down fighting, so I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it.
Me too. It was such a great fight. It was so sad to see it not just be able to just knock himself off the wall and get that sword back in.
I know. I mean, the servo is now a bit faster, so it can self-right faster as well. So I was really pleased with that. But you know, if the arm doesn't move, then good luck getting yourself off a wall.
How close was it to something vital in Bonkers? Do you know?
I need to have a look. It's always nice when the blade just goes in there. So mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned.
Amazing. It's always fantastic to see Head for the Exit, Greg. Are we going to see it for maybe a whiteboard later on?
Sure. Of course. I'm ready for you.
Amazing.
Robotic.
Head for the Exit, everyone.
All right, straight back to the action in the arena, where in the red corner we've got Eva 02, and in the blue corner we have Gold Dust. Gold Dust was very noisy in the first round, but effective. Eva 02 has come through the redemption round.
And we can see those folks tickling the drum there of Gold Dust. So Gold Dust currently underneath Eva, doing some nasty work underneath that bodywork.
Oh, it sounds like a construction site. Oh, it's awful. But underneath, Gold Dust underneath, how much damage do you reckon that will be doing, though?
Well, it's very much a skimming kind of thing, but we can see some debris now spinning off. Gold Dust definitely the aggressor in the opening part of this match.
Definitely, as Evo 2 gets a little bit of air left there. Gonna have to find some way. I think the spinner on Eva isn't working, so they're gonna have to find another way to make some telling contribution to this fight, and getting Gold Dust to grind up against the wall is one good way of doing it.
So Eva now coming into this fight with some aggression. As you say, the best way to tackle a spinner, put him up against the arena wall. And that is exactly what Eva's trying to do.
Yeah, I'm bringing that arm in where the spinner was, well, still is, but being brought down like an axe, it still counts.
And that was a brilliant self right there from Eva, as they now put Gold Dust on their side, once again back up against the wall as the axe comes down.
Yeah, this is it. This is a good tactical battle here from Eva, but that weapon of Gold Dust constantly a threat, especially if it can get around on the side of Eva. It hasn't quite managed to yet.
And Gold Dust really struggling with the forks of Eva. They just want to get into that bodywork and do as much damage as possible. But Eva, look at the control that we're seeing.
But that's why the forks are there. The forks are there to be annoying to spinners.
So less than 30 seconds left of this fight. I don't think the pit is going to become a factor. But Eva, once again, pinning against the arena wall. Gold Dust is struggling to get into this fight.
Yeah, this is very, very much a tactical fight here from Eva. Using that arena wall, using that control to try and convince the judges that it's done enough to get through, because this is going to go to the judges. Barring something spectacular in the last 5 seconds, it's all tucked up in that blue corner.
And that is the end of the battle. And the end of the fight. What a difficult fight to call. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Let us know in the chat. The judges would like to see the robots to inspect the damage. So there you go. That gives you an indicator of just how close it was.
And that was an instant request. That wasn't an initial discussion. That was an instant request.
Yeah.
Whilst we wait for all of that, I do need to do some administration. So Roboteers, Stronghold versus Aggro Wobber. Please get to the ready table. Delta V versus Icebreaker. Home Improvement versus Stratus. Sniper versus Luchador. And Wahoo versus Ray. Please make your way to the ready tables.
No. Wee-Woo's the other Dutch robot. It's Wyo.
I will get this right at some point.
The one thing you can say about the Dutch contingent in the Beetleweight scene is they're always loud. You always know they're there.
If you can't see the flag, just listen for the cheers. Always fantastic, though, having them here. They've come to many, many events, and they do make it special.
Yeah, they really do. It's all exceptionally good crack. Right, got some things in from the chat. Most people are saying that Lancer Frog won that one. So we'll see.
I don't quite know how to bring the chat back into order. They have truly gone off the rails and lost control. We would have Craig interviewing right now, but the judges are taking quite a while, and they are really deliberating on
There's
this
some real fine detail being put in here. We don't have a camera on the judges, so that they can retain their, I don't know, their pride. Oh, here we go.
But we do have Gold Dust over with Craig, without the robot, but over to Craig.
No gold dust, but I've got a Sam. Yep. You were getting your groove on in there, I saw.
I tried at the start, and then as soon as he turned me over, I could not get away. Like it was just so difficult to just escape him, and he drove it magnificently well. And towards the end of that fight, the fact that he kept getting on top of me, I couldn't get away. Even if he couldn't hit me, I couldn't hit him. So it was really good tactical play for me at the end. It's a coin flip for me. Either of us. We both kind of just thought we had no idea.
I quite appreciated that your hands were barely even on your transmitter. You were just going like a 1, a 2, a 3.
There's nothing else I could do. I have to wait 10 seconds for him to let me go, and he's going to draw out the fight. So, again, good tactics. I couldn't. There was nothing I could do. So, fair play to him.
Well, we'll see what the judges think in a little bit. Have we heard anything? Come on over. So, Eva 02, how was that fight for you?
That was a really good fight. I felt like I drove kind of scummy there, but you got to do what you got to do. Go for the pins, but hell of a fight.
Definitely got the pins in. Arguably, he got you on damage. You got the control. Which way do you think it's going to go?
Again, it's a coin toss. He is a spinner, so he's always going to get the damage one. I just hope I had enough of control and aggression, but we'll see. It's a hell of a fight either way, so I'm really happy with that.
Well, congratulations. Like you say, that was an awesome fight. Have we heard anything?
The judge's decision is in. It was a split decision. Spicy. But the majority went for, drumroll please, Eva 02!
Congratulations.
A really tight fight. Congratulations to Eva, through to the round of 16. Gold Dust, unfortunately, is out of the competition.
And
Congrats.
I was going to say, Gold Dust, you did get some people in the chat thinking that you deserved the win. So everyone's saying it was tough. Everyone's saying it was difficult. But, wow.
There has to be a winner, unfortunately.
And the judges did deliberate. Of course, the judges have more information available to them than those on the live stream. They inspected those robots thoroughly.
Yeah, they really did. There was, the calipers were out and everything. All right, Stronghold is coming up against Aggro Wobber. I don't know how to call this one. This is going to be a very tight fight of two very nippy push robots, big wedges. So axe versus kind of clamp thing.
Aggro Wobber in the blue corner, Stronghold in the red.
2.
Let's see who engages each other first.
All right, this is going to be almost like a martial arts fight here. This is all going to be about the driving, all about the skill of the respective roboteers.
And immediately, Aggro Wobber there getting a grip on, Stronghold getting a grip on Aggro Wobber. Aggro Wobber flailing the axe, but was unable to do anything. So far, a good start there from Stronghold.
And a big push there from Stronghold to get Aggro Wobber into the side, and is pinning it in there, being counted up by the referee. As we wait for them to detach.
And they go to the full 10 there. They really run the clock down on that pin.
Yeah, it's sort of they're allowed to do that. It's not necessarily exciting to watch, but they are fully allowed to, and it does count in their favor, being able to pin your opponent in against the wall.
So far, Aggro Wobber are the ones running away from Stronghold. Stronghold looks to be the aggressor.
Yeah, definitely. The pin has come into play now, though, and Aggro Wobber is stranded the other side of it.
But fantastic control. They managed to get out, but Stronghold was there ready to grapple them. Can they grapple them into the pit? I'm not sure they're going to have time because of the countdown.
Yeah, they're pinning them in against the wall, but Aggro Wobber is getting them so close to the pit. Oh! They're in. That's the example. That's the control. Two robots, they were coming in. Aggro Wobber thought they had the push, thought they had the power to get Stronghold in, but then they got almost at loggerheads on the edge of the pit. And I think Stronghold relented and let Aggro Wobber just push themselves into the pit there.
So from the angle we had here, you can see that, I want to say, Aggro Wobber just had red mist descend across them. They were full steam going forward. And as you said, all the holder had to do, Stronghold had to do, was just let go, relinquish the grip, and Aggro Wobber just put themselves in the pit.
Yeah, it was... I mean, if I was being pinned against a wall for a long time, I would want to, come out swinging and get them. get them back, but it unfortunately did not work for Aggro Wobber. They go out of the competition, and Stronghold marches on. We've got nobody over there wanting to do interviews, so we're just going to...
Well, we're watching the replay at the moment, and as you saw there, Stronghold literally just pulled back a little bit, not too much, so that Aggro Wobber can dart to the right. They kept that area covered, and Aggro Wobber's only option was to go face first into the pit.
Yeah, and so yeah, it's almost like a Mexican standoff. Who blinks first? Because either one of those robots could have done that. You know, if Aggro Wobber had let off the throttle first, maybe Stronghold goes in the pit.
Well, we'll now go over to Craig, and he can find out more.
So I'm here with Aggro Wobber. I completely missed that fight. So David, tell me and everyone else what happened from your perspective.
I didn't want to fight anymore, and I just decided, a pit. Just decided to run down it again, you know? So 2 out of 3 isn't bad for running down the pit.
That's a believable story. I definitely believe that that's exactly what happened.
Definitely. Everything's fine, and the weapon is definitely not broken right now at all, you know? It loves being like that, you know? This is a crusher, you know? It's not an axe, it's a crusher.
It's a wonderful waggly stick.
Yes?
It's not so waggly.
Citation needed on that one.
Well, it's such a beautiful robot, and everyone here loves it. Give it up for Aggro Wobber, everyone. And Stronghold. The run continues. The robot that took out Gizmo, continuing to take victims. How are you feeling?
Weirdly positive at the moment, I have to say. I wasn't expecting the victory over Gizmo. I don't think many would. So that was a nice thing to happen. That fight was, I think, a much more sort of brawling fight. So I really enjoyed that as well. Yeah.
Well, congratulations! You've made it into the round of 16. Big things. Second tournament. And it's already in the top third of the field. So well done.
Stand by.
Stronghold.
We're going to have to interrupt you, Craig, because there's robots in the arena. It's Icebreaker and Delta V. Red corner and blue corner, respectively.
Delta V in the blue, Icebreaker in the red.
Icebreaker spinning up. This could be a big bang when these spinners collide.
So currently locking horns, the scoop of Icebreaker versus the forks of Delta V, and now up they go.
The sparks fly. Delta V is on its back. That's where it doesn't want to be, with a huge spinner like Icebreaker's in the vicinity. It's managed to right itself.
And interlocked, they are grinding away at each other's protective layers. This is going to be a battle of nutrition.
Delta V's into the back of Icebreaker. Can they get a time hit? They could not. Icebreaker manages to escape. And then now Delta V's back on its back again. Can Icebreaker use that to their advantage? Get some air miles for Delta V.
Delta V currently struggling. They're not on their correct orientation. Those forks are obviously upside down. And now that's giving Icebreaker the opportunity to go to work. Delta V, though, grinding away on the arena floor.
Trying to get themselves right and use the power in the weapon to maybe flip themselves back over. But Icebreaker is wasting no time making the most of this opportunity. But now Icebreaker gets flipped up.
And Delta V's now on the offensive. We're seeing a lot of shrapnel coming off at Delta V, though.
I think that's one of Delta V's wheels has come off there. I don't know how much grip it's going to get from that now.
And we're seeing Delta V really rumbling there. The wheel is completely out of shape, so that's going to damage their traction, but they are still movable.
And still pinning Icebreaker into the arena wall, so despite that damaged wheel, Delta V has a lot of power.
And there's only 30 seconds left, so not much longer now for either robot to make an impact in this fight. But it looks like Delta V's really stuck in that corner.
Oh no, because it's come off Delta V there, ripped off by Icebreaker's spinner. I think it's one of the forks. And now Icebreaker coming in on a flipped up Delta V. Delta V has taken a beating here, but still fights on.
And we can see that the safety link of Delta V is exposed. All Icebreaker needs to do is touch. It's getting ripped to shreds. Icebreaker is breaking up Delta V. Delta V taps out.
Woo. What a fight. That was carnage. There's bits of... Right, hang on. We need to get Bertie down there. Come on, Bertie.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the arena Roomba go for a spin, but look at the damage. If we just quickly look into the arena and all of that shrapnel. Thank you, Steve, doing a fantastic job on the live stream, as always. Look at the shrapnel, Bob.
And I think most of it is from Delta V. I think Icebreaker stood up quite well then. I'm sure we'll be told otherwise in the interviews, but yeah, it's It's really it's just devastation in there at the moment.
And that was one of those fights where it was locking horns. It was continuously head-to-head. No one was really being the winner out of the fights. And then all of a sudden, Icebreaker just seemed to rip off a couple of Delta V's forks, and from there it was really a snowball effect.
Yeah, I think
That's a pun for you there, Bob.
Oh, I completely missed it. I'm sorry. I'm being shouted at in one ear. But though, yeah, there's a moment when, Icebreaker, takes off that front fork from Delta V and presumably took some armor plating with it, and from then on in, it was guts exposed, and it was a grisly scene by the end of it. A great performance from Delta V, though.
So a bit of administrative work. Tamanome and Jackhammer, please make your way up to the ready tables, followed by Wheelie Big Lad versus Gizmo. And we're waiting for Craig to have someone to talk to, but I think they're still busy collecting all of the shrapnel.
Yeah, Bertie's not been called for yet. It's still just being manually swept. There we go, there's the fork from Delta V. Delta V still got some really telling hits in there, but it was like watching two heavyweight boxers. In the end, it just took one of them landed the telling punch.
And it really was, you described it perfectly. It really was that knockout punch and then that snowball effect. Delta V was pretty much down and out, but Icebreaker hammering home the point and just really causing as much destruction as they could.
Yeah, and that's going to put a target on Icebreaker's back, you would think. No one's going to want to face it in a future round. When you watch one of your opponents destroy someone else like that, you don't want that to happen to your robot.
So over to Delta V and Craig to just see what is left of Delta V.
So yes, I am here with what was once called Delta V and is now a selection of parts.
Yeah, I got sent into orbit.
Excellent, very good. You two are the two winners of our Subterranean Showdown event, the event that we run every year for new robots. Were you aware of that going in? Was that a kind of in the back of your mind?
I mean, everyone knows Icebreaker. They've got such a reputation. I knew they won the previous sub, and I was hoping to get one up on them this time, but they've had an extra year, so next year, but then they'll have another year again, so.
They've had a whole extra year. You've got just get him to pause. Can you just pause for a year? Let him catch up.
The camera this. You got the close-up.
If you haven't seen this, you need to just check this out, because that's
the entire bottom. That's the entire bottom missing. This is upside down right now, and this is what this is not happy.
It looked a little bit more assembled when it was the right way up in the arena.
Icebreaker's going to have a lot of trophies to take home with them.
Well, let's see if they take it all the way. Give it up for Delta V, everyone. Absolutely bringing it today. And we'll bring in Icebreaker. Was that wedge like that before?
No, don't think so.
So just a little bit of chewing up there from Delta V. Was that, again, something you were aware of going in, that you guys were both kind of winners of past events?
Yeah, it's a very good robot, so I was pretty nervous. I don't like forks as well, and he had some of those, but it turned out all right in there.
I was wondering at one point, because I know with this robot before, you've had forks jam themselves in. Was that a worry?
No, it doesn't happen very much with this kind of wedge. So.
Well, congratulations. We'll see Icebreaker in the round of 16. Icebreaker!
Well, we've just had one fight that was full of carnage. This one may also be like that. In the red corner, we've got Stratus. And in the blue corner, we've got Home Improvement. Two enormous spinners here. This is going to be a big bang when they collide. Notice there's new wheels on Stratus. Stratus is the first one to take to the air as well. Is Home Improvements...
At the outer zone!
That's it. No, anything I was going to say does not matter, because Home Improvement is straight out of there.
Wow. Wow, I thought that was going to be a fantastic battle. As you said, you were really hyping it up. I was giving it everything. Don't go anywhere. And then blink and you miss it.
Oh, that's why you gotta keep watching. That's amazing. Because I was wondering if the height of the spinner on Home Improvements was just about the right height to get to Stratus's main body. In the end, it didn't matter because it got absolutely chucked. We've just been told by Tom Brewster that that's the first time anyone has ever actually hit the body of Stratus. It didn't matter though because, well, it was very quick to respond.
I was
and
going to say,
devastatingly so.
Stratus, please take that over to the interview area ASAP because everyone's going to want to see the first bit of damage on that body. The wheels, absolutely shreddable. Don't care. But the body is where the brains of the robot
Bring it
lives.
over here for the crowd at home. Come on. The first bit of damage.
That's the first time anyone's hit the body of Stratus. No one's ever done that before, and it's completely cracked it. Look at that.
Let's show the camera there.
It's yeah, it is only aluminium, but that's all I had to wait for. And if you look at it down the side, I think that armor is kind of bent as well. There you go. It's a good fight. Yeah, that was the worry. Who could outreach who? And squaring it up, I wasn't really sure. So, it would have been nice for it to keep going, but at the same time, I'm glad it didn't. So.
There was a moment at the start I thought it might have been over.
Yeah, that was a tough one, really tough one. But yeah, I'm glad to come away kind of okay from that. So we'll see.
Kind of okay. Well, we'll see if it is fully okay when it's next in action in the round of 16. Well done, Tom and Stratus. Let's bring home improvement in. Almost a legend killer. That tooth looks a little bit sadder than it once was.
Yeah, it is a little bit, but to be fair, it's not really that badly damaged. It took an impact to the washer there, and to the pulley, but yeah, not too bad. Could have been worse.
Yeah, could have been worse. I mean, it very much could have been worse, but also, given that first impact, it could have even gone the other way.
I know, it was close. It was very close. I've never thought I'd hit his body, so that's something.
Almost. The first bit of damage on Stratus, so at least you can take that away with you. Are we going to see this in some whiteboards perhaps later on?
Oh, definitely.
Amazing. Such a cool robot. Home improvement, everyone.
Well, there you go, everybody. Stratus is vulnerable. It can be hit. It has paintwork that can be chipped. So I'm sure everyone's going to be taking heart from that. I see the chat are being very quick to crown Stratus as the champion. We'll see if that stays the case. We don't know who they've got to fight next. We've got a little pause here because we are trying to find some robots to put in the arena. Sorry, do I just summon all that one? Sorry? Do I just summon all that one? Yeah. Anyone you can. All right, admin time. We need some robots up on the ready table, please. So if you hear your name here, so Wheelie Big Lad, Gizmo, Propane, Bad Daddy, Tanam, Jackhammer, Sniper, and Luchador, can you all get to the ready table, please? I think our next fight up in the arena is going to be Wyo against Ray, which this is going to be very exciting. Ray has overcome Reptile Dysfunction, but can it overcome the Dutch Frisbee of Doom? Is that what we're calling it?
Have I missed a nickname being formed?
It's, well, we can maybe call Wyo the Dutch Frisbee of Doom. That's kind of what it is, I guess. I don't know. We'll see.
So I'm just looking at the underside of the robot, and it is a very flat structure. I was wondering if it does hoover itself down to the floor, as we mentioned.
Yeah, well, we know that some of the robots do put magnets on the base to try and keep them attached to the arena floor. Yeah, Tim's nodding. That's what's going on here. Yeah, I think what I love about Wyo is it's just so compact. There's not a wasted cubic millimeter of space in that robot, and all of it goes into that destructive spinning power. Ray went into the last fight with Reptile Dysfunction with a game plan, pulled it off to perfection. We'll see if they have a game plan here for Wyo. You've got to when a spinner is that powerful. All right, Ray is into the red corner. Wyo into the blue corner.
Robot here.
Unstoppable
Stand by.
force, immovable object, maybe?
3, 2, 1. Begin.
So the fight is activated, and Ray immediately across the arena. Wyo was difficult there. They couldn't get their spinner up and activated.
Yeah, that is definitely should be the game plan at the start of a fight with a spinner. Stop them spinning up, because especially when Wyo is entirely spinner, if there's no spinner, there's no robot, really. But we can see Ray definitely racking up the steps as it goes bouncing around the arena. I love those little headlights on the front of Wyo. They give it this sort of ominous alien look.
And I'm just looking at Ray. Ray looks to be twisted. The whole chassis of the robot looks to be twisted as Wyo sizing up another hit, but the countdown has begun.
Yeah, Wyo currently staving off and then going into that nose of Ray, but Ray looks a beaten robot here. It's a twisted corpse here. I don't think it's moving.
Well, the Dutch didn't come for a countdown. They came for destruction.
Yeah, absolutely. This is devastating from Wyo. That was pretty imperious.
And for a second there, at the very beginning of the fight, Ray looks like they were doing exactly what they needed to. They ran over, they stopped the spin up of that powerful spinner, but it only took 5 seconds or so, and it was up to speed.
Wyo was just so quick. They were able to. They got hit with that initial rush, but then Wyo was able to just maneuver out of the way, get into position, spin up, and from then on in, Ray was like it was like a plaything.
And I'm looking at Ray as David's pulling it out of the arena. The chassis really does look twisted. We're looking at the replay now
of that Wyo spinner. I mean, no discredit to Ray. Like, Ray has been a fantastic robot, done really well throughout this competition. But the power in that Wyo spinner, that telling contribution.
And that was where Ray got twisted. You saw Wyo ping-ponging off of the arena wall, but that was where that impact was made against Ray. The chassis twisted, the maneuverability is really prohibited, and then more and more components being ripped away from the chassis.
Yeah, a very valiant performance from Ray to keep going, keep saying, no, come on, hit me. But I think in the end it was too much.
Well, let's get a better inspection for everyone on the live stream. Over to Craig and Ray.
Oh, poor Ray. Oh, sweet Ray.
His paws, his ears, the whole head.
We cannot let the RSPCA know about this stream.
I was sure that fox hunting was illegal in this country.
Apparently some people can get away with it when they fancy it.
For shame, for shame. That was a really good fight. He was sort of like a bit wobbly, and I told Tim, just go kill it. Just have a good fight. If he dies, he dies. The true Rocky experience.
There was a moment at the start where Wyo wasn't quite spinning up, and I thought you were gonna.
I thought I had it as well. Like, oh, something good's happening here, but didn't last.
Well, it's always delightful to see Ray, and everyone here, everyone in this room loves Ray. So let's give it up for Ray. Wyo. The Dutch Frisbee of Doom.
Apparently.
Apparently so. It's a bit scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry to me. Be sorry to Pip.
Some damage. That's going on my Tinder as well.
It did. What was that from?
Myself, I think.
Just pinballing into the wall. You've managed to take a chunk out of the ring there.
Yeah.
There you have it, everyone. Wyo's biggest enemy is indeed itself. Wyo!
Ray still wins best outfit, though. In the red corner, we've got Wheelie Big Lad. Admin announcement for the Roboteers. Please ignore the round of 16 draw. It's being redrawn. We're going to have a couple of whiteboards after the rounds of 32 has finished. Talk to Joe if you want to be on the whiteboard.
Just to confirm, that is because there were some repetitive fights. So some robots were being drafted up against each other to make it more fair. And
So there is the proof that it is random.
it is random, but now it's not going to be, question mark?
I don't know. I'm a statistician in my day job, so I've got qualms. Meanwhile, in the red corner, we have Wheelie Big Lad. In the blue corner, we've got Gizmo. This is going to be ferocious. In comes Gizmo straight away, shaving something off the wheels of Wheelie Big Lad, but can it get any purchase with that spinner on anything other than the wheels? That's what will tell.
I think the difference here between Wheelie Big Lad and Stratus, is that Stratus is a continuous weapon, whereas Wheelie Big Lad needs a lot more control.
Oh,
and
it's
that's
half
out.
out. That counts. Even though half the robot is still in the arena, the other half is out. Gizmo is through.
So if any part of the robot touches the outer zone, the floor of the outer zone, I believe, they are out of competition. That is what we've just seen. Such a shame.
Yeah, that was we've been denied a fight here.
I felt like that was really heating up to be something special.
But Gizmo, ruthlessly efficient. That's
And-
why everyone's frightened of it.
And you can see, look at all of the tear-off, the black tear-offs of a Wheelie Big Boy.
But the wheels were still going. Yeah, but that's sometimes you get a robot that comes along and just is ruthless, efficient, bulldozes through. That's almost what you want to happen as a robot here, isn't it? Because then you've got fewer repairs afterwards. You can sit back, you can have a cup of tea and just wait for your next fight. That's presumably what Ellis is going to be doing in the meanwhile.
Well, we say that. There might be some damage that we didn't quite see take place. We're watching the replay now. It was quite a short fight. And, Gizmo getting straight under there, doing as much damage, ripping off the black tear-offs. Wheelie Big Boy, a little bit struck here. He's really struggling to get some aggression in.
He didn't really manage to sort of get any purchase, any sort of control. Gizmo straight in, got that first hit, destabilized it, and then it was, unable to really kind of get a foothold. It was, almost like a wrestling match where Gizmo was straight on top almost immediately, and Really Big Lad was up against it to try and get back on top.
And I don't know if it's fair to say, it didn't look like a targeted plan by Gizmo, but I think we'll get to find out now as we head over to Craig with Gizmo.
I am indeed here with Ellis and Gizmo, and I've been reliably informed there is actually damage on Gizmo.
See that? Can you see that hit there? I mean, a millimetre over, and that's straight on the belt. So I don't know if that's something where I've driven into something hard on his robot, or whether that's an actual hit. It's probably just a natural hit. So I'm incredibly lucky, but obviously, other than that, I think it looks okay. So, yeah, bit of a cagey fight, but pleased with it.
Because this is a rematch from Rapture, right? Where last time you kind of took it apart.
Yeah, well, it was last time I took his link out, and apparently the link is designed the same, so obviously I was going in for that. But no, I fought Bloodshot, which is my previous opponent, and Wheelie Big Lad, possibly in that order, literally in July. So I want robots at a normal size, please. I've got a decent track record against them now, but that could have gone either way, in terms of lucky hit, so just pleased to still be in.
Yeah, you've still got a few more robots to get through and a few less big wheel opponents in the field, so we'll see who you've got next. Give it up for Ellis and Gizmo, everyone.
I wouldn't even be surprised. No, I think it might be in my heat. This is us, right?
Shaky. The socks.
They're all in my pocket now, rather than on the robot where they should be.
Shaky keeps his socks in his pocket.
Look at all of this.
It's not quite the same shape as it was earlier.
It's not actually too bad. The core of the robot is perfectly fine. It's the wheels, which are the bits that are meant to take damage. What's really the problem in this match is this here, bent in to the weapon and stopped it spinning. Without that, I can't really do anything to Gizmo without a weapon other than get booted around the arena. So that was really the problem I had.
And eventually end up sadly in the outer zone, which is one of the perils of having a big wheel bot, right?
It's a peril, but it's also a safe place. The spinners can't get you there, and they don't want you to know that. But if you go there, the spinners can't get you.
We found the life hack, everyone. Hide in the Uta. The spinners can't hurt you. Wheelie Big Lad, everyone.
Over in the red corner, we have Tamam with its swishy tail and mini-bot. And in the blue corner, we've got Jackhammer, who had the easiest fight that we've seen so far.
And I think we're already calling that the robots are potentially stuck on the arena wall already. Yes, it was. Tamanome was stuck.
That's a good thing that, Activate hadn't been called, because otherwise that'd be game over almost immediately, and somewhat embarrassingly.
And it was questionable. Tamanome, interesting strategy there, having their back to their competitor.
Yeah, I mean, so we know Jackhammer doesn't have a spinner, so maybe Tamanome is not as worried. Oh, the spinner. No, I'm eating my words. There is a spinner on Jackhammer. And here it comes coming over the top on that arm.
So more of a saw blade, and now it's coming over on Tamanome with Tamanome's mini-bot on the side, trying to do something, but they've just turned themselves over. The pin countdown has been going on, and Jackhammer now back at it again.
Yeah, that mini-bot doesn't seem to have the power to push Jackhammer, which you probably would expect. Most of the weight will be concentrated in Tamamonome, so the mini-bot has to count towards the overall weight as well. So you can get like Talon with the two cluster bots, they'll be more equivalent in weight, but yeah, that mini-bot is not going to weigh too much. Jackhammer very much in the ascendancy here, pushing Tamamonome around. Tamamonome hasn't really been able to get decent purchase yet.
I was going to say, it's interesting from Jackhammer, very much opting to go for the bigger Tamanome robot rather than doing some damage on the mini-bot, because, that mini-bot is an easy target for Jackhammer.
Yeah, I don't know if the damage to the mini-bot would be considered by the judges, well, or whether it is just going for the easy option. We shall see, but yeah, that hammer being brought down, I'm not sure how consequentially, but it all counts for the judges.
That weapon of usage, and now the pit has been enabled. I think that was accidental by Jackhammer, forcing Tamanome into the pin button.
But I think Jackhammer may be taking some heart from that, because they do seem to have the beating of Tamanome in the drive power match. When it's come down to pushing, Jackhammer has been the one pushing Tamanome.
But I think Tamanome now getting the second burst of life. Less than 30 seconds left of this match, so it's going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah, it's got to find something from somewhere, because it spent most of the fight being pinned up against the wall by Jackhammer. Here comes Tamanome now into the corner, but Jackhammer just holding it off, bringing down that hammer arm saw thing.
And I think they'll take this to the final pin, because the countdown has begun.
And now I think we're going to go to the judges. That we are. So the judges have a decision to make. Less destructive fight than the last few we have seen, but I was well controlled, I would say, there by Jackhammer.
A robot that was very much against it, with two robots against them. I guess the mini-bot is really there just for more style points. They're not really able to do much.
Yeah, I think there was the early moment when the mini-bot was trying to push Jackhammer and couldn't. I think if you were Team Jackhammer, then you'd be thinking, okay, we're all right, the mini-bot's not a problem to us.
But we did see, they did get a little bit of Jackhammer taps on the top of the mini-bot, but Tamanome there, really struggling, as you said, to do much in that fight. It is a challenging one for the for the referees. The chat hasn't quite given us their decisions yet, but if you're in the live stream, please do say who you think the winner of that fight is, Tamanome or Jackhammer.
Yeah, it was tight. It was interesting to see, because I think we've not really had much of a chance to see Jackhammer in action. We got to see, I think, what they would aim to do. They've got some good pushing power on that robot. Well, let's hear for some more from them.
Yeah, so over to Jackhammer, who's there with Craig.
So, Jackhammer, how was that for you guys?
I think we're a lot happy with that one. Reese's driving was really good. They didn't get a single lift on us. The saw blade's sort of working. It spun for the first couple seconds, and we landed a couple of hits with it while spinning. And then I think what's happened is the belt's come off. So that's good, because that's an easy fix, It's not like the rest of the times it's broken, where we've had to strip the whole thing down and start again. So happy about that.
Should be an easier fix for next time. Do you think you did enough to take the victory?
I think so. I think we controlled them. I think we got underneath them. We've got the kind of double hinge fork. So yeah, I think we controlled the majority of the fight. We had some weapon for some of it, which is more than we've had for the rest of the day. Shout out to the guy from Bonkers for giving us a spare motor to actually run the weapon. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it performed and how it drove.
Well, we'll see if the judges agree very shortly. But in the meantime, Jackhammer, everyone. Tamamo, how you doing, Kat?
I'm doing good, I think.
How did that fight go for you?
Not great, to be honest. I couldn't really deal with those forks. He was getting up on the wedge, but they were so long, and then it was just a bad angle, so I couldn't get under him at all, pretty much.
Those forks are super long, aren't they? And the kind of hinging on the end as well is not beneficial to a robot like this with such a straight wedge on the front of it.
We've got the judge's decision.
And we have a judge's decision.
It was unanimous in favor of Jackhammer.
Congratulations, Jackhammer team.
And we're going to have to cut you off there, Craig, because we do have robots in the arena.
Robot ears, stand by.
We have Propane in the red corner, Bad Daddy
3,
in the blue corner.
2,
This
1.
could go
Begin.
boom.
And the fight has begun, and both spinners getting up to speed. Bad Daddy up into the air already, over into the outer zone. Not quite going in just yet.
Propane has been quietly efficient, taken off the wall there by Bad Daddy. It was stuck there by the forks. The forks are gone. They were, I think, an addition before the start of the fight. Not that I think they've done much good. Bad Daddy upside down, trying to maybe hit itself off the wall to right itself.
Well, we've seen this a lot from the drum spinners, the egg beaters. Once they get uprighted, they struggle. But now Bad Daddy back on all four wheels the way it wants to be, but still going up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Going vertical because of the power in that spinner on Propane. I think since Propane's lost his forks, it's maybe become a bit more effective because he can actually get that spinner into range with Bad Daddy. Down comes the pin. That's another factor.
I was going to say the forks were very much stopping it, but now Bad Daddy and Propane so close to the edge there. Bad Daddy not letting him escape, but they've managed to do so. Propane now out of danger.
And away into the corner. Propane hits the ceiling. This is enormous hits from both robots here.
I say out of danger from the pit, but not out of danger from Bad Daddy. As we get ever closer to the outer zone, is that the end of Propane? They're not moving, they are moving, they're still in this fight.
Propane started the fight so strongly, but Bad Daddy has really come back something else in this last 30 seconds or so. Propane spinner seems to be struggling to stay going. Is that going to be a huge factor? Bad Daddy now coming underneath Propane, trying to push him towards the pit. Is that going to work? No, Propane eludes.
But Bad Daddy looking to control, they're pirouetting around each other, neither letting either one get around, they're dancing, and Bad Daddy's being flung around. I thought for a second Propane was going to pull Bad Daddy into the pit, but so close!
Oh, I thought this was fighting robots, not the WWE. That was amazing.
8.
As we're now in the 5-second countdown. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh!
We may have to go on like a frame-by-frame back of the replay that, because the question will be, did Propane hit? We've just been told by our arena marshal there was 0.2 seconds left when Propane hit the floor of the pit, so Big Bad Daddy wins it by knockout. Wow, what a fight.
They were dancing across the arena from the outer zone to the red zone, the blue zone, and inevitably it all ends in the pit.
It's a good job there's two of us, because I don't think we could have kept up on our own.
Absolutely not, and the way they were pirouetting around each other, what you were saying, when Propane was there, Bad Daddy was so nimble and would quickly get back around the back of Propane so that Propane's weapon was not in effect.
Yeah, I was like, initially I was quite fearful for Bad Daddy because Propane started that fight so strongly, big hits initially, you know, that gaining that momentum. But the way Bad Daddy came back, particularly after it managed to right itself, was very impressive. Two very impressive robots there, and it's sad to see Propane go out, really.
That's really a sign of the integrity of the robot, the build strength that you need to dish it out, but also receive it. Because if you cannot take the hits, you're easily going to find yourself knocked out. But wow, what a fight between the two Roboteers. desperately want to get the damage shown up on the camera. A cheer has been started from some of the pit Roboteers in the side there.
They didn't quite catch on, though.
Didn't quite catch on.
Right, yeah, can we have a big cheer for both robots there? That was pretty spectacular. I presume Craig's going to talk to them, inspect the damage.
Who wants to come in first? Who wants to chat? Bad Daddy's coming over. I know you won that fight fairly decisively, but how does it feel to hit the ceiling? It's not very nice, is it?
No, it was good. I think we put on a really good fight there. It was a really good match, wasn't it? These are a bit curly now. They're not meant to be.
Let's show the camera. Get that down there. Those forks are not quite what they once were. Witch's toes. So Bad Daddy starting to come back and really show some dominance in that fight. How are you feeling about his chances going forward from here?
There's a few repairs to do on there now, isn't there? That was a good match, though. So.
It was a banging fight. There was some real back and forth. I genuinely thought Andy was going to have you guys at one point.
Yeah, mate.
You guys seem to have this knack for like just coming back and just about. Well, we'll see how they do in the next match. It's Bad Daddy, everyone. Andy, bring Propane in.
Joe, we haven't announced.
What happened? Why did it stop?
I don't know. The weapon stopped at one point. I don't know if it was maybe magnets in the motor, maybe the speed controller. But yeah, that was it. I think that was the main difference near the end. That I lost my weapon and they hadn't. And then I was trying to like get him in the pit or something, but yeah, didn't happen.
That was a good maneuver in the last couple of seconds, though, from them. So how are you feeling, though? First kind of event with a brand new robot, with a whole new concept in it. Gonna iterate on it, take it forward?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not even sure what I changed, to be honest. I'll see what broke. But yeah, I'll bring it back, have another go.
I'm excited to see how it does in future. It's Propane, everyone.
Right, we need to summon some robots up to the ready table. Can we have Ultra Violence, Brug Deluxe, Reptile Dysfunction, Bees Nuts, and then Firebolt, Blast Furnace, Bop, and Autonomouse. If you heard your robot's name there, get them up to the ready table because you're going to be in a whiteboard fight.
So just to clarify, whiteboards are kind of non-competitive. There is a winner, but
they are very competitive.
It's not for the championship. It's not to be crowned the winner of the tournament.
Yeah, it's just for some fun to give the robots in the competition chance to do some repairs. Speaking of repairs, are there going to need to be some after this? We've got Luchador up against Sniper. Two very impressive performers so far. This is our last fight of the round of 32.
And I've still got a few more spaces in the whiteboards after the round of 16. So if you lost your second fight and you're not on this whiteboard and would like a fight, come see me over at the Craig booth. Thank you.
The Craig booth?
The interview booth. It's not just hosted by Craig. We've had Sam, we've had Felix, we've had yourself, Joe. Everyone's helping out at this event.
Yeah. All right, so Sniper making its way over to the blue corner. Sniper did a number on Stratus's wheels in the initial round. Luchador's had some great fights so far. Opting for the present your back to your opponent strategy so far.
And I think Luchador is struggling already before the fight's begun.
Yeah, they've had some problems with the drive, I think. We're going to see whether this fight is going to go ahead.
This is our final round of 32.
The last one from the round of 32, after which we'll have 16 robots left. A couple of whiteboard fights in the meantime.
So Joe is currently sorting out the whiteboards. We're going to get this fight started.
The fight is going for it.
Happens.
I don't think Luchador is fully healthy here, and so wonderful sportsmanship from Luchador to go through with this fight. Sniper spinning up. It's ominous. They've got some control. They're not completely out of control. And now they've got the lift on Sniper initially.
So they were able to get a grab in there. Of course, yeah, as you said, not fully in control of Luchador, but Sniper beautifully went into the clutches of Luchador, and now we're seeing some more of that grappling action taking place.
And it's been flipped onto his back. Can Sniper still run in his back? Yes, it can. It
now
brings that spinner further up off the ground, though.
And thrown into the arena wall, but then lifting it up. Luchador actually coming back into this fight.
Luchador seems to have found some semblance of control. This is a really good performance, considering it was up in the air whether they would actually be able to do this fight. They have got Sniper picked up and chucked them out of the arena. Wow! Wow!
From uncertainty to domination, Luchador came back.
That was, and now it's we've now just been now it's died. It lasted just long enough to take the win. I mean, or was it all just elaborate mind games, perhaps? Like, oh, my robot's not working.
I mean, a solid no from the Roboteer. Clearly not paid by the hour. That was very much all or nothing. And when it mattered, Luchador came to the table, and they somehow managed to get Sniper into the outer zone.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a robot that you're not sure how well it's working, you get the fight done quickly, right? You're presented with an opportunity, you take that opportunity. A real shame for Sniper, because Sniper performed really well against Stratus in the opening round, but that's its competition over, unfortunately. Luchador somehow is through into the round of 16.
I was going to say, so that was the final round of 32. We are whittling these competitors down. Only 16 remain. And a whiteboard is about to take place.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some robots into the arena now. Meanwhile, Craig's going to talk to Jack and Luchador.
And try and justify that display, because what happened from what we heard at the start?
You were a bit worried about facing Sniper.
I was. It's scary.
And yet, you pulled off the snazziest move of the entire day.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think what every grab and lift suplexer aspires for. And I think in 3 iterations of this robot and who knows how many events, it's finally happened. And in a fight where I could barely control it. It was doing things and cutting out and all sorts. I got a dodgy receiver, I think.
Is that why it died?
Yeah, and after pushing the fight 3 times, it's finally like, let's just send it. Like, yeah, and the new TPU booties, they worked really great. So I'm really happy with that.
So even if Shaky's socks didn't come to his aid, your booties were fantastic.
I would wholeheartedly endorse TPU booties.
Fabulous. Is it going to be ready for the round of 16?
I have another receiver, so I'll swap it out, so I hope so.
Heck yeah. We'll see Luchador again very soon. Well done, Jack.
Okay, we're lining up for our first whiteboard fight. So the only thing on the line here is pride. But pride means a lot in this. So who we got coming in here? That's going to be, we've got Ultra Violence, we've got Brug Deluxe, Reptile Dysfunction, and Bees Nuts. Ultra Violence and Bees Nuts withdrew from the main competition. So be like, yeah, glad to see them happening.
And this is the wonderful thing about the whiteboard. Some of those robots that we saw earlier in the day, some of the really cool ones like Reptile Dysfunction, you know, it's great seeing them to have a second chance back on the screen, back in the arena. And as you said, not completely for fun, because there is pride on the line. There is that desire to wreck your competitor.
Oh, absolutely. You know, this is, these are not friendly matches. Well, all friends in the end, but in the meanwhile, they're going to kick lumps out of each other. Yeah, I'm delighted to see Reptile Dysfunction again. It was really, really impressive robot. And I'm excited to see the two that have had to withdraw from the main comp. Ultra Violence, Bees Nuts. Bees Nuts is a popular name in the chat. I wonder why.
I couldn't fathom it. But we're seeing the lineup of robots now. So this is a 4-way fight. Each robot will pick a corner. And, well, the countdown will begin. And the most likely thing is that they'll all just crash into the middle and then some form of fight will happen.
Yeah, if I was giving advice to a fellow commentator on this, good luck.
Absolutely, especially when it comes to the whiteboards. I'm not sure if we have any plans to do the chaotic 10 robot battles, but if we do, you won't hear much from us. It's purely just
mostly
a spectacle
screaming.
of carnage.
All right, Reptile Dysfunction has laid claim to the blue corner.
As it slivers its tail booty into the direction.
Tail booty, yes. Meanwhile, the other three are lining up in the red corner. Is this a 1 versus 3 fight here? That feels very unfair.
No, I think they just need to adjust themselves, and they will find themselves in different corners.
Yeah, agree on who's going to be where. I think for the benefit of our viewers who've not seen Ultraviolence and Bees Nuts, Bees Nuts is the one that is over by the pit release button. Ultraviolence is the one up near the pit. Very big spinner on the front of Bees Nuts. Is it maybe a little high off the ground? Let's find out.
I'm quite fearful of Bees Nuts going up against Reptile Dysfunction. There's spinner on spinner action. That could be quite devastating.
Yeah, and there's a spinner on the front of Ultraviolence as well. I believe there is as well on Big Deluxe. Whether it's working, we'll see. Oh no! Immediately launched into the air by Ultraviolence. Reptile Dysfunction flipped over by Ultraviolence. Ultraviolence doing all the talking straight off.
And Bees Nuts has just had a wheel completely removed, so that's damaged their movability.
Whether that will count later on, we shall see. Brook Deluxe trying to bring the axe down slowly to crush Ultraviolence, but Ultraviolence veering away. Reptile Dysfunction coming back around. It's got quite a wide turning circle, that articulated robot.
And once again, Reptile Dysfunction flipped over onto his back. We saw that was his Achilles heel in the knockout rounds. I think that might be it done.
Yeah, as Ultraviolence comes in again. Running in. Oh!
Sheer destruction there.
I think that was Brook Deluxe, hit the ceiling. There's bits of robot everywhere. Bees Nuts has not coped well with losing its wheel. Ultraviolence very much the dominant force in this fight.
And I think a lot of competitors are glad that Ultraviolence wasn't in the knockout rounds, because look at the destruction Deluxe brought, that poor bot.
Well, I think it was replaced by Yam, in fairness. So, you know, you're not exactly a meek replacement. But yeah, Ultraviolence utterly dominating this whiteboard. Got 3 limping robots in the various corners. Ultraviolence just kind of sitting there in the middle saying, I think I'm done. I think I'm king of the hill here. And I'm inclined to agree from my commentary position.
It's a very, very sad sight watching these 3 robots limping there. And literally Ultraviolence, the pick of the litter, they decided to go after Reptile Dysfunction. I wonder if they'll release the pit button. 30 seconds left remaining of the fight.
It's like the end of a big fight scene in an anime where like suddenly all the grunts have been taken out and left heaving in the corner of the bad guy's room.
Going down.
So let's see, 15 seconds. How many robots can Ultraviolence get into the pit zone? First, it looks like they're targeting.
If they end up in the pit themselves, then this is going to be a huge upset. 4. Reptile Dysfunction is almost impossible to push with that shape. And that's it. So they technically did all survive to the end. I think we all know who's won. It does go to the judges, technically. But wow, what a performance from Ultraviolence there. Just dispatching 3 foes like double quick.
Very quick, very quick. Let's ask the audience. Audience, do you think Ultraviolence won that?
That seems pretty conclusive. We won't humiliate the other robots by asking to get the cheers for them as well.
I did
but
question it.
Can we have a cheer for everyone else in that fight though too? That was a great fight. And that really is the spirit of this sport writ large. You get, you know, people who's like, yeah, we're not in the competition. We've got nothing left to fight for, so let's just go and, you know, get smashed up by Ultraviolence.
You have to have
arena.
a certain mentality to compete in this, because you do spend hours designing, planning, building, CADing, you know, just creating your robot creation. And then in the space of 30 seconds, you put it in the arena, and you could go up against something like Ultraviolence, like Yum, like anything that could do is destructive force. And in seconds, your hard work is gone, and then you have to rebuild it again.
There's a reason why I sit here behind the microphone, because I wouldn't want to do all that.
It's a lot of effort, but the Roboteers do enjoy it, and it does form a really strong community.
Yeah, I think that, you know, not enough does get made of that. The way that, yeah, everyone here is competing with everybody, but people have been helping each other out, you know, lending people hands with repairs, lending tools, parts. It's such wonderful camaraderie, such a great community, and, you know, long may it continue.
And I just want to...
Greg from Head for the Exit is coming over. You got something to show us, Greg?
Yeah, pull up a chair, Greg. Absolutely. Come on in. Take the microphone.
Well, hello. I just wanted to show you, I didn't notice it at first, but apparently in my final fight, my opponent hit the saw blade. And you can see it over here. It's not completely straight anymore.
Yes, we got... So the saw blade from Head for the Exit did actually get hit.
I'll be...
And so it's kind of bent out of shape. kind of get it in focus on the camera.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky.
But
Are we going over to Stuart and give it to him? So sign
a
here, look.
trophy, a trophy. There we go.
I'm on my way to you now, Stuart.
So a signed spinning digs there from Head for the exit.
See, that's also great because you get hours, hours spent, lots of effort, and then people are still willing to give up their broken parts as trophies. I think that's wonderful.
And people in the chat, I am hearing some people saying that you need money as well. You might be surprised actually how much of a budget you can build a robot. I've seen robots built out of ukuleles and things that people have lying around the house, out of suitcases. Craig, who's currently driving Bop, he used a mixing bowl for one of his robots and used it as a catchment tool.
Mr. Cat's Mouse House is my favorite robot I've ever seen. He was wonderful. But yeah, you can. I think that's why I love this weight class because, yeah, it's don't get me wrong, it's not cheap, but it's not remotely as expensive as a lot of the other weight classes can be. And so if it does require financial commitment, but I think that's why I love the way that the low weight classes are being given this platform, this stream today to get people interested because you can get more people involved. It is more accessible. Yeah, absolutely.
You beat me to it.
Yeah.
You saw exactly where I was trying to go
I almost
to.
got to jinx you then. Not that I would want you to shut up at all. It's been brilliant. We've got lots more fights to co-commentate.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to look for, where's Joe or Craig? Joseph. Shall I start calling out the round of 16?
Not yet.
Okay, Roboteers, stand by. We don't have the ability yet
You've
to
been
call
waiting to say that. You've been waiting to say that all day.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let me refresh.
All right, so can we have the following robots to the ready table?
Keep stalling, keep stalling.
Stalling. Thank you, whoever is providing us some on-screen entertainment behind us. I'm just waiting for this go sign so I can announce some robots to come up. All right, so the order definitely has nothing to do with the order that you're fighting. Could we please have Bonkers, Bad Daddy, Stronghold, Jackhammer, Icebreaker, Percussive Maintenance, Stratus, Salancer Frog, Mr. Pointy, and Eva 02 to the ready table. If you heard your robot's name, you should probably get to the ready table because you've got a round of 16 fight coming up.
But just to confirm, your rival is not set in stone yet. We're still determining who you're actually facing.
What? I thought it was confirmed.
I thought Joe said no. They're still talking.
No, they're still reordering the maybe based on. Yeah. So who is fighting who is confirmed, but we don't necessarily know what order the fights are going to happen in because obviously some robots have been more damaged than others. Speaking of damage,
I was going to say the door has been closed. There is a whiteboard ready to take place.
Yeah, we've got Bop, Firebolt, Autonomous, and Blast Furnace.
So the audience's favourite, everyone, Bop is back in the red corner.
Then we have Firebolt over by the pit release button, Blast Furnace inching gingerly over towards the blue corner.
And then the Autonomous.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much.
Over by the pit.
Let's see. I presume they haven't had yet time to make the program faster.
Robot ears, stand by. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
And here we go then. So they're separating off into two pairs. Bop is hammering on Autonomous as Firebolt comes in, lifts up Autonomous in the process. Blast Furnace is on its back. It doesn't look like it can right itself. Is someone else going to do the gentleman thing? Yes, Firebolt does. Right, Bop continuing to hammer away Autonomous. He's got a vengeance here. Like, Craig just wants to stick it to the AI here.
I think it's the legacy of the catcher.
Yeah,
going
absolutely.
straight after the mouse.
Yeah, you know it. So then, we've got two robots all in a pile here next to the pit. Firebolt is the only one that's currently seems to be at a loose end. I was going to say it's available, and there's lots of robots nearby it. Maybe somebody should push the pit button.
And Firebolt's now found itself as a part of that encatchment. It's stuck against the arena wall.
It's easier said than done, obviously. It's very easy for us from this commentary position to say, oh, they should just do that, but we're not going to have to drive them. The pit is now available.
And Autonomous found his way into the burrow.
So yeah, another sterling victory for AI there. Are you sure you've not programmed it to play golf? The Firebolt is kind of away on its own in the middle of the arena here. We got Bop and
Bop with Blast Furnace there, a little bit of a pushing that. And Bop very close to putting Blast Furnace into the zone as they were with Firebolt.
Here comes Firebolt now, being pushed by Blast Furnace. Blast Furnace has been a bit of a background character in this fight, but still swinging. Bop's hammer comes in, Firebolt flirting with the pit. That's very dangerous territory to be. This has been very close. Everyone's getting involved. That hammer of Bop has been almost non-stop, and he's been flipped over.
But Bop, very close, righting himself, but very close to falling in. You can hear the audience. They desperately want to see Bop succeed. 10 seconds left of this fight.
This has been very, very tight, with the exception of Autonomous, which, you know, drove into the pit. 4, 3, 2, 1, the end. And there we go. Judges. I mean, there's less pressure on this because it's not a tournament fight, but you've now got to make a decision. It's a whiteboard, so no, we've just the judges, they've got no say whatsoever. And the audience will be deciding.
So this is going to come down to an audience cheer, and I'm going to try and say no favoritism, but I don't think we're going to be able to.
So do you want to listen and I'll announce, or how do we want to do this? So do you want to be the clapometer or me?
You announce and I'll perk my ears up and we'll see.
Cool. So Gav's going to listen in. Give us a cheer if you think that Blast Furnace won that fight. It took a bit to get going. Give us a cheer if you felt that Bop won that fight. And give us a cheer if you thought that Firebolt won that fight. All right, clapometer. What we got?
You kind of threw me off by putting Bop in the second robot there. I was expecting the build-up. It's close, actually, between Fire Blast and Bob, but I think Bop got it.
There we go. Bop takes it. A great fight from everybody. Oh, look at that. We've got a lovely photo there with the gleam from the LEDs on Bop. Like, Steven Spielberg will be proud of that.
And there have been some comments in the chat, which I will address, because yes, this is a kind of competition where you can spend more on your robot, increasing the weight, better materials, you know, you could go for titanium instead of plastic. You can, if you want to win, put a lot of money into these robots. And some of the robots here, they are quite expensive. Let's not shy away from that. But you can, if you just want to get involved. And we really do encourage as many people to get involved. We want this to be an accessible competition. Last year we had a couple of university entries come in. They were representing their local area. This is something that we want to encourage young people to be a part of.
Yeah, and I think that's the key thing with accessibility. Like, yes, you know, there are people who are able to spend lots on their robots. You know, we've got a lot of professional engineers in the room with access to top-level materials, tools, but to actually just get here to bring a robot to the fray, like, you can do so. Like I say, it's not pennies. But it's, you know, it's, well, I'm a board gamer, so I spend a lot of money myself on my hobby.
Yeah, that's not a cheap hobby at all. And we are...
Okay. All right, so apparently people are confused about the round of 16, so we're going to aim to bring some clarity here. So our round of 16 fights, Digestive versus Gizmo. That's going to be up first, I think, in the order-ish. Impulse versus Wyo, Icebreaker versus Percussive Maintenance, Stratus versus Sir Lancerfrog, and Bonkers versus Bad Daddy. Those are the ones we've got on our screen. If you are one of those robots, if you've, if you're ready, come up to the ready table, please, because then we can get this competition moving along.
So I think the way this is going to work is whichever two robots get here first, you're going straight into the arena.
So if you want to get it over with, if you're expecting to get hammered, just stick your robot in the arena. Likewise, if you want to be, pressing the advantage, pressing the motivation, get on in there. Just give us some robots to fight. We've got people here itching to see some robots fighting. They don't want to listen to us. They have to do that anyway, but they want to actually have something to watch while they listen to us.
So again, just finishing up on the point in the chat, there's been a nice array of people sharing how much they've spent on their robots, and you can see there is a spectrum there.
Yeah, there's a range, and I think that's good because also let's not make any bounds about it. We've got 2 robots in the last 16, which so Mr. Pointy is in the last 16, and that's not made from weapons grade materials. It's been falling apart in every fight it's been doing, but it's there and it's competing and it's been well driven and it's made it into the round of 16. So yeah, and almost that's part of the appeal, isn't it? Where you get somebody's precision engineered military grade robot gets dumped out of the competition by something that's been cobbled together for £100. You love to see it.
That's when the Roboteers really get excited because they know when something special has happened.
Yeah.
So we are here in St. Michael's Centre. Robot fights are due to continue potentially up until 6 o'clock. So there is food and refreshment available from St. Michael's Centre if you're here with us today. If you're on the live stream, help yourself to go to the kitchen at any time.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can't do that for you. Yeah, we do have a bit of a break in proceedings here, I think, while we get some robots. No one wants to be first up.
So I will once again, we'll do another call out. Digestive, Gizmo, Impulse, Wow, Icebreaker, Percussive Maintenance, XL, Stratus, Sir Lancerfrog, and Bonkers, and Bad Daddy. Please make your way to the ready tables. And we currently have someone in the arena doing a bit of maintenance.
Yeah, well, I think it's just picking all the broken bits of robot that's all been accumulated in the Utah zone.
I should say that was 6 o'clock daylight savings time. So what? +1 Greenwich Mean Time?
I don't know. Time has lost all meaning to me over the past week.
I am on Greenwich Mean Time. We are on Greenwich Mean Time, I think.
Cool. It'll finish when it finishes, really.
Very true. Very true.
I'm yet to see a robots event run to time. It just doesn't happen. Right, we've got Percussive Maintenance is in the arena. So who's Percussive Maintenance up to fight? Icebreaker.
They are going to be up against Icebreaker, which, as we saw in the last battle, tore their competitor to shreds. And Percussive Maintenance, well, I'm very fearful that they'll have to be doing a lot of maintenance after this fight.
Well, you never know. You never know. Icebreaker has ultimately, it shredded its opponent in the last round, but not before taking some punishment itself. It's not invincible.
And whilst these robots are being loaded in, just quickly, what are the various weight classes, if you know, Bob?
I'd pass. There's ant weights, which I think in the UK are 150 grams. These are Beetleweights, which is 1,500 grams. And there's some more.
There are some more, all the way up to the very big boys that used to be on Robot Wars.
Yes. All right, in the red corner, we have Percussive Maintenance. In the blue corner, we've got Icebreaker. It's Axe versus
Robot
Spinner
stand
for a
by.
place in the quarterfinals.
3.
I'm very excited.
2.
So the first of the round of 16 is underway.
Here we go, that Spinner of Icebreaker getting up. It's ominous, but currently not making contact. It's got up and underneath Percussive Maintenance. Can Percussive Maintenance right itself?
That looks to be the end. The shake of the head from the Roboteer. Has Icebreaker won it in the first 10 seconds?
And without having to use the Spinner, this has been a bit of a damn squib of a fight in the end. There we go. See, Percussive Maintenance is out of there. Icebreaker, well, won't have expended much battery life on that. So, I hope we all enjoyed that. That was certainly a fight.
That was only the first of the round of 16.
Oh,
though.
yeah, and if that's the benchmark, then, sort of it can only get better, really.
I mean, let's not downplay it too much. It was quite unfortunate from Professor Maintenance.
It was unfortunate. I think the axe just couldn't quite fire.
So we have the replay up on the screen. Let's watch this now as we see Icebreaker darting right over, and then it was the Spinner that caught the lip of Percussive Maintenance.
Yeah, managed to get underneath and turn it over, and it was game over from then. But, if you're Team Icebreaker, they're going to be fighting fit for the next round. And
So-
if you're up against Icebreaker in the quarters, you're going to be a bit frightened.
So
'cause
Craig
they've
is
basically had a
waiting
round
for
off.
you guys. If please make your way over to the interview booth.
16. It says 16. It says 16 on the thing. This is the round of 16.
Okay, I'm here with Icebreaker. This is going to be the shortest post-fight interview of all time. Do you even need to charge it?
No.
There we go. Okay, we will see Icebreaker in the top 8. Well done. Percussive maintenance. Thomas, we've been talking about the self-writing all day, and then it comes in... Oh, man.
It's a known problem, and I'm working on like a version 2, but it wasn't going to be ready for this fight today, so just run it.
Well, I'm glad you've managed to get such a good run into the top 16 with it, and I can't wait to see the next version. Give it up for Percussive Maintenance, everyone.
Confusion continues to reign up here on the stage as we try and work out who's going to fight next. We're getting very little information here on comms. We're just winging it here. There's going to be some robots at some
Let's
point.
just say how great of a job Bob and Gav have been doing today, everyone.
Shush you. Gav's been doing great.
Those two have been knocking it out of the park all day. So big up to our great commentators and our judges and our refs and our marshals. Thank you so much, everyone that's working
I very
on
nearly
this event
swore
today.
at you then, Craig.
Yeah, please.
Have you
Best
guys
behavior,
Have you
Bob.
guys got a pool on how long it'll take one of you to get me to swear at you on the stream?
Bob, just to say, there are children in the audience.
I'm being very well behaved.
Good. So, Roboteers, where are you? We are needing some battles to commence. We've got the ready lineup, and we're going to have a fantastic battle making its way to the arena.
That looks like Stratus is going up against Sir Lancerfrog. So then.
You can hear the Roboteers. Everyone knows. This is an interesting fight.
Thing is, Lancerfrog, it's hard as nails. There's got a little sign on it. It says, "Go away, Stratus." This is delightful. Here's hoping. Let's make no mistake about it. Stratus, someone used a great word in the chat. Stratus fully punted its last opponent out of the arena.
It was very much lined up like a football kick or a rugby kick over the post, wasn't it? Straight into the Uta zone.
Like anyone who's an NFL fan, it was like watching Justin Tucker. It was relentless. But Lancerfrog's a bit lower down. Lancerfrog's gonna, not necessarily be as vulnerable to the punting.
And the live chat has just said, are we allowed to do more frog puns now?
Is that even a question?
If you can,
give us the frog puns.
Feel free. But we haven't really heard a frog chant today.
We've had some. You've maybe just not been listening
I've
for
not,
it.
well, maybe I've not, no.
Right, Lancerfrog's in the arena.
Wait, can you read that sign on Sir Lancerfrog? It seems like it's
It
got
says, "Go away, Stratus." It does, yeah. And, maybe it'll work.
Maybe it'll work, yeah, maybe they'll respect it.
No, Stratus is in the arena. It's happening. Well, this really is unstoppable force, immovable object time. I've said that a lot throughout the day, but this might just be it. This might be the one.
Yeah, so let's just really explain this. So Sir Lancerfrog, tried and tested Roboteer. That robot has survived, and as you said, it's pretty much finished all of its battles. It's very rare for it to be immobilized.
Yeah, I've been watching this robot for years now, and I don't think I've ever seen it be immobilized.
And then we have Stratus, a robot that, when it first came on the scene, was a very unique design because it was going against the curve of everything else. But now it's, we've seen Wheelie Big Boy starting to take similar inspiration from it.
So, let's see.
And it's, of course, being Roboteered, Stratus being Roboteered by a previous winner. So, this is going to be a difficult battle. I can't wait to see. Is there any frog chats? Frog.
2.
There we go, the crowd's being hyped up. Here we go, Stratus spinning up, Sir Lancerfrog coming in from the side. The sign's already gone.
And Stratus getting closer to Uta's own Lancerfrog.
But already, Lancerfrog's been flipped over. Oh!
And there goes the shield.
The blazer has gone. The knight is exposed. Oh, this is terrible. And I think that might be it.
So Lancerfrog has now been stuck on his form.
And Stratus has made short work of the frog. Wow. Boos from the crowd.
But it's all love, really, because we all know that Stratus put up really the most defense there. Like, Sir Lancerfrog put up a great defense, but the aggression of Stratus just was too much to overcome.
Just that weapon, once it got hold, once it got purchased, bang, game over.
And the issue there was Sir Lancerfrog was up on its back. It had to use the flipper to right itself, but that's what made it exposed. We'll look at the replay now as the fight has begun. Sir Lancerfrog doing a great job to control, and then it just got caught by the spinning.
And then it was while the flipper was open, while it was self-righting, Stratus saw the opening. It's like you're fighting a Legend of Zelda boss. You wait for its weak spot to appear, and that's exactly what Stratus did, and devastating results.
So, we've had one very, very short fight, and now that was another destructive short fight.
Yes.
I'm looking to see who's potentially next to go into the arena.
At this point, we have no idea. Oh, do we have a queue now?
We have
People
a queue of
actually want to
Roboteers.
come in. Excellent.
But we're going to head over to Sam with Stratus to find out how that fight went.
Tom Brewster, you bad, bad man. What have you got to say for yourself?
I'm so sorry, but, you know, frog's legs for dinner, I guess. No.
Unbelievable. I mean, all things being serious, it's looking pretty pokey now. Like, it hasn't been the smoothest year for Stratus. It has had upsets go against it in the last couple of events. It did win earlier on this year as well. How are you feeling about it now?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's definitely taken a few events to get it dialed in, but I am now quite happy with it. I think it's still quite slow to drive around, but the weapon works, and as long as I can keep it squared up, I think I'm in a good position. So we'll see.
We're into the round of 8. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Stratus. Oh dear. Nick and Sir Lancerfrog. A valiant effort.
A valiant effort. It's now a two-part system. It's clusterbot, but
I mean, it's looking a bit twisted. You kind of see it's all like pulled to one side. The head's been ripped off as well. It's been split, has it? The plastic. Wow. So that's not meant. It's not as if it's like it's two pieces bolted together. It's one piece.
it's one piece, and Stratus has just sheared it straight in the middle. Nothing I can do. But you don't mess around with Stratus. You've got to go for it. You've got to send it, and that's Frog's modus operandi. That's what it's got to do.
You did send it. You sent it all the way to the top 16. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Sir Lancerfrog.
A lot of love for the frog here in the room.
There's the chant I've been waiting for. That's
There
when
you
everyone gets
are.
behind it.
So, who have we got here? Ooh, that's Gizmo.
I was just saying, quickly reading the chat, they were saying it's like being back in biology, so Lancerfrog was dissected.
Very good, very good. But also, right, we got Gizmo up against Digestive. This could get messy. Gizmo pretty ruthless in its last fight, but so too was Digestive. So
Gizmo taking the blue corner, Digestive in the blue. Sorry, wrong way round.
yeah,
Gizmo
Digestive in the
corner,
red corner.
Digestive in the red.
Gizmo's in the blue corner.
Robot is.
I can
Stand
understand the
by.
confusion since Digestive is blue.
3.
All right, spinner
Two.
on spinner action.
One.
Begin.
And the fight has begun, and again,
Neither
they're
of them
slowly
advancing. They're spinning up. Oh, Gizmo's got behind Digestive. That's dangerous. Something's come off. It's one of the forks has gone already.
And we're seeing a bit of gyro action from Digestive. That is where it's been pivoting up into the roof, and the wheel has been knocked off.
I think that might be game over for Digestive. Wow.
We are seeing some efficient fighting here today.
It's it's having to make up for the waiting we've had to do for all of the robots to actually arrive. But wow, that was yet again ruthless, efficient. Although we have to remember that Gizmo did lose its first fight, lost to Stronghold in its three-way, so it's not undefeatable.
But it's definitely earning its way into the round of 8. This is the round of 16. The round of 8 will be coming afterwards. Slowly and slowly, we whittle down more and more competitors.
Oh, I don't know who to call it. At this point, we've seen some very impressive performances.
I think
Yeah.
Stratus has to be one of the favourites. Knocking out Sir Lancerfrog, that is a big deal.
That is absolutely knocking out, but also Gizmo here knocking out Digestive. Icebreaker didn't even break a sweat, let alone ice, in its fight against the other robot. His name escapes me.
Well, I was just looking
I'm
there.
terrible.
You could see Gizmo when it knocked into Digestive into the arena ceiling. It was already right back there, ready to pounce again, but it saw it, knew that Digestive had crumbled.
The
How's that?
precision, yeah, there we good, very good.
yeah,
It's
good-
like it
good
was
pun.
dipped in tea.
So the wheel is bouncing around Joe, not very good at catch there. Just to go back to the call-outs, Bonkers versus Bad Daddy, Stronghold versus Jackhammer, Abracadabra versus Luchador. Please make your way up to the tables. And I think that might be the end of the round of 16 once we get there.
It might be, yeah. Dave's having to hammer something on the arena.
Just putting the screws back in after the...
So there we go. So yeah, the panels on this arena are bolted down, but Digestive hit the ceiling so hard, it managed to pop out one of those bolts. That's the power of Gizmo.
And this is a very well-designed, tried and tested arena design. The reinforced perspex on the side there, I think it's bulletproof, I'm not too sure.
I don't know, I don't think anyone's ever shot a gun in it, and I hope that continues.
Absolutely. So, the robots being loaded in as we speak. And
Mr. Pointy and Eva 02.
Mr. Pointy is back, everyone.
Eva 02 made it through on a controversial judge's decision in the last round. Mr. Pointy, has the face been secured better this time? Excellent. No, I'm getting a shake of the head. This is still going to be sling tactic.
I'm still not seeing any duct tape, though, so, there's still a room for improvement.
Yeah, and, Eva's taken some punishment in the process. The Dutch have brought us Dutch biscuits. Thank you so much.
That is very exciting.
This is great. We
think
can't
that-
eat them yet because we've got a fight to commentate on.
No, yeah, and that's the last thing we want to do. So, in the red corner, Mr. Pointy.
And in the blue corner, Eva 02.
Stand by.
And let's count it down as it will begin.
3,
In 3, 2, 1. Begin.
All right, Eva's the quickest out of the box, pinning Mr. Pointy against the arena wall, bringing down that spinner on the end of the arm. The eye is gone. He's now Mr. Winky. So, there we go. Eva trying to get pushing around on Mr. Pointy.
But that was brutal from Eva. They pinned up Mr. Pointy up against the side, span up the axe before it came down, and then brought it down with aggression. The poor little eye's been flung across the arena. Mr. Pointy now trying to get back to the side, but the forks of Eva lifting it up onto the top.
Hopefully Mr. Pointy doesn't need the depth perception. As it overcomes the axe again while he's pinned in the corner. Mr. Pointy's got his work cut out here, but we've seen him come back from worse.
And the arena, the pit is now in play. That might play dividends for Mr. Pointy, because that's been his saving grace.
Yeah, I think Mr. Pointy needs to deploy the sling, going near to the pit, saying, come on, come and get me, Eva.
Oh!
Didn't work, though. Mr. Pointy into the pit. Thus ends the storied run of Mr. Pointy. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Pointy?
One last Mr. Pointy chat. Let's go, Pointy.
But also, huge props to Eva 02 into the quarterfinals. Who knows how far they will go?
Are we really at the quarterfinals?
Not yet. We've still got some more round of 16, but they are through to the quarterfinals. Does anyone here understand how a tournament works?
It's more the pace of the day and the fact that we are getting through these fights. How we have whittled down from the number of competitors. And that eye, I think, is stuck to the arena floor. David might need to crawl in to get it back.
Send in Bertie.
This is a desperate retrieval mission. Mr. Pointy needs that eye. And there we go. Great work there by David, the arena master.
Arena marshal and optometrist.
So I think we have all of our round of 16 ready on the table behind me. But in terms of whiteboards, Wheelie Big Lad Home Improvement, Yam, and Sad Boy, please make your way up to the tables. You are due to have a whiteboard, as is Babrog, Aggro Wobber, Gold Dust, and Delta V.
All
Please make your way up to the table.
That looks like Impulse in the arena, which means it's shortly going to be followed by Wyo. We get to see Wyo again.
Wyo.
Like, I don't want to imply any bias, but thanks for the biscuits, Dutch crowd. These are really good.
I'm going to try and save mine. I'm going to save them for the journey home. So, if you're impulsive, what is your game plan against Wyo?
You just picked the perfect moment. I have a mouthful of biscuit.
Okay, well, I'll take my own question for that moment then. So, I think running away is probably a sound strategy. Let Wyo hit into the arena wall and get flung around by its own force, and then that's your opportunity for Impulsive to charge in.
I mean, I think Ray had the right idea in the last round. You go in quick. You make sure you don't stop. You don't let it spin up. But then the risk you run is that if you end up trapped in the corner as a result, Wyo can then spin up. So this is going to be a real test of the driving ability here for Impulse, because, yeah, as we saw, all that spinner needs to do is just hit once. And, you know, there's some lovely exposed tires on the side of Impulse, which Wyo is going to be eyeing up. So,
and I have been truly impressed by the stability of Wyo. Like, yes, it has flung around the arena, but it's not gone higher than the outer zone wall, and that's kind of been saving it from hitting that outer
and, you know,
zone.
compare it to, say, Paradigm Spin, which was bouncing everywhere. The control and the downforce on Wyo is really something to behold. In the red corner, we've got Impulse.
In the blue corner, Wyo.
Here we go.
And the audience, if you help us count this down,
stand by.
this is going to be a fantastic fight. In 3, 2, 1.
Begin.
Begin!
It's that pause. Oh no. So the initial rush from Impulse didn't connect. Wyo was able to spin up, and now Impulse is pinned up against the wall by its own wedge. I think that's it. I think Impulse is being counted down here. Wyo takes the win. And there we go. It came true. One hit was all it took. Good agility there from Wyo, actually, because they saw the rush coming from Impulse, but got out of the way, got spun up, and the rest is history.
I think that's the thing. We'll watch it back on the replay, but Impulsive was immediately over into the blue zone as soon as that counter began. But it was just too late. They missed their initial charge, and that allowed Wyo to get into the middle, spin up, and then, yeah, that poor bot.
Yeah, that can often be the case. You know, it's split-second decisions, split-second movements. Here we go. Here's the replay now. Let's see how that went down. So, yeah. Oh, no, I think they missed. I think they didn't quite go in a fully straight line. Maybe they anticipated Wyo to move to the side and try to...
It wasn't Wyo's impact that knocked him onto the arena wall. It was actually Impulsive's attempt to self-right. So it was a self-imposed...
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
...impeachment up onto the arena wall. That's so unfortunate.
It really is unfortunate for Impulse, which has been a great performer throughout. But it's Wyo that's in to the quarterfinals.
And we only have 2 more rounds of 16 left to go, as far as I can see. Or are we up to 3, actually? I think it's
we got 3 left.
remaining.
3 left. I think next up it's going to be Bonkers and Bad Daddy, which there could be damage aplenty here.
But before that, let's see if we can get Wyo over to Craig for a quick interview.
Wyo. So, Tim, I know you'll be honest with me. Is that the way you really wanted to win?
No. A win is a win, but no.
It's an unfortunate way to go, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But, you know, you got to take what you can take, and Wyo delivered the hit.
Well, it did. So, yeah, nothing more to do, so.
The dub was delivered, and we will see Wyo in the top 8. Wyo!
And I thought, Craig, we were going to be joined by Impulsive, but apparently not. I do not see them around, so Craig is putting the microphone down.
So lonely.
And I will do my job to call out the whiteboards once again. Wheelie Big Lad versus Home Improvement versus Yam versus Sad Boy. That is a whiteboard due to take place. Babrog versus Aggro Wobber versus Gold Dust versus Delta V. That is another whiteboard after, well, I was going to say after the round of 16, but we're actually going to take a break. And we are going to do whiteboard number 4 right now, which is Babrog, Aggro Wobber, Gold Dust, and Delta V.
Sorry, can I quickly throw a safe test, because I'm about to go in.
And I'm actually going to try and take this break a minute and just see if one of the judges would be willing to join me.
Ryan, join me quickly.
So I've just asked Ryan to join me, who is one of the judges for today. Can you just talk us through the role of your job? Are you the head judge, or has that gone to someone? No, it is yourself.
So I'm off. I like to think we're an equal team. You know, 3 equals all doing the same job. But having rather stupidly decided to come up with a whole new judging system, I've kind of been thrown into that role quite strongly.
And it's gone to the judges a couple of times today. How do you think that new system's working?
I'm strangely a big fan of it. We have made some edits to it this year that have influenced a couple of today's fights. This is the second event we've run after we made those changes. The only really big one is on aggression, where we've noticed over the last couple of years within our Beetle fights, pinning has become a much more common strategy. And a lot of the judges, we've had a lot of different judges over the last year at different events, far more than we've really had before. And something that a lot of judges have raised is pinning aggressive? Or is it nullifying a fight for 10 seconds?
Or is it a defensive action?
And the answer is, sometimes it's defensive, sometimes it's offensive. So we've now written into the rules that if you are pinning and that pin doesn't result in you using a weapon, that is defined as unaggressive. That is potentially going to cost you aggression points. We've definitely had a few fights today where that kind of pin, where someone is very much pausing the fight and regrouping, has affected our scoring. So it's really interesting to make these changes and then get a couple of events to test them out and see what impact it has. And the hope is that going forward, people who are now keeping up with the judging, because it's changing quite regularly, our hope is that they're going to adapt their driving style to it. So we're hoping we may see a little less pinning, a little more action.
Interesting. So good for the spectators, good for the sport. Has there been any robot that you're seeing as a standout at the moment?
There have been a lot of standouts today. Impulse, I think, was my sleeper pick to go far today. Arguably, it has gone far as is, but if it could have navigated that fight, which it had a really strong chance in, when you look at especially the verts in the field, it had a pretty good chance.
Well, thank you for joining me. You can join and commentate, share the commentary role as we're about to begin this whiteboard.
Stand by.
In the blue corner, Gold Dust. Up against the pit is Aggro Wobber. Babrog up against the pit button, and then I can't quite see, it's Delta V in the red zone.
Quite rare that we get a whiteboard with a mix of non-spinners and spinners. Normally the spinners all want to go against each other, the non-spinners all want to stay safe and comfortable. This time we've got a couple of folks really choose to send it, and there are some big hits going in already.
So Delta V charging into Gold Dust, and that's the spinner-on-spinner action you were talking about, doing a lot of damage. Babrog now holding, grappling into that drum of Gold Dust. They are just taking the damage.
That is exactly what Babrog is built to do. Get that grab, maintain control, and take it to things that can really hurt it. I've been spending a lot of time here as well trying to get Aggro Wobber back in the fight, the wonderful sportsmanship we've come to expect from him.
Going down.
So Babrog now currently waiting to see if it gets to the fight. The pit has been enabled. A lot of damage, a lot of shrapnel taking place. Aggro Wobber stuck there in the blue zone. I think they are out of the fight.
Aggro Wobber's axe today has seemed a little bit ill, hasn't quite got the talk there to self-right. Babrog also looking like he might be in trouble on the centre. That's quite a rough area of the floor to get stuck on, and now eventually free.
Of course, those low forks of Babrog, he probably was doing it at difficulty. And now we've got Delta V really getting into this fight. Gold Dust still struggling. That drum beater is not as prominent as other drums, and that's maybe what's hurting him.
Gold Dust is very good at being a nibbly machine. It's persistent, it's pervasive, it will wear an opponent down very happily.
So Babrog almost finding itself in the outer zone, courtesy of Gold Dust. Not quite though. And Delta 5 really struggling there. Delta V with that rear wheel. Look at that left wheel there, just spinning, no traction whatsoever.
We have seen over the last few events, Delta V is a machine that can handle taking quite a lot of damage, and a driver that will overcome a difficulty like this. So it's stuck upside down, however, much more of a problem.
So this is most likely going to go to the audience as we're in the final 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there we are, 3 robots left standing at the end of that. Delta V just getting back on his feet after the bell there. It's quite nice to enjoy the last few moments of that in silence, wasn't it? We don't do that very often.
Not very often at all. So this is going to go to the audience. Bob is just returning me after collecting some water, so thank you very much, Bob. How much of that fight did you see?
All of it. Up and down there.
So, would you like to do the honours of asking the audience who their winner is, and I will listen out?
All right, so give us a cheer if you felt that Babrog won that fight. Give us a cheer if you felt that Delta V won that fight. And give us a cheer if you think that Gold Dust won that fight. All right, clapometer.
I think that went to Gold Dust.
It went to Gold Dust. So there we go. You know, I've been here the whole time. I just, Ryan was, you were having fun together.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. But you were missed.
Aw.
You were missed.
Aw, I'm feeling all warm inside.
So, that was a slight break for the whiteboards. Are we returning back to the round of 16? Thumb is up. So, let's see if we can work out who is going in. It looks like we're going to get Jackhammer versus Stronghold in for the next round of 16.
Now, this is interesting because, we got two robots that have been big on control so far. They've been, methodical, purposeful, dominating their fights through driving. So this could be a very, very good tactical battle here, and I would be very surprised if this one's over as quickly as the other round of 16 fights have been.
Very true, because of course the pit is not enabled until 30 seconds into the fight, so at the very least we probably have 30 seconds until something happens. And then how much of the pit button, how much of the pit do you think is going to come into their strategies? I think looking at the two robots here, we've probably got Jackhammer more reliant on the aggression, more relying on just actually having a fight. Strongholder to me is the one more reliant on that pit strategy.
Yeah, I think the initial exchange will be telling because they'll be pushing up against each other, trying to work out who's got the better traction, who's got the better pushing power. And if you figure out that, if you reckon you're the one with the bigger pushing power, you're going to be going for that pit button and saying, yeah, let's do this, let's take this down to the pit. But as we've seen in previous fights, you have to have real confidence in your driving ability. And we have seen some of these control bots avoiding pushing the pit button because they don't want to have that embarrassing exit where they try to push their opponent into the pit but go in themselves.
Especially if you think you're the one leading in the advantage when it comes to the judges. Just looking at the two robots, do you think Jackhammer, with that hammer, do you think it has the ability to grapple if they bring the hammer down? Is it strong enough to grapple their opponent?
We'll see. I've not seen it so far, but Jackhammer has had, in its fight so far, it's not really, I think, had the opportunity to properly put itself across. So this is going to be a good challenge for it because, Stronghold is currently the only robot to have beaten Gizmo today. So, this is, a very, very good robot. They're going up against another very, very good robot. So this is going to be very, very intriguing to see how this one plays out.
And it's nice to see that it's not the full destructive robots that are making it through the rounds. We are actually having a diverse field of robots advancing through to the round of 8.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the draw has put two control robots against each other. That happens. That's the way the randomness works. But as we've already seen, take nothing away from Stronghold, it's literally already beaten Gizmo. We saw what Gizmo has done to every other robot it's faced. And Stronghold went the distance, took it on a judge's decision, if I remember rightly. So, this could go either way. I'm very intrigued to see how this one plays out.
So we are ready in the arena for the
Robot
countdown
is.
to
Stand
begin.
by.
It's a slower countdown than you might think.
There's more of a pause.
3,
3,
2,
1, begin.
There we go. Right, so the initial exchanges. So let's see. Oh, Jackhammer's managed to get his forks underneath Stronghold. That's the kind of thing you look for, I think, as a driver. You want to see where you can get those little advantages in the control game.
And I think Stronghold is stuck under those forks of Jackhammer, so that was really good. What has happened to...
I think it might be stuck under its own forks here. I think Jackhammer's forks have pushed Stronghold's forks underneath itself. So now it seems to be doing a kind of sort of elaborate ballet, but now it's now back on its flat wheels again.
So now back under its control. The pit button has been pushed already, and Stronghold using its arms there, but it's not moving much. Or is that just Jackhammer really controlling this fight?
Yeah, we've seen Jackhammer in its fight so far. The preferred strategy from it is to pin its opponent up against the wall, but now it's getting some of its own because Stronghold is doing the same thing right back.
And they are pinching right down, but the countdown for the pin hasn't begun. They are entangling themselves into each other, but it is Stronghold up against the arena wall, just narrowly avoiding the pin there. Jackhammer on the reverse.
Yeah, trying to detach itself from Stronghold, because remember, if you're the one who's doing the pinning, you're the one who has to disengage. If your opponent can escape, that's great, but you don't really want them to, because that doesn't give a good look to the judges.
These robots are almost holding hands. The way they're interlocking with each other is actually quite sweet.
Yeah, it's a romantic little breezy walk.
But now
down the Bristol
Jackhammer
quayside.
getting closer to escorting Stronghold to the pit. They're dancing around it. I think it's working in Stronghold's favour to be near that pit.
Yeah, it's interesting. They seem very, very well matched in terms of their drive power. There have been instances where Jackhammer's gotten underneath and been able to push Stronghold, but also the reverse has happened.
But once again, those forks.
Yeah, trapped on the fork again, and very nearly giving Jackhammer the opportunity to push it into the pit. We've only got 10 seconds left of this.
But
Can anyone land a decisive
Jackhammer's got the perfect lineup to push him into the pit. It's not quite. I think it's going to go to the judge's decision.
And indeed it does. Right. We'll let the judges deliberate over that one. And that one, yeah, that was a much more tentative fight. You know, when you've not got the big weapons, it is. It's exactly how we expected it would pan out. All about the driving, all about the control.
Really, really difficult to call, because the way those two robots engaged, there was a lot of grappling where the forks, the top forks of Stronghold and that Jackhammer, they just kept intertwining with each other, and that really limited their ability to maneuver around each other or push each other.
Yeah, it was like watching Cornish wrestling, if anyone's familiar with that. I think possibly what might tell in Jackhammer's favor here is those forks of Stronghold did keep getting stuck underneath. Now, if the replay shows that it was due to Jackhammer's own forks pushing them there, then that may well count in Jackhammer's favor.
But as we heard from Ryan, Jackhammer didn't really do much. Once the forks were stuck under Stronghold, Jackhammer wasn't really charging in there to knock it. They weren't taking advantage for the aggression. So a slight immobilization of the fight there, a neutralization of the fight, and that might hinder them.
Yeah, we'll see. I wouldn't want to call it.
So I'm going to ask Felix if you can make your way to the interview booth to talk to Jackhammer for us, and we will hear from our competitors.
Yeah, let's get some instant reaction, and we will bring you the judge's decision when we have it.
Sorry. So I'm here with Jackhammer. How do you feel that fight went for you?
It was an interesting one. Again, we didn't have the weapon, but we knew that going into it because we took some quite bad self-inflicted damage on the last fight. I think we got some control over them. We got some pins. They got some nice grabs on us. I think we had the ground game for some of it, and then I think it was fairly even. Obviously, there were some bits where we could have pitted them, but I'm a bit scared of the pit because I've got quite a bad, a past experience with the pit. So we kind of just, we didn't go for that when perhaps people would say maybe we could have done, but
that's all right. It's fine to be wary of the pit. It's a high risk, high reward tactic. But yeah, too much damage or not really anything?
We've not taken anything. I mean, the forks are ablative. There's some little curvy ones at the front, but they just get changed out. Yeah, I mean, they're meant to be interchanged because they're aluminium. They're super soft. It means that we can sharpen them so you can get under anything, but they have to come out every fight.
It's absolutely superb. Congratulations, well done. Superb fight. Big round of applause, please.
All right, the judge's decision is in. It is unanimous in favor of...
Drum roll, please.
Jackhammer. So there we go. Jackhammer goes through to the quarterfinals. the consensus from the judges was that they were very evenly matched, but they reckoned that Stronghold was on the back foot for more of that fight. I think Jackhammer won it on aggression in the end.
And by some miracle, someone in the live stream chat got your reference to Cornish wrestling.
See, that's why I do it. That's why I make these niche references, because if I can make one person watching the stream happy, then I've done my job.
So, this is the final, or no, not yet.
No, it's not. It's the penultimate fight in the round of 16. We've got Bonkers against Bad Daddy. Two very big spinners here. In the red corner is Bad Daddy. In the blue corner is Bonkers. I think we're ready to go with this.
2, 1, begin.
So the fight is underway, and already the spinners, Bad Daddy taking a bit of difficulty there on the arena floor, and now they've locked horns, both of those flat
but Bonkers has been flipped over and is vulnerable now. Bad Daddy smells blood, but doesn't manage even to get in before Bonkers can right itself. They're not quite able to make a telling contact yet, and suddenly Bad Daddy's up on top of Bonkers.
So now it's Bonkers' turn to do a bit of damage, return that favour, but Bad Daddy stay on top. They keep butting, they go head to head like two stags rutting.
I think Bad Daddy's winning the ground clearance battle here. I think that could be the telling factor. Those little flaps on the front of Bonkers aren't as low as those on the front of Bad Daddy.
So I think Bonkers is really relying on that spinner to flip him back over as it does so, and there's a bit of material coming off of Bad Daddy there, so Bonkers has done some damage.
Definitely. Well, as we've seen in the previous fights, all it takes is one hit.
And we're down into the 1 minute, the final minute, and Bonkers once again being turned over and now getting caught on that pit floor.
Yeah, I think Bonkers is going to need the big hit here, I think, because Bad Daddy has had a lot of smaller telling hits, been pushing Bonkers back, flipping it over, but the pit is... you might not be able to see it on the stream, but when you're here in person, the pit is enormous. It really it feels like it fills an entire corner of the arena.
And there's the big hit that you were talking about. Bonkers stuck up against the wall. They are rocking, but I think they're out.
I think this could be it.
Upside down.
Bad Daddy looks bruised, but I think is going to be making it through to the quarterfinals. Bonkers is out of there. Bad Daddy goes through. Wow, that was bruising.
As you mentioned, there was a couple of jabs throughout that fight, but it all came down to one big knockout blow.
Yeah, and so there we go. Some substantial repairs now for Bad Daddy before the quarterfinals. And how much do you reckon that's going to tell later on? Because we've seen Gizmo has bulldozed its way through its last couple of fights. Icebreaker really kind of got through almost casually in its fight. Wyo, it took one hit. Does that stand those robots in a better stead, do you think?
Honestly, you can kind of counter that by saying that those Roboteers have been given less practice in controlling their robot. Those short knockout fights, it's great for the Roboteer. They don't have much repair, but it also means they learn less about their robot. Like, what part of the arena floor does the robot get caught on? What's safe, what's not? I think you can counter it by saying, the more opportunity you have to practice your control, the better you're going to be. And I know these Roboteers spend time back at base practicing with their robot, but it's on the day, controlling those jitters is really where it serves you best.
Yeah, it's never going to perform absolutely perfectly how you build it to, and so it's about working out those little quirks.
And I think, the mind games come into it a little bit. If you do go up against a robot who's got a reputation of giving you a knockout blow, you'll probably be more tentative, or you take the opposite approach and charge right in there. It does factor in to how your competitor faces you. But honestly, I think we're going to go over to the Roboteers now with Craig, and they might be able to tell us a little bit more about that. So Craig, over to you.
So I'm here with Tom from Bad Daddy, who just came over chanting his robot's name.
Bad Daddy, Bad Daddy, Bad Daddy.
You were so worried about it beforehand that it wasn't gonna work or spin, and it definitely did spin.
It spun slowly. That wasn't full potential, but we're very happy with that. The robot was very, very tough as well. So we didn't think we were going to win that. We were quite lucky then. we're on borrowed time, I think.
Bonkers is a formidable opponent, so well done to you for making it through to what is now the top 8. You've got a few minutes to go and get it fixed up. Best of luck, guys. Hi, Leo. Give it up for Bad Daddy, everyone. Good luck.
Craig making a good point there, actually, because as you get further into the tournament, the space between the fights gets less. You have less time to do repairs. The pressure really cranks up. But now in the arena, we're going to have Abracadabra and Luchador. Luchador is... I mean, I'm still reeling from its last victory. How they pulled that off, I don't know, but it was amazing to watch.
And I can say it this time, this is the last round of 16.
Finally, you've been itching to say that.
Proper. So, yeah, this is the last round of 16. And as you mentioned, Abracadabra, though, you know, they came in with a last-minute clutch as well. They are scraping through too. So we've got two robots here who have really survived rather than thrived.
But they're still here, and they've been quietly making progress. You know, real dark horses here. So we're gonna see.
And there's just a little bit of maneuvering. I don't know if that's Luchador struggling once again to get into position.
I mean, it didn't seem to hold them back too much last time.
As soon as the red lights started to count down and the white appeared on the arena, they just sprung into life.
It's like Luchador, like, nah, just game face immediately. Nah, let's do this.
And it's interesting, we are seeing a couple more of these mini-bots joining alongside. So Abracadabra didn't used to have a mini-bot, but now they have. So I'm just getting more involvement from the competitors involved. So just giving the controller to their friend and letting them have a go.
I'm just looking at Luchador, and that scorpion tail is decidedly bent one way. That is not sitting where I think it normally would. Yeah, I think we're just trying to ascertain whether Luchador wants to come in and fight because, you know, has taken a beating, has had to do some significant repairs, got through the last fight basically by the skin of its teeth.
So whilst we have this brief interlude, I am going to call up the round of 8 competitors.
Ooh.
So Roboteers, Bad Daddy, I think they got a bit of repair work to do, so we'll leave them a little bit. But Icebreaker versus Gizmo, Stratus versus Wow.
It's finally happening.
That's scary, that's terrifying. So if you have heard your name called out, please make your way up to the ready tables. We're going to see a very interesting battle there. Stratus versus Wahoo.
Oh, I've been hoping for that one to come out the draw because Wahoo is definitely the shortest robot in terms of its height. I don't think Stratus is going to be able to get anywhere near it, so it's going to have lost half a wheel before it's going to be able to touch Wahoo.
And I have just seen another whiteboard put in. Paradigm Spin versus Antithesis versus Bloodshot Shot versus Propane.
Do you need to put your teeth in? Yeah.
Over
in the blue corner, we have Luchador still kicking. And over in the red corner,
Roboteers,
we've got Abracadabra. This is really Clash of the Survivors here.
3.
Let's see
2,
who comes out on top.
1. Begin.
And there we go. Yeah, Luchador again. The moment...
Straight up into the air.
The moment Begin was called, Luchador immediately straight in there.
But we are seeing the mini-bot of Abracadabra actually making an appearance and sticking, and then the return of Abracadabra, so they're both lifting each other up in this fight.
Yeah, this is, like, we were worried about how these robots would be, what kind of nick they would be in after their previous fights.
And that was a vicious whip by Luchador there, throwing the mini-bot right
I think that constitutes a simple, doesn't it? This is, here comes the pit. The pit is going down. And Abracadabra's in the danger zone, but manages to stay out.
And that mini-bot there was hampering Luchador, so Luchador couldn't do much to really cement Abracadabra.
Luchador submits its opponent into the pit. I wonder how much the mini-bot is there, almost as a distraction technique.
Well, it was there. We'll watch it on the replay. The mini-bot was there, stopping Luchador from taking advantage of Abracadabra being around the pit zone. As we saw, though, really didn't matter. As soon as Abracadabra got back out, Luchador had its latches on it and straight into the pit it went.
Yeah, that was, and somehow Luchador soldiers on, despite all the damage it's taken, despite, like, it's like, it's got the spirit. It's gonna make it.
Right.
I believe in it.
So I'm gonna try again in calling out this whiteboard, and I'm gonna take my time so I don't mutter over all of the names. So Paradigm Spin, Antithesis, and Bloodshot up against Propane. Please make your way to the ready tables.
that's going to be quite spectacular. That's, well, 3 very big spinners going in there. Antithesis being very brave, I think, too. As the hammer is deployed on the pit.
A bit of persuasion is needed on the arena there, but that is okay because
a bit of percussive maintenance.
David is very persuasive.
Hello, come chat to me. Also, if you want another whiteboard, we can do a second round of whiteboards now. I have a whiteboard, and I would like to fill it with robots, so come see me. I didn't see that fight. How did it go? What happened?
It was me against Luchador, and it was a good control fight, and he got me in the pit.
He got you in a pit, but it was not immediately.
It was not immediately. We had a good couple of tosses. He got under me, I got under him. We had some mini-bot action. It was good fun.
That's really good. And I understand this is the 5th event this robot's done, and you got nearly to the top 8 with it. That's pretty damn good going. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, top 16 seems to be about Abba's limit. Like that, I think that's the 3rd time she's made it there. But it's been great fights today. Really enjoyed it. And maybe next time we'll crack the top 8.
Amazing. Abra 2 for top 8. You've heard it here first.
We'll see. We'll do it. We'll do it. Abba 8, top 8.
There we go. Round of applause for Abra, everybody. Very, very good effort. Jack, are you around? No. Here he is. Would you like a whiteboard? There you go.
He's making his way over, Joe. Just give him a moment.
Hi, I'm also here with Jack. I was just writing on the whiteboard. Jack, how's it going?
Yeah, stressful. Had some transmitter problems that I thought was receiver problems for a very, very long time. But yeah, I went in and did some flips and did some suplexes. And are you doing the eye contact thing on purpose?
You're doing a great job, Jack. We're really proud of you. I believe you're the last non-spinner left in the top 8. Is that?
No, Jackhammer.
I'm Jackhammer. Well done, Jack. Sorry, Jackhammer.
Well,
Big up
Jackhammer
Cardiff
does have a
University.
spinner on it, but it's not really been...
Yeah, it is a spinner, guys. You have a spinner. It just doesn't work. But we're proud of you. Sorry. Jack, really good work. I'm really glad you solved your teething issues. Go get this bot ready for the round of 8. And big round of applause for Luchador. That suplex earlier was sick.
Meanwhile, in the arena, in the red corner, we've got Wheelie Big Lad. In the blue corner, we've got Home Improvements. Over by the pit, that's Yam. And over by the pit release button, if you don't recognize him, that's Sad Boy with something's been attached to the front of it. Probably to deal with all these spinners it's now sharing the arena with. This is, once again, just for pride. And Sad Boy's immediately gone. Home Improvements just did it in.
Home Improvement's determined to get him into the Utah zone. I don't blame him there. And now we're starting to see some carnage as robots go flying through the air.
That Yam weapon is really quite frightening. Like it just looks so ominous the way it articulates.
Yeah, there has been some discussion on the live feed that it's too powerful for that robot to control, but is there such a thing as too much power?
Never. Here we go.
Home Improvement stuck up on the arena wall. I think they're counted out.
Yeah, I mean, one of the arms is still on Sad Boy here, as Yam gets to do some trampolining itself. Oh, that's not a pleasant sounding noise, really. Well, if you're the robot it's heading towards. Yam is currently encaged within a prison. A Wheelie Big prison.
And in case you missed it, Home Improvement and Wheelie Big Boy are both out, so only 2 robots left.
I think Yam's spinning down. I think Sad Boy might have taken this. Sad Boy has won! After taking that enormous hit at the beginning of the fight, and we thought they were out. We thought they were gone, but it was Home Improvements. Use it in their determination to get them into that Uta zone, brought Sad Boy into the fight and to the win.
Because we thought Sad Boy was out. That initial impact was quite hefty. Absolutely not. Sad Boy's still in it. That's amazing. They got the victory from the jaws of defeat.
That was really, really impressive. Yam, well, we're not quite sure what to make of Yam. It's a very, very powerful weapon. The robot does seem a little difficult to control, but that's something for them to work on. Is it a new robot? Have you seen it before?
I've not personally seen it before, but I was looking around to see if there's any more experienced roboteers. Maybe a 2nd or 3rd match.
So it is still quite new. But yeah, I really like it. I think it's a very neat design, and I look forward to see what happens with it going forward. But yeah, I think Yam just got stuck underneath Wheelie Big Lad, and that was it. Couldn't get out. Sad Boy takes the win.
Absolutely, they do. So, a lovely little whiteboard there. We are preparing for what I'm quite fearful of this next whiteboard, if I'm honest.
This is, I'm fearful for this if I'm Antithesis. So, Antithesis is getting in the arena with Paradigm Spin, Bloodshot, and Propane. I'm admiring the spirit here. This is, and as we've just seen, you don't have to be a spinner to win a spinner whiteboard.
Well, it's not going to be the four-way that we hoped. Unfortunately, Propane has had to pull out.
Oh, no.
So it is a three-way battle as far as I am aware.
Well, that's one less spinner for Antithesis to take down. It's going to walk it now.
I love the optimism that you're giving it.
Oh, yeah. I've got to rep Antithesis. I love a Crusher bot, and they've been, I think, they've had some good fights, had some bruising encounters. They look confident. It'll be fine.
Everything's fine. So as I look outside, I can see the sunlight is fading. It has been a long day today.
The sunlight has gone. It's now, I think, night. I think this is, well, it's what happens. It's how the seasons change.
But it is still fantastic to see the live audience here in front of us. This event has grown year on year. So it's great to see everyone here watching, spectating, cheering it on. Again, everyone at the live stream, they've been participating. And it's been a fantastic event all around. Waiting to start the final round of 8s.
Yeah.
And then we are going to eventually come to a head-to-head, and there will be a winner.
I don't want to call it. There's been some frightening performances, some frightening robots. Gizmo has gotten stronger and stronger throughout the day. Wyo has been imperious. Stratus has been imperious. Bad Daddy has taken some kicking, but has also delivered some kicking. But we can't count out, Luchador. Luchador just seems to come alive when the heat is on. So there's, any one of these top 8 could still take it. I'm very excited to see what happens.
I am looking at the top 8 because if I was to pick my dream final match, I think it would be literally round 8 number 4 as it's on the screen in front of us, Stratus versus Wyo. That would be a fantastic battle.
I'm very excited to see what happens there. You just can't call it. It's going to be madness. Because obviously, Stratus is one of the few robots in the field that can't stop Wyo from spinning up.
Absolutely. So this is a three-way whiteboard, a bit of fun, but there will be a lot of chaos because Paradigm Spin has made its way into the blue corner.
We have Bloodshot over by the pit release button and a very, very brave Antithesis in the red corner.
And David's ready. He's put his ear defenders on. Everyone who's close to the arena, be prepared, ready to cover your ears.
It's gonna get loud.
Stand by.
To count it down in 3, 2, 1, begin.
All right, they're spinning up. Antithesis thought about going in for an attack on Bloodshot and decided no. Paradigm Spin is doing what Paradigm Spin does best, and that is bouncing around the arena. You love to see it.
And I love that Paradigm has that slight in the underfloor because it really does right up the arena when it's going flying. Listen to the grinding work.
We're getting samples from the latest 9 Inch Nails album here, courtesy of Bloodshot. Antithesis is moving around a little bit. Bloodshot, it's just wheeling around on its spinner. I don't know if anyone can hear this. I can barely hear myself think, let alone speak.
I think only those on the live stream can hear you in that moment.
Oh! Paradigm Spin! No, that's Bloodshot even. Bloodshot is minus a wheel, but that doesn't really matter because it's not been driving on its wheel for the entirety of this battle. It's been only on the spinner.
A Paradigm Spin seems to have powered down. They seem to be stopped and out.
I think Paradigm Spin's out because it couldn't move. It could spin, but not move. So is Bloodshot going to carry on, or is Antithesis taking this?
By some miracle, I think it is now one spin.
Oh, Paradigm Spin, get out of there. You're out. You've been counted out.
Control is down.
Oh, is Bloodshot going to take this? Despite it's the Black Knight performance here.
Going down.
Minus one wheel. I think Antithesis, unfortunately, has ended up beached. And Bloodshot is going to take that. What a performance.
So for those who weren't quite sure, Paradigm Spin, they ended up powering down and just losing control. Although we saw them moving around, they had already been counted out.
Yeah, that's why they were sent over to the far side, so they could not interfere with proceedings. Even though it's a whiteboard, we've got to keep in the spirit of the rules.
Yeah, the rules still count. And Bloodshot, did they just destroy themselves?
I really don't know. I'd love to get Felix's opinion on this. Did Bloodshot just knock its own wheel off, or did Antithesis cut it off with that crusher? Fair.
Oh, we're being told it was knocked off.
Fair. But also, kudos to Bloodshot sticking around with only one wheel, just wiggling itself around, doing enough to prove that it can still move. Then it can't be counted out. Oh, we just got a lovely waft of burning silicon.
Something that's missed if you're not here live with us. The smell of that arena door as it opened up. Some brilliant sparky shots being taken there.
When these robots' motors start burning out, it smells not great, I'm not going to lie.
And even though there is an extractor fan on the roof of the arena.
I think that's there more for smoke and not smells.
I was going to say, it might be providing some ventilation, but wow, is that a powerful smell. So I can see Felix kind of making his way over to the interview area, but no one to interview them, so maybe Sam will be willing to jump onto the microphone, and we'll get those two.
I mean, Felix should do what Craig did, interview himself.
How do you feel that fight went, Sam?
Well, you turn the weapon on, and then you let the weapon do the driving.
Which robot were you driving?
Good question.
Which one did you want to be driving?
All of them. It was great. What a great fight. I mean...
That was a superb fight.
How did you enjoy that fight?
That was a good fight.
Why is it that your robot is like... There's a lot of horizontal spinners that are kind of similar to yours, but you are the only one that can drive on your weapon. Why is that?
Because it doesn't drive on its actual drive.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Bloodshot.
If they win no other award today, I think that was probably one of the loudest robots we've had so far. Making a mess of poor arena floor. Look at that. Absolute marks everywhere.
It was pristine when we began. It's not anymore. I think, who's next? Stratus and Wyo going into the arena next. No, Tom, you can't do the chant for the other robot.
So I'm not sure. It sounds like we might have a little bit of floor repair to be done, or are we able...
Cool.
So
this may be a break in proceedings while the floor gets repaired because of what Bloodshot's just done to it.
No, David has said he thinks we're okay. So there might be the odd lip. And that's going to be interesting because Wyo's actually really reliant on a pristine flat floor. So that whiteboard, that might cause a little bit of issues here.
Stratus will have no such problems. It's an all-terrain monstrosity.
So here we go. This is a battle to watch out for. The first of our round of 8 is going to be one of the most devastating and most intriguing battles.
Don't build it up. It's going to be a massive damp squib.
Never. It's going to be amazing, everyone. Absolutely pay attention to
Lots
this
of
fight.
people in the chat have been crying out for this fight. Wyo against Stratus. It's the tallest robot against the smallest robot.
Well, the flattest profile that could be, I think, possible for these robots.
Yeah, Stratus with its giant wheels and its big spinner up against the world's angriest pancake. Oh, it's a Dutch pancake. Oh, it's even better. So, yeah, we'll see how this one goes down. I really don't want to call this.
Well, I'm very excited that we are behind the microphones because actually I'm incredibly excited to call the play-by-play modes of the match.
This is going to be amazing.
So, Wyo has made his way to the blue corner.
In the red corner, it's Stratus. Who's going to win? It took people a while to decide. I can understand that. It's a tight fight.
I like that. Even Tom is shouting Wyo. He just gets involved with the chant. But everyone, let's count it down in 3, 2, 1. Begin!
All right, they're both spinning up. And Stratus just going straight over the top of Wyo. We knew that would happen. I think that was some kind of weapon-on-weapon contact. There's something hanging off of Stratus.
Well, those sparks, I think that the twisting of the wheel brought the body of Stratus down into the floor, and that's what the spark was, the floor of Stratus hitting the floor.
Stratus, there's bits hanging off of it all over the place.
Never before have I seen Stratus's wheels so disintegrated, and it's only been 30 seconds of the fight.
Wyo keeps coming in slow and purposeful, methodical. And another big hit, another collision. I can't even tell if that was weapon on weapon.
So what we're seeing there is when Wyo hits the side of the wheels, that's when they grab it. And I think that's Stratus trying to hit the pit button.
Oh, the lights are gone!
Wyo's
Wyo's toast! Stratus is gonna win!
The countdown is gone. Wyo's powering down.
Wyo is gone!
Is that it?
The lights are off! I think Wyo's lost power.
Wyo!
Oh my goodness! Stratus is into the semi-finals! Wow! Well, that certainly lived up to its billing.
So Wyo is finally, why no?
Oh dear.
Why no?
Somebody get me out of here.
Oh no!
Whew. We'll just let everybody catch their breath after that. That was...
Let's watch the replay. Let's talk about this replay because purely shredded are the wheels of Stratus, and it really did look like Wyo was in full control.
Yeah, it did, and then just there was a big hit, I think, weapon on weapon, and Wyo was bouncing around the arena.
And there's a moment here where Wyo, I think, tried to hit the arena button, but maybe missed it, and just didn't quite hit it, and then it got flung around, and
you can see it's powering down, the lights
You
are
can see
off.
it there.
We'll have to get the word from Tim to see what specifically went wrong there.
It's a bright, luminous green. It almost makes you think it has still got its lights on, but no.
Yeah.
That was them powering down. It's such a slow power down as well.
I want to see what state Stratus is in because there's no way they've come away from that unscathed.
And they have now got a solid repair job to be done. I'm sure those wheels are a quick change, probably only a couple of bolts.
Yeah, but if the main body of the robot's in trouble, the bar on Stratus is bent. The whole robot is bent.
The chassis of the robot is bent. Tom, please, I know you need to fix it, but quickly take it over for an interview. Well, Tom, quickly make your way over to
go
Craig.
and show the audience at home the
Let's get it
damage
up on the live stream. Let's get it up on the big screen so everyone can get a closer look.
There were some big hits there.
Yeah, that was quite something. I've never had a hit that big. That's the blade. There you go.
Look at the state of that.
A slightly different angle to what it was before.
I might need to borrow Dave's big sledgehammer, so yeah.
My goodness, that was tough. Is it going to be okay to get it sorted in time?
It's just a flesh wound after all. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, no. That was a mad one. He's just so low. I put my longest blade on, but clearly it wasn't long enough.
Wyo continues to be a terrifying opponent, but Stratus also still terrifying.
How long have I got for repairs, please? Thank you.
Not long. Go, run. Get to it. Give it up for Stratus, everyone.
I got a bit of Stratus.
You got some Stratus on the disc. Tim, I'm so sad. I love Wyo so much, and I'm trying not to be biased here, but Wyo's so cool. I'm so sorry.
It's just a link. The link popped out. That's it.
It did the thing. It did the British thing.
Yeah. Switches are better.
Let's not. Yeah. Rumors say Tim is already on the boat back. What more can I say? Wyo is an amazing robot. Can every single person in this room give a massive cheer for this amazing robot? Wyo!
Right. I hope we're all got our breath back because, Gizmo's in the arena. Who's going in with Gizmo?
Well, I think it will be Icebreaker making an appearance, but I will do some call-outs for some more whiteboards. So Jackhammer and Luchador, that is a round of 8 yet to take place. Please make sure you're in the ready area. And then for whiteboard number 6, Tamanome versus Percussive Maintenance XL versus Talon, bite size, versus Autonomouse. That is whiteboard 6. Please make sure you're in the ready area.
Autonomouse is mad keen to get in lots of fights. I'm loving it.
And then whiteboard number 7, Sir Lancer Frog making a return against Abracadabra versus Bop versus Impulsive.
Ooh, exciting. I'll tell you what else is exciting. It's another orange versus blue fight. There's a strong orange and blue palette across these competitors.
But this time I'm hopeful they're going to go to the correct colors of their corners.
There we go, yeah. Gizmo's in the red corner, Icebreaker's in the blue corner. Both of these robots have been devastating throughout. Let's
Robot
just see what happens.
By. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
All right, both of them spinning up. Who's going to get the first hit there? Gizmo getting in underneath Icebreaker, bouncing it around, and I think that's it. That's Icebreaker cooked. Ice broken. Gizmo is into the semi-final. You didn't even get a word in there, Gal.
I didn't say a single thing, Bob. You did a fantastic job.
I mean, there wasn't really much for me to go on. Wow.
There we go.
Oh, that's such a shame for Icebreaker. It's been so destructive throughout the day, and it's over in the blink of an eye against Gizmo.
Whew. Lost for words a little bit, if I'm honest.
That was devastating.
So once again, as you were saying, there's a lot of robots, one knockout punches. That's where a lot of these robots are getting through. I think Stratus versus Wyo, that was actually a slob for Stratus. Wyo was really struggling here.
What we've got here, so one of the wheels off of Icebreaker, the axle has just been cleanly snapped. I don't know if you can see that on the camera. We'll pass it over so it can be shown to the damage cam down there. But yeah, the wheel has just been, the axle's been fully snapped. Wow. Just by the force of that Gizmo weapon.
So Gizmo making his way over. Felix, if I can ask you to take the microphone.
Felix, you've got to do an interview.
I'm going to describe it as quite clinical. How do you feel that went?
Well, I mean, let's check my heart rate. It's coming down again now, but in about 10 seconds, it legitimately went up to 120. So fighting Icebreaker is always terrifying because it's just so intense. But obviously, fork game, you have to play the game. I've managed to get underneath them historically, so I was fairly confident I could again. But yeah, won the exchange, and it's unfortunate for them, hit the wheel, but very lucky for me.
I was going to say it was in and out, and pretty much, I think there were about 2 hits in there potentially, but anything to do before your next fight?
I don't know. I'll get it back to the table, and I always check everything. I'm a bit weird with checking absolutely everything all the time. But the weapon still goes around. That's what matters. So it should be more or less swap the battery out for a fresh one.
That's very fair. Can we have a big round of applause for Gizmo?
Let's go see what the damage is from Icebreaker. Oh, are they gonna? Go on.
Come on in, Icebreaker. That was unfortunately quite a quick fight. Do you want to talk us through the damage that you've got there?
My wheel's not on anymore.
Wheel's not on anymore. And has it taken the full axle off? It has taken the full axle off. Anything else? Did the wheel come off and you thought, I'm not going to win this, or did anything else go?
I couldn't move after the wheel came off because I was upside down, so...
That's such a shame because Icebreaker's done so well. It's been doing really well this competition. You came back from that little hiccup at the start and stuff, and it's a really amazing robot, so well done on your run. Can we have a big round of applause for Icebreaker?
Brilliant. I'm sorry, Bob.
No, you go for it.
Brilliantly timed, Felix, as the robots are now in the arena. In the blue zone, Jackhammer.
Robot
In the red,
stand by.
Luchador.
2 control robots.
3, 2, 1. Begin.
So prepare for a battle of aggression with grapples, shunts, and pins. That is what we're going to be seeing. And already we're seeing Jackhammer kind of stuck on the pit floor there.
Yeah, Luchador has been like really tenacious throughout. This is, as we've mentioned before, the last non-spinner in the competition, and that scorpion tail holding up against the spinner on the end of Jackhammer's arm, and flipping over Jackhammer. Can Jackhammer right itself? Well, I think Luchador might be going through the last 4 here.
Luchador's making his way up to the button. The crowd, they know what they want. And Jackhammer's desperately trying to get out.
Jackhammered Luchador is into the semi-finals. Somehow it keeps going. It's like Russell Crowe in Gladiator. There's just nothing stopping it.
We might be in for a bit of a shock here. Luchador really is making its way through the competition.
It really is. Just, it's that tenacity, just somehow, regardless of what it's faced with, it's just pulling out these really, really good performances.
And as we're watching here on the replay, Luchador really was running all around Jackhammer. They were looking for that in, and finally, you could just see it there. Their forks just kind of get under Jackhammer, not enough, but they get round to the side, up against the wall, and at any point now, I think there is the suplex, which put Jackhammer in a very precarious position.
I mean, we're saying this, but, we're talking like Luchador, like it's a massive underdog. It isn't. It's a fantastic robot. It's fantastically well built. But, a couple of rounds ago, we were unsure whether it was going to be able to go into the arena. Jack was really umming and ahhing about whether it was worth putting it in the arena with Sniper, because Sniper's spinner, if Luchador didn't work, was just going to mince it. But that was 3 fights ago now. Luchador marches on.
Well, I'm going to turn to Craig, and let's see if you can get Jackhammer or someone for an interview. It would be great to hear from Jackhammer making it through to the round of 8.
Jackhammer. It doesn't self-right then.
It doesn't what? Oh, no, it doesn't self-right. It self-rights without the forks. And the previous version of Jackhammer self-righted with the forks, but it self-righted over the back. So we thought, oh, it'll do the same thing. It'll work, right? It self-rights without the forks. Why would it not self-right with the forks? Yeah, that's not the case. The weapons span for some of it though, which is better than we've had for most of the competition. We're quite amazed that we made it this far. I think had we faced some of the more scary robots, then we would have been we would have been gone a bit earlier.
Don't play it down. Jackhammer got to the top 8.
It did, and we will take the top 8. We'll take it very happily.
Let's have a massive round of applause in this room for Jackhammer.
Lots of love in the chat for Luchador. The tenacity. Now we've got a whiteboard. Autonomouse. The AI is coming for yet more punishment, and I love it. Why not? If you're going to build an autonomous robot, why not keep sticking it in the arena as long as it can? Who's it going in with? Gav, there's a lot of robots there.
So in the arena we have, as you've mentioned, Autonomouse. They are going to be fighting Tamanome, Percussive Maintenance XL, and Talon Bite Size. So a couple of clusters, I think, actually.
Yeah, there's ostensibly only 4 competitors, but there's about 6 or 7 robots actually in the arena there. So this is going to be exciting. No spinners on display here, so this is all just going to be chaos and driving.
And we'll see. Let's see if we can go for a record for filling up the pit.
Yes, that's what we want to see, competitors. We want the pit to be overflowing, okay?
So we have the robots.
I think that's what all these good people here in this room want to see. They want to see robots in the pit.
Absolutely. So Roboteers were fighting over where to be. Tamanome in the red corner, Percussive Maintenance in the blue, Talon in the button, and then that only leaves Autonomouse by the pit.
No, Autonomouse is over by the red corner and hasn't really moved yet. This robot is entirely controlled by itself, which I think is amazing. That cannot be overstated how much I love that. Tamanome underneath, because Maintenance, but not able to get a telling flip. There is a flipper on Tamanome, but they've been reluctant to use it throughout the day.
And we're seeing the cluster bots of Talon. They're going after the cluster bot.
No, they're picking on someone their own size, aren't they?
But now we're seeing the grapple there going on Percussive Maintenance. They're both working together, and they are working on Percussive Maintenance.
Autonomouse coming into the back. And now, obviously, Autonomouse is without its weapon. It doesn't have... the weapon got damaged. And so it is effectively a box on wheels.
And currently, everyone's just locked up, and it's a battle of the mini-bots.
Yeah, this is... everyone's all immobilized in the middle, and now they've detached. So... we got Talon, the big one. Oh, you don't want to be over there. I think Talon could be going down into the pit here. Autonomouse is trying to push it in there. Good strategy here from the AI.
I was going to say, yeah, the AI are aware of the pit. Last time they just drove straight in.
And there goes the Tamanome minibot into the pit. That's not going to count as a defeat for Tamamane, though, as that axe of percussive maintenance keeps coming down on Tamamane. One of the Talon bots seems to be immobilized. It's stuck on the arena wall and it's pulled itself away.
And a Tanam dancing over the edge of the arena. They don't care, they're not scared, they don't fear. Look at them, they're going back for more.
Yeah, they'll be back in the pit. There comes Talon trying to push Tanam into the pit, and now one of the wheels is hanging over. Tamamane is going to finish the job, I think. That it does. That's 2 robots in the pit. Percussive maintenance throughout this fight has just been, bringing down that axe.
And we're going into the final 10 seconds
tentatively.
now.
This could be another audience reaction type deal, which we love to see it. We want to get our audiences involved as possible. Oh, it's Tamamane going in the pit. One of Talon has ended up in the pit, I think. We'll let them off. We won't count that as a knockout. All right. I think it's time to bring out the gavometer. Right, your ears primed?
My ears are primed, but this is going to be difficult for everyone to pick out a winner.
I think it is.
I really can't.
Right. Give us a cheer if you felt that percussive maintenance won that fight. Nobody, apparently. Give us a cheer if you think that Tamamane won that fight. And give us a cheer if you think Talon won that fight. Gavometer?
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I almost don't feel like that was a fair question there, but I think I'm going to say Tamamane.
Tamamane wins. How is that not a fair question?
Well,
Autonomous was in the pit. It was out.
Yeah, but the noisometer, I think people were kept off guard by your first pick.
No, that's just I'm doing them in alphabetical order.
I think Autonomous deserved a chance to be cheered.
Can we have a cheer for Autonomous, regardless? There we go. Yeah. The AI revolution is coming, whether we like it or not. That's what it looks like. It looks like Autonomous.
So, another whiteboard due to take place. Just doing some call outs. So, Gizmo and Stratus, you're due to take place in the semi-finals. Please get ready on the tables. Whiteboard number 7, Sir Lancerfrog is making a return against Abracadabra versus Bop and Impulse. Whiteboard number 8, Home Improvement versus Sniper versus Propane, and back for more punishment, Paradigm Spin.
You love to see it.
Love to see it. So,
but first up, we've got one more quarterfinal to settle, and it's Big Daddy against Eva 02 even.
Eva 02. So that's due to take place very shortly whilst David is
Dave's still sweeping up the arena
from that chaos. So we can see the robots are ready. Bad Daddy seems to be back repaired with its shunters. They're not quite forks, they're more shovels. I'm not sure how to describe them.
I don't think they flex as much as normal forks do. I think that possibly was what won Bad Daddy the fight against Bonkers, because Bonkers' little flaps at the front, they did articulate, and thus they got knocked out of shape.
And I think a shovel is a good descriptor for them.
Yeah, they are. They're almost like, they're not forks. Oh, no, he's wiggling them now to suggest that they do actually move.
They do flap, but I don't think they can rotate to the level of the forks as you were discussing. There's no way that robot's going to get hung up by those shovels going underneath.
Yeah, we've seen a few robots come a cropper when they've had, forks or their flaps get stuck under them. Wedgelets, that's the word. Thank you, whoever that is in chat.
Chris, thank you, Chris, for the wedgelets.
It's like, thank you for providing you with wedgelets.
No, not me personally, but just the word. That word hadn't entered my dictionary.
A reminder that this is what everyone is competing for, this delightfully shiny trophy. I love this. It's adorable. That's what everyone's competing for. There's other smaller versions for second and third. It does have quite a heft to it, actually. Of course, Stuart. You can take my picture anytime.
And there will be some more supplementary awards as well. They are decided by the Bristol bot builders and the judges.
Yeah, then that's for, maybe not doing so well in the tournament, but it's for, bringing the good crack. Making this event great for everybody, either through displays of good sportsmanship, just making entertaining robots, helping each other out in the pits. There's all the stuff that makes an event like this run smoothly. Because it is a competition first and foremost, but everyone's here not because they want, obviously we all want to win, but everyone's here because they love this sport and this community.
And it's worth remembering, for some of these roboteers, this is their first battle. not everyone is on a level playing field when it comes to experience. There are those who have been doing this for years, those who have just started getting involved. And so we want to encourage and celebrate those who really have gotten into the spirit of this competition.
Absolutely. But before all that, let's round out our semi-final lineup. In the red corner, we've got Bad Daddy.
Robot here.
And in the blue corner, we've got Eva 02.
With the flashing lights, 3, 2, 1. Begin.
There we go. Eva very quick out of the box, trying to stop Bad Daddy from spinning up and succeeding. It's got one of the forks wedged up underneath that egg beater of Bad Daddy, bringing down its own weapon, but now the spinner spins up.
Bad Daddy trying to break away to get the spinner up to speed. Eva taking a moment, but the forks, as you mentioned, those forks are really making it difficult for Bad Daddy to get anywhere near Eva. And as I say that, we're now seeing some damage being done.
Yeah, as Bad Daddy manages to get around the side and behind Eva, that's where you want to hit because those forks will get in the way. Eva pushing Bad Daddy away into the wall, letting it bounce off itself. Is the pit available?
And there's cries from the crowd.
From the crowd. Bad Daddy's going into the pit, and Eva is going into the semi-finals. That's it. Goodbye, Bad Daddy.
The anticipation, waiting for that pit to drop.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Well, I feel like we've not really talked much about Eva throughout this day. Eva has just been quietly going about its business, winning fights, and now it's in the semi-finals.
And, I mean, it was one of those robots that lost its initial battle.
To Waiu, admittedly.
A while ago, but it's done the full robin. It's made its way through all of those competitors. Not an easy day for them at all.
Yeah, and so, best of luck to Eva in the semi-finals. Hard luck to Bad Daddy. It's been a fantastic robot, giving us some great fights, some fantastic destruction. But, unfortunately, it ends where so many challenges do, in the pit.
And I have to say, an assist really goes to the crowd because the Roboteer, in that moment, might have forgotten about the pit.
Yeah, the
button.
crowd were baying out for the pit. And, if that served as a reminder, then it was a timely one.
A very good assist there. So I've given an assist to the crowd. Well done, everyone, for cheering and getting involved. That made that event happen.
Yeah, so can we have a massive hand for both robots? I think it's time to announce our semi-final lineup. Do you want to know who's fighting who in the semi-finals? All right, so in the semi-finals, we are going to have Eva against Luchador. So which means our other semi-final is Gizmo against Stratus. So we can all look forward to that. That would be a lot of people's pick for the final, but that's the nature of the random draw. Are we going to have some interviews happening? Or I think just photographs are happening at the minute.
Well, I think there's cries over for the interviews to take place. And that looks to be...
we're handing over to Owen.
Yeah, I was watching the stream over here and then they gave me a microphone. So, Bad Daddy. Didn't quite work out that time. What happened?
It's just pretty dead now. It's we kind of ran out of spares and it wasn't spinning up, it wasn't driving straight, but yeah, the better robot won. Well done to him.
Fair enough. I mean, for a first Beetleweight, it's done very, very well. Do you reckon you'll be back to more Beetleweight events?
Yeah, probably. Like, we've learnt a lot, haven't we? So, yeah, if you'll have us as well.
We'll see. Well, I don't know why I'm saying that. I don't make these decisions. Well, yeah, cheers anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hope you had a good time.
All right, we got a whiteboard match coming up here.
Hello.
Yes, you did it. I can't believe it. I mean, yeah, come on. I think everyone has that sort of feeling. Come on, talk us through what it felt like. Oh, come on.
I mean, I going into that fight, I was very scared. You know, legend of the sport, very scary spinner. I wasn't favouring my chances. Thankfully, they fought a really tough bot before, so I was at a bit of an advantage there, and it just worked. So I can't believe it.
That's great to hear. Now, how likely would it? How much damage did it pick up through the fight? Think you'll be able to just do 2 more fights, take the win?
I mean, it's taken a lot of damage throughout the day, but fingers crossed, 2 more fights still left in it. We'll see.
Good luck there, Eva 002.
Thank you very much.
All right, Gav, you've metamorphosed. You look a lot like Ryan now.
Yeah, I've got way better looking, I think, haven't I? Really, really conveying.
Does the audience agree? Don't answer that. Somebody will get upset.
The audience can see the top of my head, and that's the least flattering.
Meanwhile, in the arena, we've got a whiteboard prepped up here. We've got Bop, we've got Salancer Frog, we've got Abracadabra, and we've got Impulse. This is going to be a mess, I think.
This is a vintage non-spinner whiteboard. Beautiful variety of weapon types there.
Stand by.
Yeah, let's see what happens. We count them in.
3, 2, 1. Begin.
All right, then Impulse straight in on Abracadabra. They all convene in the middle. Bob's the most active weapon here, trying to try and bring that hammer round as Abracadabra's underneath Lancer Frog. It's that hammer continuing to come down. Is it going to actually make a telling hit, though? It's absolute chaos. They're all so quick. I can't see which way is which.
This is the joy of a hammer. No matter what's going in a fight, you can be flailing and you can be doing something.
Bop is certainly flailing. Everyone is all caught up in... Oh, and he's been tipped over by Abracadabra. I can't see where the frog is. Is the frog beached? I think the frog might be stranded. The poor thing.
Lance Frog is sad, but I'm
Bob's
sure
coming in
someone
for
will
a
come
hammer.
to
There
his
we
aid.
go.
There we
Bob
go.
comes to the rescue. The pit's going down now. Now it gets really interesting. Lancer Frog is kind of stuck by the looks of it. Doesn't seem to be going anywhere soon.
We've got meaningful damage on Abracadabra there, that little front plate,
Yeah,
the low lip of the wedge.
Yeah, how has that happened? We don't know, but it's... Well, I guess it can almost be used like a flaily weapon, like Mr. Pointy was doing earlier. Bob continuing to flail that hammer around. Impulse getting very close to the pit. I think Lancer Frog's been counted out here, or has it? As Abracadabra needs to not go into the pit. Impulse trying to lift Bob out of the arena. Nick puts down his controller. That means Lancer Frog's out of here. It's a three-way.
Impulse has very much been bringing the control to the chaos here. Very opportunistic, very well driven every time there's an opportunity to get in and get that weapon into play.
Next to the bright colours of Bob and the googly eyes of Abracadabra, it's hard to maybe see Impulse amongst the mess, but it has been quietly being very efficient here. Coming into the back, obviously no spinners, so those exposed wheels aren't going to be a problem. Bob has been on top of a lot of robots. I don't know whether that counts as control or aggression, really. It doesn't really matter because the audience are deciding.
I'm sure the audience follow the criterion scoring.
They better had. As we come into the final bit, I think Bob's just been counted out right at the end there. Abracadabra finishing hovering over the pit.
We'll have to check with the referee here. Bop potentially saved by the bell. The lights went out with a few seconds to go.
Right, referee. Have we got... Who was still mobile at the end there? They were all... Bop was still in. Okay, so... Bop was broken down by the end, but within the last 10 seconds. So it
He
counts.
had a lovely 2 minutes of doing other things. Maybe the audience will vote in his
Yeah,
favour.
well, no, we'll see, yeah. Okay, so we don't have the Gavometer, so it's going to have to be the Rhinometer or the Bratlometer. What do you prefer?
The Bratometer is very finely tuned.
Yes, good. All right, so give us a cheer if you felt that fight was won by Abracadabra. If you felt that fight was won by Bop. Or if you felt that fight was won by Impulse. All right, Bratlometer, what do we reckon?
It's a good job it is finely tuned, because that's a close one. I think the audience have just given that to Impulse.
I think the audience have given it to Impulse. Impulse takes the win. Obviously, there is only pride at stake here. But damn. Yeah, even you can see a lot happens. Yeah, I think we're maybe spoiled at times when we see too many spinners, but there is plenty of else that can be done and plenty else of excitement. I'm not sure either of those sentences were remotely grammatically correct.
We have been blessed this weekend with some very, very dynamic non-spinners. Non-spinners with big, very active weapons that are very effective and very reliable. You do get your non-spinner fights that can be a bit of a dud, but you get your spinner fights that can be a dud as well. When you get well-engineered robots with good drivers, which we have a room full of today, you get entertaining fights no matter what type of robot is in the arena.
Absolutely. More excellent photography here from Stuart. It's all good. It's all
An
good.
X-rated angle of Bop there. Not sure you can put that one on the internet.
I don't know. We'll see. Sneak it by the algorithm.
Bob, I've got to take this opportunity being here to quickly pick your brains.
What? I have brains?
So I'm told. Obviously, we're going into the top four. Put them in an order for me.
Ooh.
Likelihood of winning, put them in an
You're
order.
asking me to decide here. Oh, see, because of the way the draw's gone. See, I don't know. I really don't want to call either of these fights. So no, I'm gonna stay resolutely neutral. I'm gonna refuse to answer your question, Ryan. I'm not gonna put them into an order because the robots are gonna put themselves into an order. Oh,
Very
look at this.
diplomatic.
We've got a new weapon on Stratus. Well, yeah, it's a new weapon for today. So it's now got a flywheel on it after that bar got hopelessly wired. It's going to be Stratus against Gizmo. This is the chat have been crying out for this one. I have no idea what's going to happen here. Is Gizmo going to get punted? Is Stratus going to get Gizmoed? Because it's just been ruthless efficiency.
So, very clear, Tom was unable to repair the weapon of Stratus.
Fortunately, he's got spares for days, apparently.
So whilst we're preparing, the final whiteboard for Roboteers to prepare for, Home Improvement versus Sniper versus Propane versus Paradigm Spin.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Please make your way up to the ready tables. We need your robots up here ready for battle. How much hype have you done for this fight?
I feel like it hypes itself. Are you feeling hyped in the room? You hyped? Stratus and Gizmo. I mean, whatever happens, it's going to be loud. You know, you can't ask for much more than that.
I guess all we can hope for is shredded wheels and, well, there's not much on Gizmo to break, but hopefully it all stays in one piece.
Yeah, we shall see. They're both in there. In the red corner is Stratus. In the blue corner is Gizmo for the first place in the grand final.
So here we are, everyone. The counter down in 3, 2, 1, begin.
All right, both weapons spinning up. That new blade on Stratus. Is that going to change what it does? Oh, still punting. Gizmo hitting the wall of the arena, landing on the pit. It's still upside down. Is this an advantage for Stratus now, you think?
You have to say so, but now Gizmo back on the right way, all 4 wheels, and is going straight for the wheels of Stratus, which is definitely the right strategy from what we've seen earlier today.
I can't see. Is the weapon of Gizmo going? I can't tell, because obviously when they're spinning so fast, they look motion.
There is a potential for the drive belt, but look at Stratus, that new gyro, that's giving it all types of difficulty when it comes to controlling, and Stratus is edging it over to the Outer Zone. The wall has been hit at the bottom of the crest.
Oh no, Gizmo looks like it's beached on something, but it's freed itself. Stratus has got to be careful here. Whoa. We don't want it to suffer the same fate as Wheelie Big Lad, or maybe we do. I think. Are you supporting Gizmo? Are you supporting Stratus? I don't really mind. These are both excellent robots.
Now we're looking at the ref. It didn't touch. We're looking at the ref.
Remember, the robot has to touch the bottom of the pit to be out. Stratus is so big, it's quite difficult for it to fit in the pit. As Gizmo takes up some air miles there, but managing to maneuver away from the pit.
So now upside down, Gizmo is at a disadvantage, but really I think the strategy from Gizmo here is as itself righted itself, is to try and get Stratus to punt itself into the Outer Zone as it takes it over there, trying desperately.
And there we go again, another big contact between the two weapons. Is Stratus going into the pit now? It's still not touched the bottom. How is it? It's gone now.
It's in the pit.
Woo. Stratus, we thought it might be too big for the pit, but it's them long pointy bits. Them long pointy bits have done it in. They've touched the bottom of the pit.
It survived once, but it couldn't survive twice. Fantastically controlled by Gizmo there. How did they manage to survive that? As you mentioned, we think their weapon was disabled. We'll have to talk to the robot here to find out.
It was the fact that they kept getting flipped up on their back as well, which is when you've got a robot that's shaped like Gizmo, that's not a position you want to be in. You can't bring the weapon to bear even if it was working. And then you're vulnerable to Stratus's weapon from there. And so it was, really good tenacity that just that bounce back ability of Gizmo to just keep going despite taking the punishment from Stratus.
Yeah, so we're watching this replay now, and I really did think the strategy from Gizmo was to try and get Stratus to flip itself into the Uta zone. That really seemed like what they were trying to do. We just saw there Stratus narrowly avoiding the pit. That was where their wheels were able to get traction and drag them out. And look at that Gizmo being thrown across the arena.
I mean, I think if this had gone to the judges, Stratus would have probably been doing very well because all of the big substantial hits were on Gizmo. It was Gizmo that was flying around the arena, Gizmo bouncing off of everything, but ultimately it's Gizmo bouncing into the final.
And you can see there, Gizmo doing everything to hit the wheels, and that was where it finally fell in, doing a lot of damage to the arena, which is now being repaired by David with a lovely mallet.
Yeah, this is, well, you know, there we go. I think it's got to the point because the pit has taken so much of a beating now that it can't necessarily close flush.
Well, now we're going to go over to Tom to find out how that battle went for them.
Well, Tom, I mean, what an amazing fight. I bet he must have thought when his weapon wasn't working, you had it in the bag. I'm very sorry to see you go down the pit. Talk us through your emotions.
Yeah, no, that was a great fight. You know, fair play to Alice for taking those hits and keeping going. It's a difficult robot to fight, admittedly, so I think he did really well. And yeah, it was a great fight. And I'm happy I got to use the new weapon, but I think I'll use the bar from now on.
I mean, it was spectacular. You know, you're giving out loads of big, energetic hits, but just couldn't quite deliver the victory this time. But I think everyone here is still dead scared of you. You're the most feared robot here. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Stratus.
And where is Gizmo? Has Gizmo left
I've been told Gizmo needed to go straight back to the pits to repair because it took a bit of a beating.
Understandable. It's been absolutely walloped by Stratus multiple times during that fight. We got the other semi-final next up, I think. Yeah, Eva and Luchador, I think they are next into the arena. I'm excited for this one. Two robots that have just been quietly making waves.
I can't quite see either of them yet ready, so we might end up going into a whiteboard, but Eva, O2 and Luchador, if you're here, please make your way to the arena. Otherwise, we might be doing a whiteboard.
We'll see. Don't know what's happening yet. We'll keep you updated when we know. Although we don't learn much before you do.
No. We very much are making it up as we go.
We are not waving, but drowning.
Okay, so I am seeing Luchador making their way to the arena. So we will be doing the final knockout round before the grand final.
Second place in the grand final.
And Joe is changing the plan on the fly. So let's retract that. I apologize, viewers. We are now doing a whiteboard.
There is going to be a whiteboard, yes. I'm glad that that's cleared up.
Joe, come here. Come here. Come here. You need
This is what microphones are for. We're doing a whiteboard, everybody. Let's go!
You need a hug. I can see the stress. No, it's all good. You're doing great. You're doing great. So, I believe we're going to have Home Improvement versus Sniper versus Propane, and finally, one of the most destructive robots, Paradigm Spin. To itself, Paradigm Spin.
Yeah, these are all... This could be over very quickly, really, couldn't it?
If you've just joined us on the live stream, prepare for Paradigm Spin and the chaos that comes with it. Not to say, don't take away from the other robots as well. Home Improvement, Sniper,
I'll think you're biased here.
They are all very destructive robots in their own right.
If you are just joining us on the stream, where have you been? This is lovely. It's been a wonderful event with some excellent fights. You're going to want to watch this stream back, I think.
And there have been some upsets. There have been some fights that you wouldn't necessarily expect to go in the way that they did.
Well, Sniper is going to get into the arena now. You know, who when that fight started thought that Sniper was going to be knocked out by Luchador, but it was. You know, was Luchador going to work? It did, and it did very, very well. We'll see how Sniper handles being in an arena with three other big spinners here. Home Improvement was the first victim of Stratus's punting.
I would be very, very shocked if we do not see a robot go into the Uta zone.
Yeah, it's not been much used today. They're saying this in the chat. There's not been too many of them.
And that's surprising given the amount of airtime a lot of the robots have received today.
Yeah, we'll call that, I don't know, chaos, I suppose. A physicist tell me what the word for that is.
I just want to say, Tom with Stratus, if you're listening, the US have politely asked on behalf of all Americans, do not go over there because they are terrified of your robot. They do not want to go up against you. So you've got a great reputation there. And the door has just been shut, so the controllers can now be picked up by the Roboteers. They will get into position. Always challenging on these four-way battles. A Roboteer needs to pick the spot where they can see all of the action.
And we have to try and follow it all. It's great.
So Paradigm Spin over by the arena.
Roboteers, stand by.
So yeah, Paradigm Spin over by the pit. Propane is by the pit release button. In the red corner is Home Improvements. In the blue corner is Sniper. There we go, all spinning up. Bang! I think the drivetrain's come off of Home Improvement Spinner, so that's the end of that weapon. Paradigm Spin, just going everywhere, really. It's like Johnny Cash.
And instant damage, instant chaos, and already this hasn't let up since the moment it started.
How many times has Paradigm Spin hit the ceiling in this fight? This is ridiculous.
They look to be finally out, the lights are off, so I think Paradigm Spin are out of this battle. That is such a shame because they were doing so much chaos. Home Improvement now looking for their next victim.
It's Propane. Well, no, Home Improvement has got them. It's knackered. The drive belt's gone. I think it's Propane that's been doing all the big hits so far. Sniper's still in there as well, though. Don't count either of them out. The pit is now available. Is one of these robots going to bounce into it?
Home Improvement dangerously close to the pit, but they've managed to seesaw their way around. Looks like they're having some drivetrain issues.
Yeah, the spinner seems to have powered down on Propane. Maybe those big hits on Paradigm Spin have spelt the end of that spinner. So it might be Sniper is the only working weapon left in the arena, which is bad news if you're not Sniper, you would think.
But then again, does give the opportunity for the robots to team up against Sniper, which is bad news if you are Sniper.
Yeah, it's bad news for everybody, really. It's nothing but bad news in this arena at the moment.
So Home Improvement.
Sniper spinner bouncing off Home Improvement. Sorry, Gav, I just cut you off there.
They're absolutely close there, and they managed to dodge. And now we're looking at Sniper being. I think Home Improvement are actually out. That's Home Improvement now putting their controller down. They are out, so it's a two-bot fight as we enter the final 30 seconds.
Oh, Propane skinning the top of the pit. That's where Sniper wants to put them. That weapon has been not hugely effective in this fight, but it could be the telling contribution.
And I think we're seeing a lot of components hanging off of Propane there. They've really taken the battle this fight.
They really have, but they're still going.
And now they're now behind Viper.
But it's not going to work. Sniper's got some powerful drive. Right. I think we need to ask the audience. Let's get the rawest, freshest reaction.
Only out of two, though.
Only out of two. So, are your ears ready, Gav?
I'm ready. Audience, are you ready?
Give me a cheer if you felt that Propane won that fight. Give me a cheer if you felt that Sniper won that fight. Official confirmation from Gav.
That's the closest one yet, honestly. That's really challenging. It's a clear win for Sniper.
There we go. Sniper takes it. What a great fight that was. The great fights just don't stop coming.
No, and especially when you look at the board of what's left to come. Eva O2 versus Luchador. I know Luchador's ready, but has Eva made their way to the arena? I can see Craig's over there. They're coaxing them to come over, so they're desperately
just trying to get some last-minute repairs in, which is fair enough. You know, you've made it to the semi-finals of the competition. You want to make sure that the robot is working as well as possible. Here it comes. Yes.
They just need to do a quick more check, so they're going into the check box for final checking. Just to say, though, we have not seen the end of Stratus.
Stratus will be competing for third place against the loser of this next fight.
Poor David, he's very worried about his pit in his arena. He's not sure the arena can take much more action from Stratus. I don't think you have a choice, though. So we're doing the tech check. We're seeing if they're all ready.
Check that Eva is fighting fit. I really hope it is. You know, you really want all the robots to be ready, able to fight.
That's the thing. We are doing our best here to ensure, and the Roboteers obviously fixing their robots. They're working desperately as fast as they can. We want everything to come to an in-arena decision.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't want it to happen through,
It was a real shame. I think we've only lost one robot through retirement, which was Resistance, which was such a shame because they got into the arena and suddenly smoke was pouring out of it. We don't know what happened, and that was a crying shame. But other than that, everything else has been settled in the arena.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it looks like
Eva's ready to go.
We have
Is
Eva.
Luchador ready to go?
A cheer for Eva as they did a massive repair job there. And I think they are going in with limited machinery, limited weaponry.
Well, we'll see what happens. You know, Luchador, we don't know what state that robot's in. Has taken some substantial kick-ins.
Oh,
Paradigm Spin, can you come and get your transmitter, please? Tar.
That's a rookie mistake if I've ever seen one.
I don't know, it depends if it's a good transmitter.
Well, fair enough. So, I agree with what's in the chat. What an amazing tournament
It has
it's
been an amazing tournament. It's been brilliant. You know, regardless of who wins, it's been fantastic. All the robots have really put on a show for us. You know, I think every robot in the main competition, in the whiteboards, everyone's had a chance to shine. And I think that's wonderful because it feels rotten sometimes when we're sitting up here commentating when you get someone whose robot just doesn't turn up, doesn't perform. We do try our best to be sympathetic, but sometimes just not a lot happens, and it just doesn't go right, and it's a real shame.
Especially with the hours that are put in behind the scenes, you know, the work that goes into these robots. It is a labor of love. You don't do this for any other reason than you enjoy the sport.
Definitely, and so I'm just delighted, and I do hope that all the roboteers do feel like they got a chance to show off what their robots can do, and because I certainly feel this from commentator's seat, and I think Gav's in agreement.
Always.
Wonderful.
Always in
We're
agreement.
a united front.
Well, we are today. So the final the semi-final, I should say.
The semi-grand final.
The grand semi-grand
In the
final.
red corner, we have Eva 02.
Robot is.
And in the blue corner, we have Luchador. One of these is going to be facing off against Gizmo in the final. Who's it going to be?
And the fight has begun, and immediately there, Luchador darting to the right. They didn't want to charge straight in there, but Eva now under control.
There we go. Now, is Luchador going to be able to pull off the move that they've been doing all day, getting underneath Eva and grabbing up, lifting them up? We haven't really seen any other robot in the lineup do this. But Eva dominating the early stages and spinning up that overhead saw.
But I don't think that saw made as much contact as they was hoping for. There wasn't as much impact, and Luchador getting away relatively unscathed. But Eva, once again, getting their forks underneath. Luchador really struggling to grapple in this fight.
Yeah, and that's obviously a big part of Luchador's game plan is to try and grapple, try and get hold of the opponent. But if the opponent is out-driving you, that can be very difficult. And potentially pinned up against the wall here.
I was going to say potentially we are stuck together, but is that Luchador with a lift?
Picking up Eva. Is he going to get it out? He's got to lift it up a bit higher. The pin's available. Someone could get him in the pin here.
So Luchador throwing Eva away because they just needed to from the countdown. But now Luchador got their back up against the pit. As
Eva is heading towards the pit, but manages that's amazing. Screeching of the drive system, but Eva's not out of the woods yet. Luchador is into the final.
Can you believe it? It is Luchador versus Gizmo in the grand final.
I can't believe it. That's amazing. Listen to that. The crowds.
Luchador's begging for forgiveness. They can't believe they've got this far. But you have.
Don't worry, Jack. If you just want it to die, Gizmo might help that.
Wow. So take a breather, everyone, because we're watching the replay now.
That was a really good fight. There was real back and forth. Eva dominating the early exchanges, Luchador unable to really get a decent grab, but it felt like the turning point was that big lift that Luchador managed.
I think as soon as the pit button was hit, that was when Luchador came alive, as it seems to do in these fights. There seems to be a switch that triggers it. And as you can see, this is the full arena. Eva very much taking control and Luchador being a little bit stuck. But now, this is what you were talking about.
Yeah, that
Luchador with that big grapple.
That big lift from Luchador, it almost like it swung the momentum in Luchador's favor.
And Luchador there is only picking up Eva by one of the forks, and this is where it becomes very precarious for both robots, as Eva not quite got the purchase there to push Luchador. Luchador not quite got enough to push Eva in.
It was very back and forth.
We're going
Let's
to
go
go
over
over
to
to
Sam
Sam
with
who's going to talk to
Luchador.
Luchador.
Jack Franklin, you're in the final of the BBB Championships. How do you feel?
Yeah, we're really, really happy. The robot's been great. The transmitter, not so much, had some drama, but yeah, that was a really good fight, really, really tough driving match. We had like quite similar front ends, so that was like a bit of a tangle, and yeah, in the end, just managed to just outmaneuver him, I think.
I mean, to be fair, as you said, you've had some issues all day with your transmitter. You've kind of rectified that now. One more fight against Gizmo. How do you fancy your chances? I'll take that as red then. Ladies and gentlemen, Luchador.
And Eva's making their way over, Sam, so quickly for Eva to get that on the microphone.
I mean, you beat me earlier. I mean, it feels good to... No. What an amazing run, all the way to the top four. Was there anything else you could have done in that fight?
I mean, he's a hell of a driver. It was always going to be a driving battle. I'm just really happy to the run I had. I was happy with. I lost to the better robot, but I can't ask for much for that. That was a really good fight.
Are you going to be able to get it repaired for the playoff? I know Stratus, I'm sure, will be waiting for you.
I don't think there's nothing to repair. It's just going to be put it in the arena and die. But
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Eva 02.
I've been asked to announce, but I'm not sure what's happening.
It's time for the special awards. We're going to do this before the third place playoff and before the final. So yeah, I'll hand you over to the judges. Stuart, can you point the camera at the judges? They don't need to look at us. So yeah, we'll let the judges take over. They're going to explain what the awards are and who they're going to.
So the first award we'd like to give out to is for the Standout Engineering Award, and that goes to Wyo!
For anyone
milking it.
wondering, please enter the stage from our left.
The next award we'd like to give out is for the Love of Design Award, and that goes to Reptile Dysfunction.
Next up, we have the Spirit of BBB Award. This is the one award that is actually given out every tournament, and it's usually decided purely by the BBB crew, but funnily enough, we'd already written this down as an idea as well. So the Spirit of BBB Award for this event goes to Paradigm Spin.
Anyone that's going to enter this tournament with a full body spinner and just iterate on it again and again and be that awesome, you deserves all the awards you get. So thank you guys for coming down.
Next up, we would like to give what we have called the Never Give Up, Never Give In Award. We like to recognise amazing comebacks in fights, and boy, have we had a few to choose from today. The one we have gone with, however, fittingly, is Abracadabra against Paradigm Spin.
Okay, right, so we're coming on to the Judges' Choice Award. This is for a machine, up-and-coming machine, which we think is good to look at, drives well. Just it gave us a good feeling, really, and we're going to give it to Impulse. Oh, well done. Okay, so the final award we have, this is from an earlier fight, and want to just say this, great. Best loser for the Good of the Sport Award. Bop!
Thank you very much, judges. And I want to do a huge thank you to everyone who's brought a robot here. We've done this all day, but everyone's been brilliant. Everyone's been fantastic. And yeah, that's just been great. You all deserve, give yourselves a round of applause because everyone's made this event amazing. We should probably do shout-outs to the non-roboteers who've made this event happen as well. So, to Dave on the arena marshal front. Also providing the arena. Providing the arena every time, that gets wrecked every time, repairing it every time. Thank you to our judges, Simon, Ryan, and Ben, who you've not had to do much today, but you've done your job excellently when you have. Many thanks to our refs. We got Strang, we got Dom, and I didn't note the other name down. Joe. Many thanks to our refs who've been keeping in charge of the fights. I'm so sorry.
We love you, Joe.
Joe, you're my favorite. Don't worry, mate. We appreciate you even if Bob doesn't, all right?
I appreciate Joe a lot. I just didn't remember his name. Many thanks to Stuart for the photos, which have all been fantastic. Well, the ones you've shown us have. Maybe you've only been showing us the good ones. I know there's two Stuarts, yeah.
And also lots of other photographers. We need to thank you. We need to thank 4 photographers today. So thank you. If you're a photographer, we love you. Can't wait to see your photos. Beautiful. Woo! And to hijack it from Bob, also in the corner over there, Stephen streaming for 7 hours straight now.
I was getting to him.
Hi, Stephen. You're doing great, buddy.
I think, is that everyone?
Yeah, our crew.
Us, yeah.
Thanks to Joe and Craig for organising it all.
Thank you everyone so much for coming. It means so much to us that people actually want to come and watch the stupid stuff we do for fun. So thank you so much. And all the Roboteers, you've been amazing today. So thank you so much. Should we do some fights?
Yeah.
One more round of applause for the audience as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're still here.
It's been a long day.
Big
and
up.
We're still packed out.
Let's go.
And
2 more fights to go. 2 more fights.
And thank you to everyone who's been, watching on the stream, joining in on the chat. It's been
Yeah, there's
wonderful.
still 100 people online watching this too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah,
At least.
It's been very cool, right?
It's grown year from year. I'm just going to bring a pause to this massive love fest. This is weird. Let's get fighting. 2 more fights to go.
Good, thank you.
Eva
Somebody needed
O2
to.
and Stratus, please make your way to the arena. We have the 3rd place playoff about to take place, and I cannot call this at all.
This is going to be amazing. It's Eva against Stratus. Now, Eva, there was apparently no damage from Eva's fight with Luchador. They just needed to just charge it up, stick it back in the arena, and jobs are good in. And we'll see what... Stratus has got its old weapon back. Are you just using the bent one? Oh, no, you've straightened it out. Cool.
It's been hammered, but the chassis of poor Stratus is still on a bit of a V, so that's an interesting wounded robot that's going to be entering this for the third place playoffs.
We shall see will Eva look to exploit that, you think?
And of course, this is in the big build-up to our grand final.
Luchador
Luchador
against
flying the
Gizmo.
flag for the non-spinners up against Gizmo. This is going to be a fantastic battle.
I can't wait for either of these. This is going to be fantastic. I'm going to have some preparatory biscuits. Oh yeah, thanks to Team Netherlands for the excellent biscuits.
And I don't know if we gave a shout out to the live stream, but there have been those watching from the very beginning. As some people said, some people have been up since 7 a.m. in anticipation for the stream. It's been fantastic. The engagement that we've had as commentators with the chat has actually been really beneficial. It's been great to have someone to talk to other than just ourselves.
Oh no, you've been delightful to talk to, Gal. This has been.
I know, but it's
really
it's a bigger conversation.
You know, there's two other people we didn't thank. Not that we forgot about them or anything, but a certain Gav and Bob, who have been talking all day long, providing
I will swear at you, Craig.
notch commentary. Can we have the biggest clap of the day for Gav and Bob, who have sat there doing amazing work all day long? We love you two very much.
This is our first time commentating together. This has been wonderful. Yeah, we're doing this again, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. 2 people, 3-letter names, make it a team. Let's go.
Excellent. Maybe later.
So I see the robots are in. The safety devices are off. We haven't really spoken about the safety devices of the robots. You will see the roboteers pulling off caps in end stops that are really there to protect the spinners. When they turn on the robot, you don't want an electrical... I don't know what happened. You don't want an electrical fault to cause some harm.
Oh, that looks like my wedding photos.
Sit over here.
We're married now, Gav, apparently.
Joined at the hip.
The stream has been fully, co-opted here.
Oh, yeah, Joe has taken over the live stream cameras, and he is just absolutely going ham. I understand now what's been going on. Everyone say hello to Felix. This is Felix.
Meanwhile, in the red corner, we got Eva 02. A muted reaction. And in the blue corner, we got Stratus. Right, for the last time today, these two robots. No, these two robots last time.
Stand by.
All right, count down with me. I'll use my fingers to help.
3,
2, 1. Begin!
All right, Stratus spinning up. How is Eva going to handle that monstrous weapon?
And Eva already being flipped over, but that doesn't hamper that robot. And Stratus now flying up into the air with Eva.
Yeah, this is interesting because Eva still has quite a low ground clearance. Oh, but looks to have maybe taken some damage here. There's something hanging off the side of Eva.
And you see,
wheel come off, I think.
Stratus now back with his old weapon, that bigger axe that got bent earlier on in the competition. And is that Eva stuck on his back?
Eva is stuck on the forks. Yeah, this is the problem here because Stratus being so far out of reach for Eva, there's not a lot Eva can really do to Stratus. It's not got a damaging weapon, really. That spinner has been not especially reliable, but it's now beached up against the Utah wall.
And that has the hit rod has been activated. Stratus so close to getting it out there. Is that Eva being immobilized? The countdown has begun.
Eva's going to have to get off here. There we go. Stratus takes the bronze medal.
So, not the dramatic chaos we might have expected. Eva did a fantastic job to maintain some level of control.
Yeah, not the punting that the stream chat were predicting, but a solid. Yeah, it was a difficult fight for Eva, wasn't it? They were. There's not a lot that Eva can really do to Stratus, but it was very good. Yeah. Good for them to go in. That makes it sound like it's game opponents, but nah. Eva's a fantastic robot. Stratus is also a fantastic robot, and two very well deserved semi-finalists. And yeah, it was a good fight.
It was a very good fight. I'm not sure if that's going to live up to the hype of this next fight. It's going to be really challenging.
Don't commentators curse it, Gav.
I'm so excited though. The final fight of the day. Waving the flag for the non-spinners. We cannot hype that enough. Luchador making it through to the finals.
Out of a last 8 with 7 spinners and 1 grabber, the grabber is in the final.
Who would have thought it?
It's been amazing.
Can you believe it? Hey, Bob, look at us. Hey, look at us. All right, let's move on. So, I think we are now going to the interview area with Felix and Tom.
Wow. Tom Tell me about that.
Well, that was quite a good fight. I'm happy it went in, span up. Good fight. Yeah, I'll take third place. It's very nice. It's very nice down here, by the way, Felix. I'm enjoying your company.
Stoop down to my level, you have, Mr. Brewster. Sublime fight. You've kept the robot going all day. It's a little bendy. Were you concerned at all going into that fight?
I mean, you know, a little bit bendy, but it just about did the job, you know. It was nice fight. Went in there, and now I think I need to go to bed, quite frankly. I'm so tired, Felix. So tired.
But before you go to bed... Congratulations. Raise it up high. Big round of applause for Stratus.
I'm feeling a little hot under the collar after that. That was...
Well, I
delightful.
now feel sorry because Eva's now going to face the same
treatment.
The same treatment from Felix. So Eva, take your turn.
EVA, come in here. Come down to this level. Come down to the cool zone. I think you did remarkably well there. You took quite a few hits there. I can see plenty of damage. Do you want to walk us through it?
I mean, you pretty much saw what I saw there. It got destroyed, but I'm really glad to have made it that far. I was terrified of fighting Stratus all day. It was only at the very end I had to fight, and not early on. Can't ask for much more. First time this robot's competed, and I'm really glad how it's performed. So, well done to him. Great event. Thanks, everyone.
We should feel very good about your performance because it was absolutely superb. Can we get a massive round of applause for fourth place, EVA? That's all right. Well done, man.
Wait, is it EVA, not Eva? Have we been doing it wrong all day?
I blame you.
Yeah, all right.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
Come on now.
it's my fault. It's probably my fault.
EVA 02.
EVA 02.
So taking the victory lap back to the pit area. Congratulations to both of them. But the robots are in. The controllers are on top. The handshake between Roboteers. Love to see it. Congratulations,
Well, why
everyone.
not? This is the final. You know, come on. This is good. This is what we want to see. All right. We've got in the red corner, we got Luchador. In the blue corner, we got Gizmo. Audience, who's going to win?
Ooh. That's a split. That is split.
That is a split.
So everyone, join me for the countdown in 3, 2, 1, begin.
All right, then Gizmo spinning up. How's Luchador going to stand up to that weapon?
Well, immediately getting flipped over a little bit, but not a big incident for Luchador. A little bit of sparks being flying off. And now, Luchador coming in with the flip. Gizmo needs to get on the offensive.
The overhead suplex move, which we've seen Luchador employ all day. It almost seems like the robot is uniquely built to do that.
And so far, Gizmo's weapon is only grinding and bouncing off of Luchador. Luchador's got to be careful though with that arena wall. I saw their forks getting really close and almost getting stuck.
Yeah, this is almost like Luchador is not going to be able to win this fight without taking some punches, you have to think. But there we go, it's moves like that, flipping over Gizmo into the wall.
And that was such a little light flip from Luchador, but they let Gizmo take themselves out.
And Gizmo is out of it! Luchador! The audience is on its feet!
Look at the audience! Look at the audience! Luchador, the non-spinner, is your Beetle champ!
Whoa! Whoa!
Jack Franklin lives 10 minutes away from here. He is a local legend!
Wow. I'm actually welling up a bit. I'm so emotional.
The crowd in the arena went mental. The crowd on the chat has gone mental. I haven't seen the live stream move so quick all
Also,
day.
it's a phenomenal performance from Luchador. Can we also have a huge sound of appreciation for Gizmo? Because
Well done,
what a
Gizmo.
robot that is. You know, you don't get spectacular victories without spectacular opponents, and Gizmo is definitely a spectacular robot. And commiserations to Alice and to Gizmo, because it's been, it lost its first fight, but it's been ominous throughout, ruthlessly efficient.
I
But
really want to
Luchador-
watch. I want to watch this replay because let's look at this. As we can see, Luchador darting around, throwing I've all completely lost. Throwing Gizmo into the wall, but then Gizmo coming back with those sparks flying. You can see their weapon doing damage. Luchador trying to regroup, again being flipped up onto their back. Gizmo was starting to get into this fight, 30 seconds in, and they're starting to tussle with each other quite evenly. And now you can see Luchador trying to size it up, and there's that flip, which did a bit of damage to Gizmo, because Gizmo ended up doing themselves damage in the arena wall, and now dancing around each other, and we're getting ever closer to that dangerous flip.
Yeah, and this is, full credit to Luchador there. That was Luchador's maneuver that turned Gizmo onto its back, bouncing him into the area. We're going to go to Sam, who's got Ellis. Commiserations to Ellis. It's been a great run.
Well, as Bob said, commiserations. It's been a difficult day for you to come all this way and lose in the final when you kind of had him on the ropes. You lost the drive side. I mean, sum up your emotions.
I just, as I just said to you, everything's like leaving my body now, and my energy that I had is now going. So if my words don't make sense, I just want to point out that, obviously lost the fight in a kind of unfortunate way from my point of view. But in fairness, he ended me like forks-wise. I couldn't get underneath. I made a decision last minute to not run quite what I've been running in previous fights, thinking it'd be better. Probably wasn't. And fair play. He beat the robot fair and square. The fact that I went out the arena, I think honestly it was coming to me because I just couldn't hit him. So fair play, couldn't happen to a nicer guy. And Gizmo's had a very good run the last few events it's been to.
Well, I was going to say, you've done 3 events this year with Gizmo. You've come first, and second. It's not a bad robot.
No, it's not a bad run, and I'm pleased with the latest tweaks that I've done. So, to the pub, definitely to the pub.
I agree. Well, before you go to the pub, second place to Gizmo and Ellis. Smash it all down. Thanks. As always. And now, Jack and Luchador. Come on down. You are the 2023 BBB champion. What?
Where's the kinetic engine? Where's the spinny bit?
You are the only robot this year, I think, maybe in certainly the big comps, that is not a spinner that's won an event as well.
To be fair, Rob's done a dojo with Boom Zoom. But yeah, it's few and far between. I felt like this iteration of Luchador's had a deep run in it, and I haven't seen it. And to have it come to fruition and get some good lifts and some good suplexes, including a suplex Uta, which is literally like the maneuver I've been chasing since starting robots. It's super satisfying. Yeah, really pleased.
100%. It's been a great run today, and it is my absolute honour to award you first place to Luchador.
A spectacular end to a spectacular championships. A very popular champion, as you can hear in the room. And I think that just about does us for the day. A final word from you, Gav?
I was going to say, our pleasure to close what has been an incredible event. For those in the arena, this is up on the live stream. Go and watch it. Watch the replay. What an ending to the day.
That was absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for being delightful company all day. And thank you very much once again to everyone who has helped make this event happen, which is everybody in this room. So if you're still here, if your hands can still take more applause, please give yourselves all a huge round of applause. And that'll be it from us, I think.
Have a safe journey home, everyone. And to those on the live stream, take care. We'll see you next year. Steve, that's the end from us. Goodbye from the stream.
And the rest of you that are here, pack up your stuff and go home.